Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, and welcome to the Call of Duty League. We got Paris, we also got Toronto.
It's all down, blast player inside, stay alive. No, John brings him down, and it's a great bit of work out of Paris Legion.
Paris should be able to shut this one down, but
Dude,
there's the first open.
Oh, he saw Gravity through the window. Oh my word. Oh my God, David Griffin. Ripping his way through. Kleenex now cleans point. One member of Paris no position to contest. Jimbo, what a fight. There's Kleenex, somehow getting himself two out of this one. Oh, gets the third. Jimbo keeping it going, baby. Jimbo flying high, catches one more. Banter's got to go big. He's still keeping the pressure on here through the front. John's on it. John's on it. We got a game 5. Grandma, so now he's making noise, baby. Oh my God. Another great two-piece out of Jimbo. Oh, it's gone. It's gone.
It's going to be the Battle of LA. We're going to have the Guerrillas facing off against the Thieves.
Have to try and find this breaking through, but it's hard when a Simp is doing this in the back of the map.
Slasher at the back finds one at the same time. It's now 1 versus 1. I doesn't get it.
Be an LAG. Slasher, he's got the gunny as well. Where's everybody else from LAG?
Thieves will walk away with map number 3. They're looking for it as well, but already a lot of Scump coming down and gunning. Oh my God! And they're looking for him, unfortunately, and Slasher's going to get it, and that's going to take him down. The Battle of LA has been decided.
We got the Atlanta FaZe, we have Florida Mutineers.
But this is a fight here at the back, and it will be won by Simp in the end. And he is just looking like he is spawn bouncing them back on shipment. But it's a matter of aBeZy opens up top ring as well. And it is not going to work out. The Mutineers take the search and destroy against FaZe.
They've jumped off. You need to get inside the point right now. Honey pushes in. All for dead.
They can win this on P1. They can't get close. Florida are falling at the last second as well. As FaZe open the test up full and say, all right, no P2 for you. No game 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Major 2 is right around the corner, and by that I mean next week. We're going to kick things off with the first game of the day. Los Angeles Thieves going against Seattle Surge.
4 more seconds before Thieves can call this game theirs. Mack with the big one, desperately try to hop inside of the hill, but it will not be enough. The timing could work out. Thieves turns to his left. Oh my God, Sim!
He spots Octane as well, and he's able to win it.
From Seattle gets dealt with, but it's Sim on the other end. Seconds, it's 250 that they have to reach before this one is called to a close. And Pred cannot fall, and it will be the dub.
Florida Mutineers are going against Boston Breach.
Standy Capsidal, good coverage. Waking trying to make his entrance now, and he makes it known. Huge.
Piece of candy, free kill, knows where Waking is.
No one is able to get to the point. The Florida Mutineers B hit did not work out. Boston Breach, GG's.
The Los Angeles Guerrillas against OpTic Texas.
OpTic Texas, they know where everybody is. You take a step on the map, they know exactly where you are headed. Dashy once more answers with the snipe, and Shotzzy has got sights on everybody. Sport does not know that iLLeY sits in the spot that he does. 5 seconds left. Guerrillas have got to hop in from OpTic once more, and that will be it. Slasher falls, and that will be the series victory.
The New York Subliners and also the Minnesota Røkkr.
I don't understand any more shots. It's bloody pandemonium. There's 8 seconds in the game clock, and now New York Subliners trying to keep the point safe. We may never see pandemonium shenanigans like this ever again.
As clutch as he can be, Subliners have just had their number, and there it is.
Contest at the very least, HyDra guns him down. Oh, baby, we're going to a final round. And oh, baby, Neptune now making his way forward. This could be a wonderful turnaround for the Subliners. No one has managed to do this for a long time. And it is a New York as the Subliners managed to get the job done.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has all come down to this. The last day of qualifying matches before we head over to Minnesota next week for Major 2. The first game of the day. It's going to be between the London Royal Ravens and also Boston Breach.
The London Royal Ravens are one of the best whole teams in the Breach. But in comes Nero. He does find 2 already.
Oh my goodness me, he's going to ring around the rosy. Check the ball, lines them up. This is a map over to the Boston Breach, and that was very, very comfortable. Push is going to start coming in. TJ is below him. We'll find the kill. Can London finally find a breakthrough here? It's a 15-point game. It eventually pushes in though.
He knows he has to be massive. Already takes down Nasty, breaks out of it, tries to turn and burn, not going to be able to. And London are in, and London are secure.
ATL versus Texas, OpTic versus FaZe.
And Dashy continues to mow him down. A wonderful spree there out of the OpTic boys as they will rebound. Take a look at player number 3, Shotzzy. He snuck his way through. He has snuck his way through. OpTic will hold on.
Get back onto this point. All of Atlanta FaZe starting to swan out towards the back. The King not missing on a 4 spree. Oh my!
He cannot miss. He cannot miss. And just like that, OpTic Texas will walk away with the game.
NYSL facing off against Toronto Ultra.
7 seconds remaining here. Let's see if HyDra can pop off in around tank. There's one, there's two. Give it the third as well, going up against these EU comrades.
Be converted. We'll be back to 1 versus 3. It's the real secret. He's going all the way around for this. HyDra's going to be watching him as well. He sees the second one on the bomb. PaulEhx! And pulls off the 1v3.
5 in a row for HyDra.
HyDra says thank you very much. That's 6.
Because they haven't really found many kills. Bans. This is the 5. There's the glide. There's number 8.
The rest of Ultra have to sprint for this as well. As Clinic finds the second one and gets the contest in the last 9 seconds. Finds the third. Oh, fourth. It's all Clinics. Tiny amount more. Neptune has sealed the deal. Ultra down to 11th.
Major 2 is going to be nuts, and looking at the points, OpTic is on top, definitely. Atlanta FaZe right behind them, and the middle of the pack is extremely close. Take a look at that. LAT, Toronto Ultras, 60 points. Let's take a look at the bracket as well.
I think Breach and Guerrillas is the most interesting round 1 matchup.
That's it for Stage 2 qualifiers. We love you, and I hope you have a great night. We'll catch you next time.
Welcome to Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes.
Where you'll be welcomed with open arms and smiling faces.
But don't mistake the Minnesota niceness for weakness.
Oh, baby! He gets the point. Priestahh, what a legend!
When you come here, you better be ready.
A huge 1v3, but Røkkr will take it in the end.
The North is no joke.
And it is a massacre. Røkkr, spring to life.
People have an indomitable spirit, and we play with that same spirit.
Standy with 2 more.
Minnesota is never chalk.
Oh, he did it again! How does he get away with this?
Never count us out because we're never done.
We may never see pandemonium shenanigans like this ever again.
Enjoy your time here, but be ready for war.
But it's hard when it seems doing this in the back of the map.
Finds 2, surely not. Clinics is also.
Takes down Gunless at 1v1, and then Cypher is there.
Locking it down.
As Capsidal finds and kills.
HyDra is still going.
HyDra guns him down.
Who other than Afro?
It's the Ravens.
This is day 1 of Major 2. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Hello and welcome to the Røkkr Major 2, coming at you live from the Mystic Lake Casino Hotel in Minnesota, right off the back of Major 1 that we had over in Texas, where OpTic Texas were your champions. But right here in Minnesota, we got a lot of teams trying to hold that trophy at the end of the weekend. The Atlanta FaZe and hopefully the hometown team, the Minnesota Røkkr. But right here on the analyst desk, we're gonna break it all down. My name is Belly. We got the mastermind Nameless. We got my girl aLLeY, and also we got Chance and Nameless. We have been just brutally in it, man. Non-stop Call of Duty action since Major 1 ended.
These teams have been grinding, trying to get better to take down the top dog in OpTic Texas. OpTic Texas obviously haven't lost since the first week of Stage 1 qualifiers. They've just been lights out. They're trying to get another championship here. The middle of the pack has been turmoil as well, so I can't wait to get into the thick of it.
And talking about the middle of the pack, aLLeY, the competition has been thick crazy lately, right? Like, in the middle of the pack, just everybody has been just gunning to rise to the top ranks.
Absolutely. All the teams in the middle of the pack can push these top teams to the limit, and I think it's great that we are at the Minnesota Røkkr event Major 2 because this team is one of those teams that does it.
Got that right, Chance. Lay it on me, man. Do you think that OpTic Texas are going to repeat this event, or do you think we might get a new winner this event?
Look, man, if you were like an odds maker, right, I think OpTic just has the best opportunity, but FaZe is obviously, I mean, you know they're coming for him, right? Working on that map pool, see what they can cook up, so you never know.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see what's going to go down this weekend, because we got some good matchups at the top of the list. We got OpTic Texas facing off against the Seattle Surge, but looking at this list right now, aLLeY, which one do you really look forward to?
Honestly, it's got to be Subliners versus FaZe. FaZe has that fire underneath them, but the New York Subliners with their new look roster have been on fire.
Now, the biggest shock to me is the bottom side of the bracket, the loser side, where we have the LA Thieves, Paris Legion, Toronto Ultra, and the Minnesota Røkkr. Nameless, that's a scary side of the bracket, man.
Oh, it's terrifying. You have the Røkkr team who just never wants to go out in a series. They're so good at search and destroy. Then you have Thieves who, in the beginning of the game, were absurd at hardpoint, statistically the best, and played well at Major 1, but they've just been in a slump. But we know the talent on this team. They could absolutely turn it on and get back on point when it comes to those HPs here in this losers bracket. And then Ultra, that team is terrifying to me because they're great at search and destroy, and we've seen seen moments as recent as their FaZe match where they look ridiculous at hardpoint as well. So a lot of their losses at hardpoint recently have been very close margins. So Ultra as well can turn up and make a run.
All right, now let's go take a look at the schedule and see what match is going to go down today. We're going to kick things off with the Nero Ravens versus the Florida Mutineers. I'm excited to see OpTic Texas and Seattle Surf, like I said before. But Chance, one of the interesting matchups, and one that I was really looking forward to is Los Angeles Guerrillas in Boston Breach.
Yeah, honestly, that might be the only series that I think is kind of easy to predict just because Guerrillas have to play with the sub. Outside of that, even for Atlanta and OpTic, they have to be a little bit concerned about the teams they're going against just because, I mean, hey, it's day one, everybody's fresh, you never know. A team comes out on a hot start, anything could happen.
And one of the teams that I love to see play this year is going to have to be the Boston Breach, one of the newest additions to the CDL, and they took the league by storm with the great placing at Major 1. But when it comes to Stage 2, aLLeY, we've seen so much progression from these individuals.
I mean, yeah, they ended Stage 2 4-1. Again, one of the newer teams in the CDL that I feel like nobody really had expectations for. They didn't know what to expect. They bring in Big Cap, who had average placings in Challengers, and he has been absolutely frying. But they are coming off a tough loss to the London Royal Ravens, the top 3 team in the CDL.
Hey, yo, Nameless, you know who's been frying lately, man? It's been that guy, Methodz, man. Zenny for the winning all day long. He's been putting in work as an AR for this roster.
Yeah, I mean, at least in the main AR, like, he's cracked into the elite tier of main ARs. He went from 1.03 overall KD to a 1.38. The guy's just been absolutely frying. Their team has the highest plus-minus when it comes to hardpoint at 53. Like, Boston, their turnaround in hardpoint, at least progression-wise from Stage 1 to Stage 2, they've had the most progression by far. And it just comes with that land experience. Obviously, you know, they had a couple big wins at Major 1, didn't really land the placing that they wanted to, but everybody's gotten better. Nero in particular has learned so much, and this team, they're firing right now. They just can't beat the top teams. That's the one question we have for this team headed into Major 2.
Yes, so take a look at the stats. Yeah, Methodz is doing well and the stats are pretty, but what does that mean if you can't beat the best?
Well, to me, honestly, I just feel like that's the next step for this squad, because when they started the year pretty inconsistent, trying to figure things out, but they have been growing, and that's the last thing on the chopping block, actually taking down these top teams, because right now, they're in argument for being a top 4 squad. If they can start knocking on that devil's door, then we might have a new contender.
And let's also remember, like, when we say top teams, it's literally the best teams in the game. Like, they're still, like, number 4, so they are competing with the best. So they are a top team in and of themselves. They just have to get over that hump to be championship caliber.
The upper echelon of teams that we have in the CDL are just on another tier right now, but we're seeing who's going to knock on that door. But let's go ahead and talk about Los Angeles Guerrillas, a team that was struggling at the beginning of the year after a facelift from the results that we saw last year, right? But we've been seeing this team get so much better for this event, aLLeY.
Yeah, and it's been around their teamwork, right? It feels like they weren't all on the same page, and finally when they start to hit that stride, unfortunately they take the 3-0 loss to Texas OpTic. Now they do have to bring in Spart, unfortunately. Of course, we hope Gunless feels better and is everything as well. But Spart has had pretty average placings in Challengers thus far. He's placed first in the second Challengers Cup with Yeez, Prolute, Mohawk. But since then, it's been pretty average overall. So there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders with this debut in LAG.
But you know what? He came in and he tried his best. Nameless, I mean, what more can you do if you get a phone call out the middle of nowhere and they say, hey, man, pick up your sticks, we're going against OpTic.
Like he's in the middle of the cup, and it's like, all right, lace up, man. Time to go up against OpTic Texas, like the best team in the game. That's very tough. And it looks like mentally he handled it really well. Like he didn't play that match, get smoked, and oh my God, I got to get way better before I come back. Like he handled it well, let out a funny tweet. He knows that the circumstances were tough. So coming into this, having a few days to get comfortable, watch VOD with the team, be here with them, practicing on LAN, I'm expecting a better Spart, because Spart does have a lot of experience in Cold War. He did win the Challengers Cup finals, so he knows what to do in high pressure situations. So I'm excited to see if he can bring that to this first match.
It's a different game, Nameless. It's a different game.
True. We're talking experience and being in high pressure. And what's higher pressure than filling in for one of the best players on the team in Gunless? It's going to be tough.
You got that right. But you know what, though? I'm a fan of the underdogs. And speaking of underdogs, one of the matchups that I'm hoping has a really spicy result will have to be between the Atlanta FaZe and the New York Subliners. And ever since that team change happened, you brought in PaulEhx. Okay, New York looks brand new, Chance. We can't doubt it.
I mean, he's one of those subs in the league that just seems to be like the panacea. Whatever your issue is, you bring him in and he fixes it straight away. They go from unable to win a single hard point to winning 6 in a row. And granted, the teams they're winning the hard points against are on the loser side.
But it's 6 in a row.
But 6 in a row. So he's been incredible. But not just Paul. I think Neptune. I mean, he's had one of the most miraculous turnarounds. I know he was incredibly vocal about just wanting to play his game. Well, apparently he's able to hit his stride, right? He goes from the very bottom league, he is shot to the top, and the team is feeling that impact. And again, you just have to stare at the hard points, right? Your map win percentage, massive turnaround. You go from losing by 70 to winning on average by 70 in the hard points.
Ridiculous, man.
It's been spectacular.
Yeah, and I think it's the philosophical differences in how you want to approach the game that Crim and Clay had. Obviously, Crim going into that man-AR position, he told the team, like, hey, just go out there and do what you want, play hyper-aggressive, and bringing in a guy like PaulEhx in that flex position, he does play faster than Crim and both Clay. And, you know, his non-traded kill percentage is 7% increase, which in comparison to the league, that is a huge difference. Like, he's up like 20 spots in the ranking to where Clay was at. So it's brought a lot to this team in PaulEhx, and it's led to Neptune and HyDra being way more free on the map and able to do what they want and influence the game.
I'm loving this sub-duo, and I hope that Neptune comes into this event with a little chip on his shoulder and pops off a little bit. But the thing is, if that happens, and hopefully it does, right, this team has such a rough journey for this event. Okay, they go against the Atlanta FaZe, and if they win, they go against the winner of OpTic and the Seattle Surge. And aLLeY, even if they lose to LA Thieves, this is rough.
Yeah, no, they definitely do not have the fun time here in this bracket. I think that was like my initial tweet when I saw this bracket. It was like, wow, New York Subliners are kind of in the blender, but if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best if you really want to toss that saying up in there. But with Neptune and HyDra frying, I think they'll still put up a good fight.
Well, the best team in hardpoint by my account, right? They're undefeated ever since the team.
I don't want to go that far.
Don't look at me like that, Chance. All right, but they will have to bring it because they're going to go against one of the CDL's best in Atlanta FaZe. And when it comes to this team, they're terrifying.
They're absolutely terrifying, and they've been expanding their map pool tremendously. I mean, the Gavutu hardpoint, to me, is just some of the cleanest that we've seen, P3 into P4, and sometimes all the way into P5 because they hold it from the front. Like, these guys are absurd. They've worked at their Desert Siege. I think they're now 4-1 on that map as well in Search and Destroy. So Atlanta FaZe coming into this one, it's all been preparation to play OpTic Texas. They know that the map pool was the one thing holding them back, specifically the control, and still Gavutu control hasn't been that great. So I'm looking to see the improvement they made in that within the last couple of weeks coming into this major.
Well, hopefully a big improvement comes from them not facing a big disadvantage from playing in Texas, especially against OpTic, right? Well, let's go ahead and take a look at what Atlanta FaZe had to deal with at our last major that we might get again at this one. Absolutely brutal. Nameless, you've gone against OpTic, and you've heard this crowd before, man. It can't be fun.
I mean, it just fuels your anger, right? Like, you go out there and you just want to beat them so bad, and unfortunately for FaZe, they weren't able to do it, so they've been in the lab, man, and you know they have a chip on their shoulder after hearing that crowd.
All right, now, let's open this up to a whole discussion on the Desktop Roundtable discussion. Out of everybody here right now, do you all believe that we're going to have a finals rematch here between OpTic and FaZe to close out this major?
Yes, I do. I think that is the most likely scenario. I said it back at Kickoff Classic. This might be the case for every single major we have this year. OpTic and Atlanta, right now, they're just in a tier of their own.
I think maybe earlier in the bracket we'll get kind of like a rematch, but I don't think the final is going to be Atlanta and OpTic again, especially with them being on the same side of the bracket, and one of them is going to get taken down.
I actually think FaZe is going to knock OpTic down in that winners round too, but I do think OpTic will make it back up to the finals. I think it's going to be an epic match in the finals, OpTic versus FaZe.
All right, and speaking about OpTic, let's get into it. They're facing off against the Seattle Surge, and a lot of people might think that's going to be an easy series, but me personally, I don't think so. But OpTic are just showing the world that they're the best out there right now. They're unstoppable.
I mean, you got to keep in mind, they've also played Seattle a few times, and they're 6-1 in map count. But I do agree, it is actually going to be quite a bit closer than we expect. We have like the control tick changes that are coming through, and I think when I was going over the map set, just because I'm actually casting that series, I kind of like the picks for Seattle. The hard points are going to be a bit closer than expected. Now, make no mistake, they have to play at their absolute best, but I'm with you, Belly. I see the potential.
All right, and one of the reasons why OpTic are flying high right now has to do with the MVP of Major 1, aLLeY. Dashy was incredible.
Dashy was incredible. Everybody on OpTic had MVP performances, but the thing about Dashy is we have all seen him grow so much as a player over this game alone. Like, his mentality as a player has been overhauled. We heard Scump talking about it, and you can see it in his gameplay as well. It is completely translated. You can see it in the KD overall, just the amount he's been able to take over series and be there for his squad. OpTic Texas looks so dangerous this year.
And take a look at that KD for control, 1.29 first place. That's one of the reasons why OpTic are the best control team in the game. But Seattle, they're going to have a tough hill to climb, Nameless. This team is so up and down. We got a good Seattle one day and kind of a Seattle other times, but this event, I really want them to show us what that potential really is.
I mean, it's tough for Seattle in this matchup because the maps they're good at, like OpTic, are dominant at. Like Seattle love to play Bocage Hardpoint. That's going to be a tough one versus OpTic. And then also Berlin Search and Destroy map. We've seen Seattle have success on a tough one versus OpTic. But for Seattle, they have turned it around. They played to their competition. Even in the series versus OpTic, they were very close maps. And I remember Chance was touching on the control a little bit, how that they were outslaying and things like that with the tick update. There is some opportunity here for Surge as Pred and Sib have completely turned it around. They've been playing phenomenal in the last couple showings.
And hopefully they bring it today because I really want to see it. I saw Pred backstage and that man was looking fresh and ready for this matchup. But ladies and gentlemen, we are just getting started. When we come back from the break, we're going to talk about changes that's happened since the last major and also more matches to come. We'll catch you guys on the other side to continue on with our pre-show before the big event starts. We'll see you soon.
So won't you go ahead and tell me when you had enough? I'll give you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome. When you come around, you thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything I'm taking in the facility.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, all of you beautiful people, welcome back to the Minnesota Røkkr Major 2 out here in Minnesota, where this resort is actually pretty cool, okay? But stay away from the casino if you're not good with gambling. We learned our lesson last night, Nameless. But let's go ahead and talk about some changes that has happened to the game. And fans, players, and spectators alike, I think we can all agree that the change of control is actually amazing.
I mean, I'd say like the best quality of life change we've had this year. It has been like the typical thing in control where a team on offense just are able to stagnate and play for kills. No more. We are playing on the objective. Whoever captures the most segments or ticks, well, that's the team that pulls that defense, which on the only 2 maps we have, defense still heavily favored. So I'm a massive fan of the change. The teams now get rewarded for actually being able to play the objective. And thank God we even have the graphic now just to keep track of the ticks. So that makes my job that much easier. But again, it just makes the adjustment. If you understand the game, if you can play the OBJ role, those are the teams that now get rewarded.
Yes, and also a major change has happened. We actually have a new bomb site on Bocage, and we saw a little ninja diffuses and teams trying to adapt to this new change. Nameless, what are your thoughts about that?
I think it's a lot better. It makes the offense have to work to get that bomb down a lot harder. I mean, obviously on defense, you have that back wall where you can see over it. We've seen some crazy clutches already with only a week of the update. The 1v3 that Zero had, it just adds that Rosie ability back to the game. You can go around, hit that flank, and get those kills. So I like where this bomb site is right now, and we're going to also check out the heat map so you can see how the action has changed from the previous bomb site to the new one. It's honestly been a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really a complete pressure change. You can see now there's a lot of headies getting put into play. Not only does it slow a mixing map like Bocage down, but it's now opened up a lot of areas of dominance. There's the deep truck heady right off of spawn for defense. There's the Lamar tank heady outside of plat, and of course the bomb heady right on top of that A site, and a lot more bottom ground wall control. Honestly, with that tools and kitchen, I feel like that's mostly come when we've been in 1v2, 1v3 situations to just play house, play your corners, maybe play a timing on one of those headies. But I think it's been interesting to watch so far.
I love it. I want to see how much this is going to progress this event, but I'm also, aLLeY, there's a big addition to this event, okay? First time I actually met you, you were in an open bracket, and actually the last time we had an open amateur bracket was in 2020, the Los Angeles Open, but here in Minnesota we're having yet another one, and there's major MLG vibes back there.
It is. It literally feels so old school. It is the passion pit in the other room, and it's on land. There are EU teams, there are APAC teams, there's NA teams, all going head to head, just like in the olden days. I'm so excited to hear all the screaming, and you already know we're going to smell it from this this round.
Hopefully not. We hear some cheers, though. Don't cheer for that. And also, at the bottom of your screen, you can follow live all of the updates that's happening in an open bracket. You don't want to miss it. But also, there's some players to watch. And one of them is, you're real familiar with him. It's going to be Havoc, one of your ex-teammates.
Yeah, Havoc has developed so much as a player. I mean, a couple years ago, was winning championships, has found himself back into the challenger scene, but they have been dominating on a 7P. That is unheard of. These guys have just been lighting it up. And, you know, this team is so good in their eyes that Havoc has even denied a starting CDL spot on the New York Subliners. That is how much faith and belief he has in this roster. So definitely going to be keeping an eye out for Texas Nation to see how they can translate the online success to land, because a lot of those players have a lot of history on them.
You got that right. And Call of Duty is worldwide, baby. One of the biggest names I'm excited to see. His name is Real, and Chance, you know a lot about him.
Hey, this is what I'm excited about, by the way, the EU versus NA matchup, because EU challengers for the past couple of years, I think honestly might come out on top, and Real, an important factor as to why. I mean, Nameless, obviously, we remember from Black Ops 4, the Heretics, that
Vamos,
Spanish squad. Elite. They were
it.
back in the day, like a top 8 squad before we came over to franchising, and now they get to fill out that roster a little bit more with Real, that sort of like fresher face to the scene. So we already know he's nasty on the sticks. I can't wait to watch him play.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in a year where rookies are just tearing up the scene right now, I'm pretty sure the open bracket is going to be just as fire. But on the other side of this break, we're going to kick things off with the first matchup of the day, the London Royal Ravens and the Florida Mutineers. We'll catch you on the other side.
Think you could rule an island? Want to prove it without needing an invite? Welcome to Call of Duty League Resurgence, Rebirth Island. For the first time in history, it's you versus them. Oh, baby! In an epic battle on Rebirth Island, where you will have the chance to go head-to-head with the titans of the CDL. Register your squad on Game Battles where the action begins at the opening stage. Your team will have 2 days to play 10 matches and rack up points. Next up, qualification stage. This is where the blood, sweat and tears come into play, as only 8 battle-tested teams will survive and advance to the main stage, where it's time to pop off against the slickest of combatants. You versus the 12 CDL orgs. What's up for grabs? Eternal glory for the squad, along with a $100,000 cash prize pool. Head to callofdutyleague.com/resurgence by April 7th to register. Only players who register and stream on YouTube will be eligible to advance in the competition, which takes place online. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. Sign up through April 7th to stand up and be counted. Those who dare win.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. Major 2 is about to be underway between London and also Florida, and I can't wait. And when it comes to both of these teams, there's a lot to prove right now. Florida is showing that they're not just a middle-of-the-pack team, and London showing that they're one of the best in the CDL, and they're showing it in a good way so far.
I mean, my biggest thing for London is they were placing like top 3 when they were underperforming, right? So now they get that full 4-man roster, everybody in full force. I think they can bounce back and try to bump it up just a little bit more.
And in this tournament, they're showing that they're not just a top 3 team, aLLeY. They want to win it all, and when it comes to this team in the game field keys of victory, what do you want to see with it?
I want to see them continue on. I mean, take care of business on Gavutu. Hardpoint Mutineers are 0-3. Negative 114 is the last and average point difference. That is huge. And prioritize rotation to P5 Money Hill on Gavutu. Royal Ravens only winning 27% of P5 rotations. But don't let that fool you. London Royal Ravens is a break-heavy squad. And feeling good if you go to map 5. London is 4-0. First in offensive and defensive win percentage on Desert Siege. So we clearly can see who got the advantage in map.
And this is going to be an interesting matchup because, okay, Florida Mutineers, I'm going to admit, I like this team a lot, and it has to do with their individual prowess. I think universally we can agree that these players pop off at the right times, but they need to bring it together and use that teamwork to really close out in these games.
I mean, that's the big thing, right? It is absolutely, without question, 4 great individual players, but they've just kind of struggled in a bunch of their series. They've yet to really establish themselves towards the top, but there's no better way to do it than on the main stage at a major.
Yes, and when it comes to this team, pacing is a question. Dave Patty has been killing it. Awakening has been an absolute beast. But against London, Nameless, I mean, what can we expect?
I mean, Awakening has been an absolute beast. Like, he's number 4 overall KD. He's been lining up since that map we saw him go off on, that Tuscan at Major 1. When it comes to Florida Mutineers, though, like, looking at their hardpoint, on the structured maps, they can't do anything. They auto-veto Berlin in almost every single, well, in every single series. They've never played it. And then Gavutu, they've been 0-3. So let's get into the game field keys to victory. Be prepared on Berlin hardpoint. Florida has not yet played Berlin, which is just wild to see, in London is 6-2. And then also find some form on Gavutu control. London 7-3, Florida 1-2. They prefer to play Tuscan, but they have the lower seed, so they're going to end up playing Gavutu in majority of their series as they go through this tournament. And then also Tuscan Search and Destroy needs to be a W. Florida 2nd in round win percentage, London last on Tuscan Search and Destroy. So the big W's that you can get in this series, the statistical advantages you have to take care of if you're the Florida Mutineers.
All right, it's about time for pickups. I'm about to put all y'all in the hot seat right now. Okay, so first off, I'm going to lead the way. I think the London Royal Ravens are going to win this one. I think it's not going to be a blowout entirely because Florida likes to keep things close. You think it is, maybe. I'm going to get you in a second, but I think it's going to be possibly a 3-1. Chance, what do you got from me?
I'm cool with a 3-1, but like a very confident. So like I think a blowout might be on the table. London have just looked like the better team. And again, Gizmo struggled at Major 1, and they still ended up placing incredibly well. I think he's going to have a very strong tournament for Major 2. So taking London all the way.
And I think Afro's consistency is definitely going to be a problem. And aLLeY, who you got?
I think London Royal Ravens is absolutely disgusting. I think they're definitely going to win this series.
All right, Nameless. You think it's going to be close? You think it's going to be a blowout? Florida, London?
I think it's going to be a blowout. I think London's going to win this series in 3-0 fashion. They look like the more structured team. Their gameplay and hardpoint is beautiful. Search and Destroy has been looking good as well. And then Trey Zero, he gets better on land. And I love that production put him on cam because he's looking as good in real life as he is in game. So London got this one comfortable in my book.
But aLLeY, I think the most disgusting part about London is the fact that, okay, you got Trey Zero out there with the AR running things, right? But when it comes to the youngsters,
they haven't even hit their ceiling. Like, that's the thing, is London is already so gross at this game, and you still have Afro, Gizmo, and Nasty not hitting their ceilings yet. They still have their games where they struggle, right? And once they fix those little mistakes, this team is looking terrifying to start pushing up against the teams like OpTic and like FaZe.
Right, and Chance, when it comes to Florida, okay, if there was a universe that they would win this game when it comes to your pick'ems, who would you think would stand up the most, or would you think it's the team dynamic that really needs to step up?
Well, it's absolutely the team dynamic that needs to step up. If you look at one player, maybe throw it to Vivid, because he is like that main SMG sort of player that needs to have that success. But the path in my mind for the Mutineers to pull off this victory is they just have to dominate in the slaying category. So I need to see it across the board.
I think it's really interesting that you should point out Vivid there, because I personally think Vivid might be their best player. I think what they seriously struggle with right now is not having that set leader. I think Dave Patty might be struggling in that role, as it seems this team happens to have no direction sometimes when it comes to series, and that's why sometimes they're frying. Sometimes they just happen to all be on the same page, and sometimes they're getting absolutely smoked out.
Awakening is their best player, but Vivid is hyper aggressive. He is a huge asset. He's just been underperforming in Search and Destroy, sitting at a 0.7. Like, he has to improve in that game mode, which has been the game mode that's lost him a lot of series.
Well, yeah, they're 1-7 when he's negative. But let's go ahead and take a look at the maps of game modes to see where these teams are actually going to battle off. I'm wondering if on map 1 is going to be Bacage Hardpoint. I would love to see Vivid there.
I'm pretty sure London have played Bacage Hardpoint. Hold on, we should talk about this. London have played Bacage Hardpoint one time this season. And in my eyes, anybody who instantly bans Bacage every single series, they're automatically a solid team. So hats off to London. I love the way this London team plays. Afro is somehow seemingly every single time on rotation, being that player who's just annoying, getting behind you and stopping your holds and getting those breaks. So, looking at London, I just think they're a solid team across the board. They're very consistent. They're just trying to get over the hump of beating Atlanta FaZe and OpTic Texas. And it's looking like it's going to be soon.
aLLeY, do you believe, take a look at the maps right now, do you think either team won that map ban phase at all?
London 100%, especially on Gavutu, a map that your sub and Afro feel so comfortable on. To get that as the first map in the series, I think that's a huge step across London's board. And of course, that game 5, should we even get there, Desert Siege is also one of their best S&D maps. They have a very large map pool overall, so I definitely think London probably won that veto.
All right, Chance, I think one of the biggest factors and forces in this game, especially for London, definitely going to have to be Afro. Now, at the beginning of the year, we saw Afro's aggression really pay dividends and attribute to a lot of success towards the London Royal Ravens in this matchup right here, and actually this major in totality. How much of an impact do you think he's going to have?
One of the highest impact players in the game. I think Afro is it depends on the performance from this tournament, but could be in the conversation from one of the best players in the game.
Oh, for sure. I like that.
Even on a map like Gavutu, by the way, he is one of the very few SMG players that can more or less run the show, have a great deal of success. So I'll be looking straight at him just for map number 1. But just to touch on the pick and bans, if you're playing against Florida, if you ban Bocage hardpoint, you're going to have a fantastic time.
Every single time.
It does not need to get more complicated than that.
And then not only that, London, they are the higher seed, so they get to pick the control. And, like, this is a team that is complete opposite from London when it comes to control. Like, they love to play Tuscan and Gavutu. Florida Mutineers just haven't been able to play well on that map. London Royal Ravens, when it comes to Gavutu, I mean, they have fantastic AR players, and also Nasty, who is extremely annoying when he gets up close and personal. Like, this is just a solid team and a very hard series for the Florida Mutineers.
With Afro versus Awakening, and Awakening is leading the way definitely.
I mean, he's disgusting, right? I mean, high damage per life, good chunk of his team kills, and you know that when he's a player that pops off, he can literally take over games. That being said, even when he is the takeover player, it doesn't always result in the team wins, but I just think Afro, man, because he's the SMG, he is just a menace on the map.
The biggest difference between these two for me is, yes, Awakening has very high engagement gains. Yes, he has 1.22 KD, but does he have the presence on the map the same way that Afro does?
Oh,
Afro
not
is
not as Afro.
No. Afro,
Not as Afro, but he does.
is routing the map. He is rotating 30 seconds early for his team, when that shouldn't even be his job on this squad that is so good at breaking these focus rotation. To me, I think this is day and night when it comes to these two players. Sure,
Well,
they might be close in slaying power, but I feel like Awakening has yet to hit that route sub roll.
Well, we could talk about Awakening a little bit. I mean, the guy is frying in this stage. We got to throw some credit. I mean, he's 28% of his team kills, which is 3rd overall in all of stage 2. When it comes to damage, he's been frying as well. Top 6. Like, he has been lighting it up for this team.
But
on a team level,
winning?
no, they're not comfortably winning. Because on a team level, they have to figure it out. It's too individual. On an individual level, though, Awakening has been superstar status throughout all of stage 2.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure you guys are tired of hearing us talking right now. Casters, stop talking, start the game. So it's my pleasure to say, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Major 2, and we're about ready for the Florida Mutineers and the London Royal Ravens. Let's go ahead and get this show started. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
Well, Minnesota. It is good to be back. God, you all look fantastic, and if I get any closer, I'm sure I can smell you too, and you know what? You look like you smell good as well. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start the Major 2 off right. We have got a lovely game to get things going here in this room already. Oh boy, we're gonna get real loud all weekend long. Are we ready, team? Ready to get this going? All right, without further ado, let's just get this show on the road. The first team, they are the gatekeepers to the S tier here in the league. Put your hands together for the London Royal Ravens. Afro, Gizmo, Nasty, and Zero.
And with an event here where the London Royal Ravens want to prove that they're not just top 3, they're the best out there, this is where they show it.
This is where they start their run, right? This is their first matchup up against Florida. You know what? They look comfortable on that stage, Belly.
And you know what, Miles? I think the underdogs from Florida got something to say.
They're a team you can never, ever truly count out because the Florida Mutineers, they've come here with something to prove, and it is going to be a special showing indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the stage to London's opponents, the Florida Mutineers. Awakening, Dave Patty, Skies, and Vivid.
And the thought of seeing a player like Skies even all in, I'm loving this team, and I hope that they prove that they're so good at this event.
Yeah, the core of Skies and Awakening a couple years ago were winning championships, lighting it up, and since then it's just been inconsistency across the board. They're trying to turn that tide, and it would start with a big win in round 1 versus a top 3 team.
Hey, yo, Miles, enough talking, man. I'm ready to get this show started.
You cut glass with these nipples right now, Belly. Let's do this. Are we ready? You sound pretty ready to me. Let's get this show on the road. Merc, Maven, take it away.
Thank you, Miles. Yes, very excited to get things rolling. The crowd already getting ramped up, and we are ready for what could be a great one. And I'm excited because we love when new players come into the league, and you see Gizmo coming this year, and the talent he has had has been so amazing. But I think it's fair to say, at the last major, it was probably tough for him to be completely focused. You know, he tweeted after the loss of FaZe, I believe he said he was throwing up blood. He had a family member diagnosed with cancer. His little brother was having medical issues. Like, he was going through a lot. Now, I'm hoping life has improved. He's been able to focus this major. I know he missed a week during the regular qualifier matches, but if he's dialed in, who knows? Sky's the limit.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this team, they've showed a lot of adversity, right? Getting through that adversity. Gizmo's one of those guys that we want to see a better performance here. But really at Major 1, it was about, I mean, Nasty stepped up. Afro was making plays. They got to top 3, right? Yeah. This is now a team now. They're playing consistent. They are good in every single game mode. But this first hard point that we're going to, for the Florida Mutineers, it is going to be a difficult one. You can see here, they have never broken a hill on this map. That's not good. No, that's actually last.
When I was talking to you about it, we were just kind of talking through some of the stats we're being sent, and you're like, yeah, they kind of have a hard point they're good at.
Their map pool is
control
weak.
They're good at. The map pool is very, very weak. But to be fair, you know, of tough schedules, they had one of the tougher ones when you look at the qualifier for this.
Yeah, I mean, they won their first 2 matches against the York Guerrillas, and then 3 in a row. It's Boston, Texas, FaZe, like 3 of the top 4 teams right now. And they lose all of them. So, you know, they were able to get to the winner's bracket, but it's not an easy battle whatsoever.
Well, I guess the question I kind of have to you about the Mutineers team then, you know, you saw the desk was talking about the stats for Vivid, right? Like when he goes positive versus when he goes negative, but it just sort of feels like this is a game in which you need to play very fast. And outside of Vivid, this isn't really a team built for speed.
It reminds me a lot of when Vivid was first picked up on Empire last year. His stats were just horrendous, right? But they were trying to build the system, get him in, get him comfortable, and then boom, we saw it, right? He was going to the majors, they were getting to finals. You know, they were a top 4 team by the end of last year. A lot of that due to him. And I think the same thing is here. I think there's too much pressure on him to have to be the first one to go, to have to be the first one to try to start these breaks. You know, when you're watching a team like London, it's Afro, it's Nasty, everyone can make those plays happen. Who's it going to be on the Florida side?
Yeah, it might be as simple as a pacing thing that hopefully they can fix with this current roster, but let's get into it. Time for Gavutu to start things off in this best of 5 between Royal Ravens and Mutineers. Minnesota, we're happy to be here. This venue, by the way, it's awesome.
Old school.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, even this room just reminds me of old school, like MLG event, UMG event, anything. I mean, that's just, you know, we're in this ballroom.
It kind of brings you back.
Yeah, it brings you back big time. I'm loving it, though.
Wanda Gizmo's POV hit down to 4 HP, and it's Awakening that's able to snap. Is Nasty tries to get it rolling. It's actually Afro. That's now going to be 3 in a row for him. He's able to take out Vivid, and they start to rack up the time. And he is just hitting right now. Hitting on Disguise's forehead. Is in range. The MP40 locking it down. Oh my gosh! Give him 6. The man is eating early in this hard point.
I just went away from that glide. Not going to get the glide bomb. Gizmo's going to get that trade, though, but they're already set up here for P2. I mean, they just have them locked in with the pressure that you saw. You can see Nasty trying to work the top side of the map. Dave's going to pick that on up, but a good amount of time there for London Royal Ravens. Still, Florida going to have to try to break on through. Vivid going to get cut down. We talked about their break potential so far, and it's still pretty bad.
Let's see what Awakening is able to find as he's going to catch the stun, but at least he'll be able to call it in top. And Gizmo able to find 2 before he's going to drop. The push, I thought, comes in, but the reload gets off just in time. And where you saw Afro go on the 6-3, now Awakening's turn to turn up. What a beast he has been for this squad. 6-3, 4 in a row. trying to build.
Again, he gets 2 kills. He gets a multi-kill to hopefully open things up, but that just changed it. I mean, you good? You're moving me around?
Well, I was trying to see. I thought this TV was clearer than the other one, Joe, so I was trying to look the other side, but it's the same thing, so never mind.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, even then, right? Awakening, he gets a multi-kill. Can they break, though? That doesn't happen. 71 points in a row for the London Royal Ravens, but over towards P3, you have the early setup for the Mutineers. After, though, it looks like, okay, maybe I thought he was going to try to sneak through towards that lower side ship, but he's going to try to get that kill onto Awakening. Awakening locking down the middle of the map.
And Sky's just playing up close and sneaky, able to do it. 3 in a row. They're on the kill feed for Mutineers, and now Skies will try to get the angle from Ring as they look to push out. Just 35 seconds remaining on this hard point. And what a good bit of time it has been. They're finally able to clear him out, but that's an effective and clean trade from Vivid. Not going to be able to take on the next fight, but so far, they've locked down this point, they brought it back, but these next couple of rotations are where things get interesting.
Yeah, now if you're London, you're going to just try to keep them locked back here towards the feed side. Maybe you can contest some of this time. Zero just trying to find these players on the head. He's with 3 players in position. Vivid going to win that gunfight as well. And you can see Florida going to push up beach side. They don't have anyone towards ship. Gizmo has that lockdown. So this early rotation, it's going to be great for London. Just look how far back the Florida Mutineers are. Now, a perfect kill comes in. They have the lead.
Yeah, so you kind of need it after you give up a full 60.
Yeah, they got to respond with one here.
You're going to lose a lot of time. You've got to answer back. Is Nasty doing his best to lock down one side of the map. He'll now rotate over, is trying to get eyes on and able to do just that. But say he wins another, how ludicrous that would have been. But the damage has been done and the numbers have been thinned for Mutineers. But they're here with the close spawn. They're trying to get an opening as Skies is cooking an aid. Everyone just dropping in front of them. They cannot find any opening. Ravens doing exactly what they needed to do. They're answering back with a magnificent hold here at Tower. Let's get to a listen-in with Royal Ravens.
Dead. Nothing cliff. One front, Sky's beat front. Guys, dead, one cliff. Nice, let's go cliff, get time.
Oh, absolutely.
Go out.
Cliff, okay?
Where'd you go?
Still cliff, bro. We still cliff. You need to push back. Nice. Nice. Right, listen, get boat and then do one.
Awaken one shot. One, guys. I still have P3, guys. P3 tank. Just go. Leave him. Need time.
Yeah. 3 metal steps.
Wait, play this hill aggressive, bro. He's outside steps. Listen, Sky's still on the left. Guys, he said hit you make cut.
I'm caged right now.
Red tank, one shot, Skies. Red tank, so down, jumping out cage.
Absolute time, okay? One to the cage as well, cage.
Red steps, guys, red steps.
No time. Yeah. Go.
We hear the listening there with Royal Ravens. Both teams really just trading blows for now, but you heard what the comms are like as they brought it back. We want to hear it on the other side. Let's go right to a listen-in with Mutineers.
You might go Gizmo's dead.
Cage, you have a nuke. You're free nuke.
I'm gonna push out low.
Not barrel nuke.
They can go stairs, right? You want to curve on me? Curve on me now. Take lives low. I'm one shot, I need up, guys. I got killed by Sun. They're curve. Alright, I'm staying inside the ring. They're curve. Curve, push up. He's curve, push up. He's outer fence, good. They're ring stairs, Nasty, now weak. Good job, one more time. No, after weak. Are you by yourself, Crazy, by yourself?
No, he's in the ring. He's just gonna finish in the ring.
I'm going on now.
Yeah.
Nothing going. Middle thing, try to go mid.
Push you on inside ring.
Yo, outer fence dead. I'm staying now. Watch out. He's going front green. In the corner, we inside ring.
Yeah, ring.
No, he's dead.
Oh, Zero there doing his best. Will Smith just laying it out. Hands to the face. He's going to drop them. They're up 40 right now. Royal Ravens looking to get it done.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, you had some late pressure over towards the last hill at P5. I think Afro was putting it on, and then it's on Afro to break your P1. He's on 5 in a row, up to double positive. That's a difference maker here. You had the early rotation for Florida over to P1 at this ring, but what has London been so good at all year long? Relying on those breaks, they do it again, and they're going to have to do it here. We're going to rotate over towards P2. And while he's just going to try to take this long route, he could flip the spawns. Vivid is playing for it. You've seen Vivid with that auto running that third AR majority of the time. So, just finding it when he can. Maybe slow it down a little bit, find those positions. But, yeah, just kind of been back and forth. The big thing to me has been that P1 break.
Just over 30 left to go here. It's going to be Nasty from the top rope. Just trying to find where the contest is in, but I believe Afro able to pick up that kill. Afro just, off the 6th string, right back into the mix. The Z keeps having a sensational map. At 20 and 10 right now, double positive. Not only that, Joe, he's got 2 minutes and 17 seconds in the hard point.
He's been hanging out, dude. That's a long time. But that's really what it's been. I mean, when a team has had a hill, there hasn't been too many breaks. I mean, a great P1 by London, but P2, they're right back into it. Dave now on a 5 spree. It's only a 14-point game. Look at the rotation over to P3. Skies is already set up. You do have ring control, though. If you are London, that will allow them to put the pressure on, get those nades, try to get Skies out of this spot.
Well, he's down to 43 HP. That's a great nade through. That's going to be nasty. It's able to hit it and get him out of the point, but they get the close deep spawn. They're able to reinforce here quickly, but Nasty gets that position. You kind of nailed it. Once you have ringside, you're able to continue this pressure, but can they actually get him out? And yeah, I mean, the holds have been great for both sides, but Mutineers not exactly known for their ability to break, because you saw the 0% that was on it, but that is what London is known for, and they might need one here, because now the lead to Mutineers, they're going up 10+. Doing an incredible job is Vivid. What a play there. That helps alleviate that pressure. No more push from ringside. They've got to rotate anyway. Can you find more success? And this time, you've got maybe a little bit more aggression than you did last time on the hinge of the rotation.
Yeah, I mean, look at this pinch setup. Awakening is able to get out ship side. The spawns come in. This is an opportunity. You have a 3v2 towards tower. They have to go. You're going to have a pinch come in from Nasty, though. He's there now for the reinforcements. The kills coming in.
Okay.
Trading back and forth, but Mutineers on the rotation, able to win it. And now a chance to win and steal this map one away.
This could be absolutely incredible. They clean up any kind of mistakes from the rotation. Last time through, and Vivid, I think, gets the kill before he drops. It's actually the flash will take him down, so they're going to be in.
Look at
and
that
now,
so
just 30
away.
points away. What a rotation it is from Mutineers. A thing of beauty, and where their hard point woes have been, maybe they cleaned some of it up. Getting locked and loaded for Minnesota is now Dave Batty's got the cross on one side. It's Vivid on the other, and they are inching closer to victory in this map 1.
And it's just been tough for London. I feel like at times, I mean, Florida's been running 4 ARs. You can see what it's done when they've had to break those setups. Florida's just been so good. They've been locking it down. 5 seconds now. Zero's got to go. Him and Gizmo, not the best map ones you want to see from them, but still a chance. Can they get it to the next hill? It's going to be on Afro to try to get in. Him and Gizmo trying to do what they can, but I don't think it's enough. The tick going to come in, and Florida Mutineers steal the Gabutu away.
And see, that's like, when we talk about this team and, how maybe they might struggle to play with pace, it feels like when they can pull out 3 or 4 ARs in a map, like, shouldn't they be good?
Yeah, that's what's been so odd, right?
Yeah, right?
Like, we get to run 3 ARs with these players on our team. Like, great. Like, this is
that's what you would think, but it hasn't, right?
Yeah, it hasn't been. It's been sort of like, we have to play Bojaj because that just kind of makes us play a little bit faster. We can play with Vivid, but you saw it there. It was a map where they were running 3 to 4. You had a couple MP40s depending on the hill. But the slang, I mean, was there from everyone.
So, I think the big thing, they are basically flawless at 3rd, right? I don't think you really give up a 2nd to Royal Ravens.
No.
But the rotation to 4th, the 2nd time through, it's everything. That's
I think that rotation to 4th, I think that 2nd hill hold in the 2nd rotation, it was like 170 to 120.
Yeah.
They needed a response because if London break that, they're over the 200-point mark. Then the pressure is really on, I think. That was just such a good job at that ship. But yeah, when they needed a hold, they did. I mean, that wall was strong for Florida.
And I just think, like, if you're going to play that way, if you're going to have a lot of ARs, and it's not a team like Royal Ravens, and we know how much success they've had in the break. There's been very little from Mutineers. When you have the early rotations, you have the setups, you have to. Like, you have to hold, or you're not going to win hard points. You're just not.
And I think, like, for London, I mean, they just couldn't find the kills at the right times. I think especially at that P3, just 2 times in a row. When you're able to get ring control, you're hoping to at least contest, right? Just get to that ship, maybe just try to waste time. In worst case scenario, even if you lose majority, let's say 40 seconds, you should have the early rotation to P4, which we saw the first time through, not the second time through. Awakening and Vivid, they kind of pinched from ship side and the beach. I mean, they were able to get the spawns to flip out for London. It was just, yeah, it was beautiful to watch.
I saw, Tuger's my guy. He basically was a hero of mine growing up on the Halo side of things. I love him. He's a legend, but I saw he was getting into a little bit with, I think, aBeZy and some of the guys in their podcast and just how they kind of ranked Mutineers and him just thinking, like, this is a much better team than I think you guys realize. He was just trying to stir the pot a little bit, but yeah, I guess we tend to agree. Are they where they should be right now? Maybe, yes. But you feel like the talent is there, especially when you can get more ARs on the map, that they should find success.
100%.
They should. And maybe, you know, usually when there is someone that is maybe, let's say it's Vivid at times that was playing too fast, and maybe that's why he's struggling a little bit. Maybe sometimes instead of my typical thinking with Call of Duty is the rest of the team needs to speed it up, right? Like you usually want to play as fast as you can. Maybe now while you're figuring stuff out, it's just, maybe it is him pulling the brakes a little bit. Like
yeah, pulling out an auto. And maybe on a map like Yavutu for sure, but I think there's definitely some maps,
you can't do that.
a Berlin, where you're gonna need to set up those pinches with the MP40s. But hey, it worked on that map, and we saw the stats. They were basically last on that map in every category. But
they got the win, so who cares? Let's talk Search and Destroy now as we get ready for this. We're gonna talk about Nasty and Skies as they have been two highlight machines for their squads.
Yeah, you can see it there. Both around 1.13 for Skies, 1.11 for Nasty. But 6 kills average per 9 rounds, and you can see what that turns into. 25%. You know, it's 4 of them. It's around the what you would assume, but a little bit higher in this case for both of these guys.
Yeah, I think just the death's a little bit lower, maybe with the KD you've got for these guys. But I mean, Skies, I think since I brought it up many times in my career. When I first met him, he was a 15-year-old kid that was carrying me in Search and Destroy. I thought he had what it take to eventually be a pro, and a couple of years later, what do you know? He's in the mix. He's always had a good brain for Search. I felt maybe took a while on the team side of things, more individual for a bit there, but he's been a great Search player.
You've really always had an eye out for like who can carry me next, right? Like
yes,
you're playing games.
Yeah, it's usually what it boils down to. I haven't played as much ranked in this game, but if I was, yes, I would find some 15, 16-year-old just insane player that would carry me. Yeah, he'd be the next one.
You wouldn't play with me? That's messed up.
No, I need a good 10 to 15 years younger because they're raw gun skill.
Oh, all right.
I'm sorry. I'm really taking digs at you. Okay. I'm sorry, Joe.
No, it's fine. I was just.
It more is about how much I need to carry me than it is to do with you.
Okay. I mean, they could be on the team with us. Like,
well, the real problem is just your elo is so much higher than mine. That's the major issue.
Sorry.
There.
I don't know what to tell you.
But I'm back on controller and just know I'm ready.
Oh, yeah. The whole world
Next
knows.
week, I'm getting into it.
Yeah.
I've only said it a couple times. Yeah. But we get ready for this Search and Destroy between these two teams. But now how, I guess, for you, does this flip on its head a little bit now with that map one win from Mutineers? It's got it, right?
Yeah, I think you saw the deaths, right? Kind of the map that they circled was this map, too. I mean, the map set coming into this was pretty awful for Florida, right?
If you looked at it based on stats, yes. It was horrible,
map record-wise, it was kind of the only thing that was decent for them was this map number 2 on Tuscan Search and Destroy. So it's kind of a map now where stronger for Florida. They have that advantage here, and now can they go up 2-0, put the pressure on London? They have to reverse sweep them.
Yeah, it'd be incredible. I think we're getting a shot of the main stage, just working through, I think, an audio issue for one of the teams, and then we'll get going as soon as we can. Thank you for the patience in the venue and at home. We want to rock into the match as quickly as we can.
We just need to talk. I mean, we're pretty good at this. You guys get to deal with us. That wasn't talking. I don't know.
Was that a horse?
I don't know.
They have horses in Minnesota?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Why wouldn't they?
I'm not a horse expert. I don't know.
I mean, me neither, but I would assume there's a couple of horses in Minnesota.
Oh, I am an idiot. Yeah. But for the Search, when you take a look at it, we're going to something like Tuscan. There's been some changes, right? When you just think about the defensive spawn.
Yeah, I mean, the defensive spawn kind of moved up a little bit. I think maybe to allow them to push up towards Ruin side, right? You don't have those fast planes coming in a little bit more. I mean, even before the changes, it was pretty 50-50. I still think it was like a 51% advantage for the defense, but now that changes, right? So we're going to see how the offensive teams want to switch things up, maybe slow it down. The big thing when we talk about Search, we saw it last major, been seen in the qualifiers, it's all really about hitting those nades, kind of evening up the numbers.
Yeah, a couple of the matches we casted last major.
London was one of them, right?
It was the Thieves match. Was it? Who was it? Thieves, and it was on Tuscan, but I think it was Control. No, it was the Search, but it was just. I think nades accounted for.
Thieves FaZe, right?
Yeah, that's what it was. Nades accounted for like 80% of the kills. It was pretty unbelievable. Yeah. Trophies didn't exist.
They don't exist.
They don't exist, unfortunately.
Don't know what to tell you. We're not historians, so I don't know.
Don't know about horses or trophies. But we've been told we're just about ready to go and get into the Search and Destroy here between these two squads. And if you're a Mutineers fan, though, you got to be feeling pretty good. We talked a bit about their strength of schedule and how it's been a difficult one, sort of beating the teams maybe they should, and losing the teams that would be a little bit tougher. But they're I guess there's a lot of teams right now. It's tough when you talk about Dark Horse for an event, especially with how the middle of the pack is right now. But if I had to pick a couple, I mean, they'd definitely be one of my maybe top Dark Horses, just surprise people, just based on the talent they have. If they get hot on a weekend,
Yeah, I think obviously the struggle's been against top teams. Someone else who's kind of had that is Boston, so I'd probably put them like in Boston in sort of the same area. I think Boston's obviously been better than Florida, what they've shown, but it's kind of the same talk against the top 3 teams. That's where Boston has struggled. Can they kind of get over that hump here? For Florida, yeah, I mean, it's just the same. I feel like the last 2 years we've had the same conversation. They've beaten some of the lower teams. They have the talent. Can they do it against the top teams? Well, London is one of those teams.
Well, we get ready to go, and I think it's good kind of how that first major went. I think for a lot of the youth and on the other side for the Royal Ravens, I was talking to Zero and stuff, like they got tested quite a lot, like a lot of game 5s. And maybe that helps you in a position like this where you go down 0-1 on Matt, maybe you expected to win. You've kind of seen more, you've learned a bit, you've tested yourselves.
And you can see there, all right, we just saw the last for the Mutineers on Yvutu. It's a lot of last for the London Royal Ravens. They've only played it one time. Awakening a big game, number 1, 24-18, but I think everyone was just on point for that squad. Everyone positive. I think for Vivid, he was only -2.
And you said this was really the one map. This was the one from Mutineers that really looked good, right, statistically? All right, so listen, just you're hanging out with us a little bit longer. Unfortunately, a lobby crash. We're going to get the game restarted as quickly as we can so we can start this map too, but back to us we go. But that's why I think the map 1 upset's so important, considering the map 2 is really your, I guess, your bread and butter or one of your better search and destroys. Can you get that 2-0 edge? Can you put the pressure on? Can you start to feel really confident if you're Mutineers? And then anything can happen. I know the control, it looks scary based on they've had like kind of one good control map, but I didn't expect them to win the map 1 either, so.
Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of understand that when you're coming into a major, knowing that you don't have a very high seed, you're going to pretty much talk about what maps are we going to play, and still with only 2 controls. Yeah, there's a big circle on Yvutu, right, going up against Florida. And I think the preparation for them has to be centered around that. I mean, that's just what it is. You know, or with the veto process, probably what you're going to be playing most of the time. So you would assume a lot of the preparation, kind of what they're focusing on, is that. So maybe they've made some changes when we get to that control and things look better like it did in map 1.
It's tough because you basically, like, you know, we had the major end. You went... There was no break or anything. You went bang, bang, bang into matches, and you've maybe had a couple of days of scrims to improve something, but not really. Like, you finish up with the qualifying matches, you're basically traveling here right after. Like, how much of a chance do you really have to improve some of your weak points?
Well, I think for a lot of teams, the last couple of days of practice here is probably the most important. I mean, being able to play on LAN, and again, because you kind of are realizing it's 1 round at a time. If you're in the winners, until Sunday, it's 1 match a day, right? So.
Well,
you understand that, so you're practicing that map set over and over and over again.
And how often does this maybe arise? Like we knew last year with FaZe, just talking to Crowder, the coach, you know, we're close with them, obviously we game with them a lot. Like there was a map, there was a hard point where they were horrible if you looked at the overall records in the league, but we knew that they were like 102 when you talk about scrims. So like it wasn't necessarily a bad map, it just looked like a bad one in the stats on paper. But that could exist for any team. Like
100%.
They're not performing and maybe in the qualifier, but they actually are like a solid team on it when it clicks.
And it's a very long year. I mean, this is going to be a roller coaster. There's going to be lots of ups and downs.
Yeah, true. Into the search. Time for the game 2 as Royal Ravens will look to answer back, but from the window. It's Dave Patty. It's able to hit the shots. He loves Harry Potter. I love Harry Potter. That means I love him.
Nice.
Yeah.
Does he love Harry Potter?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Is that just a... Oh, that's a snipe. All right, we're doing 2v2. Never mind. Hit it.
Oh, Zero, it's good to have you back. Handsome and talented. We'll see as he looks for the angle. It's actually nasty. He's able to get the kill. Now going to be Skies. I think just about maybe to put it into a 1v1, but the help is there. It's the pistol from Zero, and it's a round 1 win for Royal Ravens.
And these are the kinds of rounds where I think if you look at the Major 2 and what propelled our top teams and, you know, an OpTic for winning that event, it's these kinds of rounds, these 2v3s, these, you know, sort of small skirmishes where you're going to either have to retake or hold on to that bomb site. There's an opportunity there for Florida. They had the man advantage.
You mean where like Thieves excel?
Not right now. Not at the moment.
I was kidding, that one.
Yeah, no, it's
not.
One
search. Whew. Sorry, Nate shot. Whoa! Little jump in and hits. 3-0 start from Zero. It is a beautiful shot and puts Mutineers at disadvantage here early. find more. Here they come. Just a little bit of flinch, not able to take off the head.
And you see, this is just an info game right now. You have Gizmo and Afro heading towards this B site. And Skies is just playing kind of what he can. Now, Vivid's going to try to get aggressive, but Skies, I don't know if he's going to see any of those three players that cross. Zero's going to be the final one, but the whole team's already through. Now it's on Awakening. He's going to work towards TJHaly. Bomb not planted yet, still 30 seconds to work with. You can see all the sort of micro movements going on the map right now. Gizmo in a great position. Bomb being planted by Nasty. He's able to get it down. Now another one of these positions with these retakes. Zero, though, with the pistol.
Well, there's the pistol or the snipe. It is hit, and that'll put him out to 4-0. And you just don't have any utility. You don't have any. The tacticals or lethals left maybe to help with the retake. They're just getting absolutely picked apart. And yeah, maybe unfortunate timing on the cross, but the fact is they get through. Let's take a look at the snipe one more time. Little hop. Gets the info with the first. Shot to the chest on the second. Wondrous start from Zero.
And I love what I saw from London. With that first blood, they slowed it down. They knew that, someone on the defense is probably going to get aggressive, so they took their time, worked with their numbers, got towards that B site. Very disciplined after that first blood.
So far, everything's going exactly as it looked like it would statistically, correct?
Yeah, last wins.
Nasty's gonna hit it right up the gut. Oh, I'm just thankfully he got one.
My man was at the buffet, he just didn't know what to pick.
Yeah, 100%. Is it now goes to a 2 versus 2. Vivid is Skies versus Gizmo and Zero. The chalice out and the pistol, it is still a poppin'. 5-0 start. Now from Zero is all the pressure falls to Skies. He's got the snipe on the other end, but Zero just got that information.
Oh, the nade and the stun.
The nade is through, the push is in. Royal Ravens continue to cruise.
This has just been beautiful by Zero with the snipes that he's finding, realizing when do I have to use this pistol, playing the power positions. But even then, right, in the 1v2, I mean, there's a chance where he gets pushed. The call from Florida is, all right, he's there with a sniper and a pistol. If Skies doesn't have his sniper there, he's probably getting pushed right away for the trade to make it a 1v1. But he buys the time, he's playing his position, doing the bit of an up-downs, and then
hits his nade, yep. Exactly. The push comes in. It's not the easiest thing to deal with, but the fact is they do it clean. Don't give up any kind of throw. So it's 5 in a row for Zero, 3 in a row for Gizmo. Now can Florida just get around, like something to get feeling good about? You finally get a first blood. This time it'll be behind Vivid. You just haven't had advantage much.
Well, Afro's able to bring it back, but he's getting aggressive as well. What else could he find? He's gonna make this a 2v2, but he's all by himself. He gives Zero a chance. 5-0. Can he work it up to 7-0? Has 45 seconds to work with. You can see the way Dave and Skies just playing together.
Yeah, I mean, this might be the game here. If Zero's able to clutch this. Whereas on the other end, you get around if you're Mutineers, maybe you start crawling back, but you cannot allow him to win this 1v2 in the form he's been in.
You see the
He's
weapon.
got a shot. All right, he gets info on both.
Sneaky, sneaky.
There it is. There's the pick. 1 versus 1. Nice trigger discipline from Zero. Now, can he win the 1v1 to start out 7-0? Hey, he gets some shots in the skies. He rips him to his half HP. Starts to become a bit of a guessing game now.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of defuses this year, right? But Zero, he's just playing the 50-50 right now. Just trying to do what he can, and he holds it! So patient, still has not died in this map. I gotta see this from his point of view because I don't know if he snapped. He sure did. He sees him around the corner, the snap hits. I mean, he's a bit out of position. He's going to check that bomb, but
I thought he got
shots.
caught. Yeah, I thought he got caught, but the snap, as you said, absolutely there, and that's a painful one. You go down 0-4 for your Mutineers. You lose the 1v2. You got streaks, you got confidence, you got everything. If you are Zero in this Royal Ravens team, what a clutch and what a search and destroy he is having.
And that's just one of those rounds when you have numbers, you give up a free pick, right? There's no trade after Dave gets picked. Shies is not in a position to chow that. He doesn't even get a bullet in.
And that's, I mean, that's as much on Zero and just his position, the fact that the trigger discipline sees them both cross, like he sets himself up for it. Like, I don't even know how you're in a position to trade that, honestly, just based on how they played it.
Well, first blood comes in, and Afro already pushed up towards this A site. You just see the difference, right? Just with those spawns, it used to just be so much over towards A from the offensive teams where they really have to fight over mid-map control, take things one at a time. A lot of the focus over there towards Fountain, where Awakening is right now. He's trying to make plays through the middle of the map over towards Church. I think he's got in.
Yeah, he's got in, and he could play spoiler. 3 versus 3 now as Vivid and Skies have both found kills. They've taken the advantage, and maybe this will be that first round. But unfortunately for them, Zero is still alive. Now this time it's a 1v3 with 25 to go, but he's on defense.
I think they saw him. I'm pretty sure Vivid saw him over there top radio. He just immediately sprints towards A. Mate, Zero's just got a 6th sense right now.
Hop it. Just stick it. Stick it. That's what I do. Why not? Stick it. Ah, snap! It's another, but the flank is in. No clutch this time from Zero. Mutineers finally able to close it out, and yeah, it was needed. Now you start to claw your way back into a round by round. And this time, though, as you talked about the need for trades, I mean, that is instant. You don't give him a chance. I mean, he has seconds to get out of that and reposition. Who the hell knows what he's able to pull off, but they don't give him a shot.
I hope he's not winning that one. That'd be bad.
Well, yeah, yes, you're right. That would be bad.
I would just have Pat saying, blow it up, blow it up.
Oh, to be fair, there have been some moments this year.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
Kind of comes to a standstill here for a moment. And is this what you thought maybe with the defensive spot moving up a little bit, kind of slow the offense down a bit at times?
Yeah, for London, I mean, this has kind of just been where Gizmo and Afro have been known on offense, right? Just playing around this fountain area, kind of opens up the middle of the cut, and you know, you can see what Zero is kind of working angles with the sniper. They pushed up towards A. It's more of an info game instead of, hey, we know that we have the advantage towards A, right?
Yeah.
The offensive team has a lot more to clear. They're going to use their stuns and nades to try to find those players. Awakening in a good spot. The problem is there's not a lot of opportunity to trade here for Florida if he gets caught, and that's what I mean, right? That comes in, glide bomb now from Zero. He was able to earn that with that 7 kill. Not able to connect, and Gizmo tries any aggressive behind it. The timing's right now hurting the London Royal Ravens. Ooh. Vivid trying to play his life, does a beautiful job here, and now he has his teammates to help him. Dave working up the outside in a 1v2 for Nasty.
What a great job, just getting prone, staying alive. Is Nasty maybe not aware he's got one here on his left? He's at least able to take it down, but the trade should come through right away, and it does. That'll now be back-to-back rounds for Mutineers. But Vivid, I mean, he making the plays, playing his life. Great job there.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, like, you know, you get that first kill, and then I don't know what the call was between Zero and Gizmo, right, with the glide bomb coming in, but Gizmo gets caught there, and that's the waste of a streak. That's then a 3v3 for Florida, which is exactly what they needed to trade those numbers. So you would like to see that just buttoned up a bit. Maybe one player, I say it a lot in this game, just trying to do a little bit too much, trying to make that individual play.
Well, they come out bunny hopping. The team shot is on point. Vivid keeps it rolling. They see it a big round 6. Now trying to do the same in round 7. Let's see if anything combos with the nades here. It looks like he's going to be okay. Yeah, not far off the mark, but it'll miss. The AR starting to heat up now for Mutineers. That's just a pre-fire there. And nearly gets a second on the tail end of it. But how this game has shifted on its head. Now Nasty 1v4. They have been picked apart, eaten alive. And what was a 4-0 lead now within a round.
He's trying not to give a kill away, but he's going to try to see what he can find. But I really like that from Florida, just switching up the pace. Ooh. On attack. Nice shots from Nasty. Just taking his time. But yeah, they go for that double chow. Not afraid of the sniper of Zero. And sometimes that's all it takes, right? Just, I mean, we've seen it from teams like FaZe, where Cell's like, all right, I know what the sniper's going to be. I'm just going to take the shot.
Yeah. Or it's going to chow it every time. But
it's 3 in a row now.
You get the crowd starting to get behind him a bit. It was ugly early, but this mid game, this meta game within the search and destroy, You feel it's starting to shift a bit as now it's Ravens starting to feel the heat. The confidence maybe building a bit for Mutineers.
Look at this 3
You
towards
see
the B
it
side.
be positive.
Look how aggressive they are getting. Afro, he's in a world of trouble, you would think. Where's the trade? It's got to be fast, but Afro? Okay, but that's a ton of information given to him. So now you're in the 3v3. Bomb is planted. Should be in a good setup here is London, but the nade hits, the stun I would imagine hit. Dave's going to try to hit a second one.
Got the info is there, and they fly behind it. It's Vivid that'll send it. He's gotten 2 in the round. Gizmo, not a shot in that gunfight. And now 0 on the edge, but there's the double chow through. They're able to take him down now 4 in a row. It all tied up. Is everything clicking for Mutineers?
I mean, Skies knew. He knew that angle top broken, right, in that retake. All right, where are you playing this from? You get 0 back all the way up. Vivid finds great timing middle of the alley to really start the retake process, right? That's the guy. That's what you want to see. Him playing with that pace, taking those chances. The chance worked out.
What the stat that they showed briefly, like when he's plus or minus, was that all modes or was it just respawns?
No, it was one. I think it was in hardpoint.
It was just hardpoint. Okay, I couldn't remember. But search is where he's really been struggling. It was around a 0.75 or something, right?
Yep.
Well, he's 8 and 7 now, and they've got 4 in a row. There should be a one-on-one in mid. There is. Awakening able to take that, and he's got a teammate looking over him. Or at least he did for a moment. Now he's been able to tuck away into a corner, just getting information with his tactical. And he hits the nade as well. That's what just Gizmo and Nasty. Gizmo was hitting. He was pretty weak.
Right, again, you know, we saw London do it a couple of times early in this game. You get the first blood on offense, and then you just kind of slow it down. You have a minute to work with, and look at what this does to the defense. They're trying to find info. They have to go figure out what's happening on the map right now. They have no idea. Nasty's going to work towards P5. He's going to find a kill, gives him a 3-on-3. Bomb being planted at A, though. So because he finds the one player, look what this does. Zero and Gizmo assume this is probably going to be a B hit, but it is not. It's over towards A.
So we'll see if Awakening, losing him, will punish them at all. At least he's able to get the first blood before they drop. And I mean, before the push even comes towards the bomb plane, you've got, what, 15 seconds or so off of it.
Look at this route from Vivid. He pushes all the way through ruins. He's behind. He's going towards top radio. He's flanking broken. Oh, he went around the map. He took a lap.
Yeah, he goes the whole way around. Thankfully for him, Sky's able to get 2. Zero's going to be the last one up. He's going to have to hit some ludicrous shots, and he starts 2 now. 1 versus 1. Just no time to go. No, okay. What in the hell?
I mean,
he's not going to win the round, but what kind of circus shot is that?
As cool as that was, they've now lost 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, that's the truth of it. Dear God. I mean, a little quick scope at close range, then to get the flick on the wall bang, and you know, when all that flinch is coming through, just to hit it. I mean, incredible shot. It does not matter at all, but an incredible shot. Now 5 in a row from Mutineers. Can they make it 6 straight and win this map too? And you're just going to be thunderstruck if you're Royal Ravens.
It's a hard counter.
Oh, God, they all stack up. There's only one remaining. 6. He is done. 6 straight rounds from Mutineers, and they're up 2-0.
I don't know who's making that play call, but I love it. I mean, honestly, just look at the difference in the game from the start to those 6 rounds. Florida very active on the map, finding a lot more of those first bloods defensively, showing aggression towards B, 3 hitting it. You know, you just saw in that round, 4 towards A. They were not afraid of the London Royal Ravens on that map when they got going.
No, and that's what I think I found the most impressive, in the sense of sometimes when you're like an 0-4 hole, you don't play the way you want to, right? You play a little bit more hesitant, you don't play as aggressive as you want to, but that never seemed to shift. And then once things started to go their way, yeah, foot to the pedal. I mean, it was impressive stuff. And I mean, it was a great map from Zero. He goes 13-5. He was hitting some incredible shots. It's gotta be a frustrating one. But do you think there were? Oh, we're gonna take a look at this one more time. We're gonna see both the snipes. We don't often show a highlight of the losing team, but this was kind of nuts.
Oh, this is the last round. So.
I thought we were showing the play that came in. So he hits. I thought he had a collat for a second, so he's able to get 1. Yeah, that was real close to a collat.
It looked real close.
Well, it's funny because I heard from my producer we're going to show the double side. I'm like, yeah, we don't show the losing team highlights all that often, but no, it's the final round. Yeah, that had to be like a centimeter from hitting a clap, but
might have been a hit marker on the second player.
Yeah,
honestly.
no, might have got him
right to the left thigh, maybe.
Yeah, with how fast they all drop, but that was awesome. And I don't know. Do you think with how Zero was playing with the sniper, did you see maybe any changes from Mutineers to kind of deal with that, or just kind of kept to their
I mean,
recipe?
they weren't afraid of it.
Yeah.
Right? I think that was a key, especially A side when they were getting aggressive. They weren't giving him a lot more picks, though. Honestly, I think the key for me is that once Florida got going, they neutralized Afro and Gizmo, who are kind of their aggressive players. And we saw, right, with the glide bomb round is huge to me because you invest that, you get all that info, you had the first blood, and then Gizmo gets caught radio side over towards B. I mean, those are those rounds where you go back and watch, and it's just it's tough because you win that one, probably put the map away.
Well, we've got a potential upset looming. I don't think a lot had Mutineers taken this series, but they are up 2-0. Now a map away from moving on in this winner's bracket. We're getting things fired up here in Minnesota. We hope you're enjoying yourselves. We'll see. Can Mutineers close it out of the map 3? We'll be right back after this quick break. Down to 4 HP, and it's Awakening that's able to snap. Nasty tries to get a roll. It's actually Afro. That's now going to be 3 in a row for him. He's able to take out Vivid, and they start to rack. back to
Call of
Minnesota.
Duty brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Hello and welcome back to Minnesota. We're going to talk about that Map 2 comeback. It's what, 4-0 Ravens, then 6 straight from Mutineers.
Yeah, I mean, great adjustments from the Florida Mutineers. They had a lot of hard counters. They were reading the map well. I mean, even in this last round, 4 hit over towards A. I mean, we know how good some of these SED players should be on the Mutineers. It just felt like they got going. I mean, when you are locked in like that as a player, as an in-game leader, you're making a call. Everyone's trusting that call. I mean, hey, magical things happen.
Yeah, I think that's what makes this weekend so magical. It's just not very clear cut. Outside of, Chance on the desk, he thinks like outside of FaZe and OpTic, who might be in like a tier of their own.
Yes.
There can be a lot of upsets all over the place.
No, there definitely could be. Yeah, I think, I assume it's going to be pretty clear cut, but you never know. I mean, we've had sort of these weekends where these runs can happen. Someone can get hot.
Well, for who might win it, yes. But I mean, like, just individual matchup speaking, like, there could be a lot of this. And to be fair, this is one that I thought would probably be a little bit more clear cut. That's not been the case.
Has, but you never know. We've had a lot of reverse sweeps on the year. It starts with the control.
I feel like there's been a ton. I bet if you looked at it year by year, it's probably relatively close.
Similar.
It just feels
what
like
was the one year? Was it Black Ops 4? I felt like it was literally like
every series.
Yes, it felt like it happened all the time.
Well, what was it? Was it the World War II year where I feel like it was everything went Game 5? Maybe it's just like the finals we did, like every single one.
Yeah, second best of 5.
Second best of 5. It was a crazy one, but I mean, this. Do you see just with the talent? Let's say, we think it's probably a pacing and comps thing, maybe a little bit for Florida, but let's say it is more a confidence thing. Like you need to get some wins. This I would think would be the type of win that could propel you on to have a great weekend.
Yeah, I think it's a team that's sort of middle of the pack. You're struggling. Any win against a top 4 team is a huge confidence.
Because we've seen their record against the top teams. It's not been great.
Yeah, the tough part is when you're kind of in that position, you're trying. Like practice is tough because you're trying out a lot of different things, right? You're trying to figure out what's going right, what's going wrong. Maybe switching up roles, doing different things. You have no idea what's going to work on the stage until you're performing. And then when it doesn't work, you're back. It's just a very long mental process. So when you get
how much do you miss that, Joe?
Oh, yeah.
First hanging out with me.
It depends who I was playing with. Yeah, honestly. So, some years I miss it a lot. Other years, not so much.
Well, yeah, the old Ant and Jay.
Yeah, well, we had a pretty good time, but that was a stressful one for sure. Yeah,
I can see that. I can see that. Young Jay.
They figured it out.
Dude, some of those stories for you guys kill me, but probably not safe for broadcast. So, now into the map 3. Gabuto, Mutineers, a map away from closing this out. We'll see if Ravens have what it takes, but Vivid just snap to snap. Nice shots there with the auto, but similar to the map 1, you feel where they can have multiple autos.
All right, I mean, yeah, again,
should be a solid map for him.
He's got this third auto out, so he's going to try to play around it. But all right, with the change in control, what does London do? Let's play around these ticks. 2 already on B. Look at this pinch coming in from Gizmo. He can make a huge play here as he is in the Mutineers base. He has to hold on. The team has to hold on, allow him to make the play, but he's just a couple of seconds late, and he doesn't find a kill. He does not find a kill. They do get to take it B, so you have that, but man, you would love to just be there 1 second earlier.
It looked like he almost took shots and someone couldn't finish it, and then they reacted quick and took him out. Like maybe one of those times where, you're rushing to get to the spot and just don't find the opening you want, but if you're Mutineers, you deal with it well. Now kind of send Ravens back to step 1. And obviously, Control becomes a very different game. Have you seen some teams maybe adjusting to it a little bit better than others when it comes to kind of the kills versus tick?
I think it's more just like you have to change. Everyone's going to have to change their style of play, right? Defensively, you're not going to allow those. You have to get aggressive when the teams are, on those points.
We won't see teams doing nothing for a minute.
Yeah, I think everyone's really excited about that. But even just this, right? Okay, you've seen what London's doing. They're getting control of ship, and then they go ringside. And again, they have 2 players over towards B. They're kind of just throwing these fakes over at the A zone. Then they rotate over.
Done. So you'll get the extra minute. Be
safely. 1 second later, they don't have that done.
Yeah, Skies hits a good one, but honestly, that might alleviate some of the pressure, not to worry about a pinch so much as those 2 players coming out. So you still might find some value out of the nade, but yeah, it would have been great if that would have hit a second earlier. Now can you hold here for a minute?
Yeah, I was going to say, that's a great step for London, but they still have to fight for map position. You lose 3 takes if you're Florida, not the worst thing in the world whatsoever, because that's usually what's happening over at A. They're finding some kills, but Afro and Zero, both gonna get out now. Awakening, he's all the way up towards beach side. The only player here is mid-tank, that's Guys. Yeah, Awakening just trying to see what he can do. And look, they're looking for him. Look at what Nasty's position. He continues to turn around.
What kind of timing does Awakening find? He's starting to push again. It's like Nasty. What timing does he get? It's
not a good one.
It's not great, unfortunately. Right as he turns and gives that up, you get the one pick. But onto the point they go, and they'll stop the clock with just under 30 seconds to go. It's basically reinforcements flooding back out from either side. But Nasty after the death, right back into it. 2 straight for Royal Ravens. And they've got a chance to put him away here. They're finding all the kills, send them all back to spawn. They're stacking onto it. Second point of progress almost done. There's the second tick. Now, can they hit the nades or can they get in and get the kills? Skies has gotten 2. They might have a chance to stop this. Knock him up all 6 points.
Now 6-5. Can they get the round win now? I mean, even if Florida, you're just hoping to get this on the board now. Vivid's going to turn this into a 4v4. Gizmo put some shots into one. Dave's going to get taken down. 15 seconds. 3-3.
At number 6, that's Skies wrapping all the way around. He takes a gunfight, but he hasn't quite been able to finish Nasty. The pistol hits, so it's actually going to be his flash that finishes it. Then Vivid inside the point will hold on. But
a lot of work.
Yeah, you get 5 points of progress.
I think after that 4 dead, though, I mean...
I think you want the win there.
Yeah, 100%.
You want the round win.
I think that's still a frustrating round. They definitely expect to win that one.
It's Skies that gets 2 off of it right away,
Well,
right?
Zero and Afro, we've cloned them. They've cloned.
Oh, what in the hell?
There's Zero. He's back.
Hey, buddy.
He's back. Whoa. Shapeshift.
That was kind of freaky. Yeah, similar haircut or something, I don't know. I wish that stuff was real, like shapeshifters.
Could be, dude.
Yeah.
Could be. Who knows?
Awakening. He gets aggressive with, well, kind of looking over the aggressive player in Vivid. He's able to take down 2 and then get onto the point. There is one flanking all the way around. I don't even think Afro really had to make the play. His teammates get the kills, and Afro's still kind of lurking here right between both points of progress. And what a little snap and slide cancel that was. Can't quite get out of it with his life, but he was lurking in enemy territory.
Slide cancel, just headbutt right to the groin.
Yeah, now that probably hurt.
Good, yeah. Not sure if he's wearing a helmet or not.
The pistol continues to get it done for Zero, but it's 6 HP after that gunfight. Quickly will drop after. And nobody on A at the moment. I mean, you've got 30 seconds left, lives, whatever. You just really are going to need an extension at some point. You're pretty close in that regard, but Afros continues to lurk and be a nuisance.
Well, this is what London did really well on their offense. When they would get into a position, they were getting their 3 to 4 alive. And then what would happen is they would kind of put one player on it, and that forces Florida to say, hey, we have to almost like try to retake this, right? So they did a really good job on both zones playing with those numbers where as soon as Florida's gotten into this mid-map position, they're getting picked apart one by one. London's not allowing it to be clean, just like we're seeing right now.
Well, you feel really good about your 5 objective points through the first one. If you hold them to 1 or 2 through this, they've got 10 seconds to go. They've got to get it, just trying to get the shots on the backside of this tank. But the flood will come in. That's Afro once again. Zero then with 2. Last person up is going to be Vivid. And he's likely going to have to be a hero, not able to do it. They just get the 1, right? Did they get 2?
2.
They got 2? Okay, okay.
But even right there, you had a 4v2 in the middle of the map for Florida to work towards A. Dave's on the point. But 2 players, I think, just get gunned by Zero. So it's one of those positions where on offense for London, it was a lot cleaner in those spots.
Is it just indecision? Kind of once they get to those spots for your Mutineers, like just having to make decisions a little bit faster, or what?
Well, I think just sort of winning the next gunfight is really the key.
Winning a fight, yeah, that helps sometimes in an FPS. Let's see if you can clean up the defense if you're Mutineers. Yeah, give it up B first. Obviously made it that much tougher. But Gizmo gets the spot, and he'll continue to hold. Nice patience there. As he's chowing with 8 health, now he finally backs down.
Now you see that +3 tick advantage. And now let's see how they do this again, because last time through it was kind of just sort of this bait towards A. It looks like they're gonna have 3 players here. Zero knows that a player could pinch all the way through beach side. He's read it once, but is he gonna read it again? What a play by Zero over towards Ring.
Yeah, I mean, he's been on one throughout the course of this series, looking to keep it going here. And they're just still worried about hunting him. He's just pulling people away towards his side. They'll finally get dropped, but look at the damage that's been on the objective at A. That's the second part of progress now for London. They still have Gizmo there. Right as I say it, though, he's going to fall. Zero really the only guy up that we just saw on spawn. So this will be a little bit of map control now for Mutineers. Now what can they do with it?
Yeah, great chance here to just trap him in. That's 3 dead. 1 player alive and nasty. Spawns are going to come in.
And you don't have a lot of time. When you're spawning in with 40 to go, and you've got the position like you see number 7, it's just not a lot of time at all to try and get towards point. This could be a wonderful round from Mutineers if they can hold on.
Yeah, just try to bounce on back. The only good thing for them is, again, that round 1 where they got the 5 ticks, and maybe that's what London is thinking. You know, this is a situation where before the update, I mean, London was probably just wait. They would just try to wait this out, but can they get out to A? Afro, he was the first man up. He's going to get cut down. The trades are there now for London. They have a chance. The angles, though, being held by Dave and Vivid inside of A, and it's looking like Florida's holding on.
Yeah, 1 chance to get on top of this, and that is not going to do it. Clock will run out. So a beautiful job. You know, I thought when you had Zero ringside, they had the pressure on A, things were starting to come apart a little bit, but once they cleared out Zero, it was a clean retake. And then at that point, I guess I feel like you spent a lot of time trying to get the setup if you're Ravens. Once it broke apart, you have 40 seconds on the clock and all map control gone. I mean, you got to win like 2 sets of gunfights to get to the point.
Yeah, get them on a power position. It was just nice timing. Dave was able to work up towards the beach side, right? So then off spawn, Zero gets caught on the angles. They had the position that they want. So, all right, here we go. A switch up now for the Mutineers. Maybe going to try to hit this B zone first. We saw this a little bit round 1 for London. He's going to be the first player up. It's going to be Afro, and he finds that first blood. And you can see the immediate shift, and he finds 2. Just no trades. Now Zero's watching over him. This is all Afro in the start.
I mean, he's been unbelievable with him on defense. I mean, even the last time through, been so strong. He gets 3 of the 4 players on that opening B push. Now you've got a decent amount of time off the clock, but it'll be stopped for now as they're going to rotate right over to A. And we'll see if Zero could keep on cooking. Sorry, Afro could keep on cooking as he hits the mid-gap rotation over to get them off this point.
This is where Florida really struggled. They got into their spot now, but just not clean enough. 2 kills come in. That's going to keep them off. Now it's 3 dead. And look at Zero's position, similar to what we saw from Dave the previous round. If they can get this trap set up, it's almost exactly like what we saw from Florida.
Yeah, whether it was a Awakening or Dave or someone getting to this position.
Dave did get out, though. He was able to get out.
Well, beams continue there from Afro, but now it's like we got 26 seconds. We got to make a choice. And they're a little bit split, but they're winning their ones on either side of the map. So now you're spawning up. If you're London, you got to make a choice. Where are we going to go? And they're going to try to get right back over to B. Dude, if Awakening wins the second one there, you might have a decent shot to make a play, but of course it's Afro.
Yeah, a bit of a 2-2 split. You do have a nice setup here over towards A, though. Like, while that's happening, that forced all of London to shift on over. That opens up A. Vivid, I thought, was going to be the playmaker. He was able to push up towards front green, but he does get caught. You do have 1 tick in, but you're going to have to get a lot more if you want defense in round number 5. Is London almost flawless here? Afro with the auto mantle that comes on in. We've all been there.
So what do they need to get to? What's the separation now?
5.
It's 5 rounds? Okay. We got 5 seconds to go. They got to try to get on one of these. And the only spot they've really got a shot is at B, but Vivid's able to win it. That 1.7 on the clock, is that going to be enough to maybe pull off a miracle and somehow get the defense here in around 5?
Can a second one get across? Can you get 2 bodies on this? That's a problem. Vivid, though, the nades were hitting, and who was it? Zero. Yeah. Zero is watching the cross. He hits both shots.
I mean, so outside of what the round 1, really just impressive defense is at round 1, what dictates everything. Just a great start from Royal Ravens.
And they need this round 5. They lose this. Florida with the 3-0.
In the losers, yeah. And I mean, maybe there are some that could have picked this to go to Mutineers just based on recent results. Maybe had a feeling, but I don't think it would have been a 3-0 fashion. No shot.
Yeah, the Mutineers players, coaching staff, and
their parents. Yeah.
Yeah, family.
might have picked it that way. It all comes down to this round 5.
They're going to try B again. Now, Afro's not set up here, right? So he was in towards ring last round. He's not there. Zero is all the way in the back. He does get picked. Watching the crosshair from this middle alley is going to be Nasty and Afro.
I was just wondering what you were going to do if you were number 7. If you were just going to hop on A or try and reinforce this B push. Right now, they're just kind of locking him in. They've been satisfied just finding the kills.
Right now.
Yeah. They go up 3 kills, and that's fine for now. But the clock is quickly kind of dwindling. You got 50 seconds or so to go.
I'm actually surprised nobody's been on A this entire time.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. I think it was number 7. It was TJHaly. I thought he was just going to hop on it, kind of stop the clock. But it looks like they were kind of between maybe making a full push towards B, locking him in.
Yeah, if he can get a kill or 2 middle of the map, maybe they can stack towards B. But office spawn, the nades hit. London trying to regain. Still down a couple of lives. Working it slowly over towards A.
Bit of finesse, and somehow able to win it, just run away. They can't quite get out of there, but now back to the point we go. Gizmo and Afro both able to find openers, but rotating over to the point now will be Skies. You stop the clock once again. You've gotten 2 bits of progression, and now look at Vivid just over here, like quite literally on an island. As he's stretched out deep, he will get dropped, but takes 1 down with him. They're about to finish A. They'll have just under 2 minutes to work with. You've got a 5 life advantage, Joe. This is doable.
Yeah, I think you would just love to have a ticket B. I mean, with a couple of chances that they've had, I think that could be the difference.
You got
we'll
a
see
chance
if they
here.
get pushed
got a
out.
chance.
Gizmo,
No.
Gizmo's still alive. Now the reinforcements are in. Look at number 6. Skies is behind enemy line. Skies. Can they time this right? Skies finds one, awakening with another. Now Skies all the way in the back. Middle of the alley is going to be Nasty. He's cut down. You still have Gizmo, though, holding B by himself, trying to do what he can, buy enough time. They do have to be careful, though. Lives, there's only 12 left. Only 12. Now
They're
11.
They're getting picked apart. This might be a 3-0. You've got 1:23 to work with. You're into the point, 8 life advantage. TJHaly, how magnificent he has been within this round 5. He's got 5 in a row. The help is there from Big Wake. They get cleared out for a moment. You have 8 lives. If you are Royal Ravens.
And like, this is doable, but they have no map control. They have no map control whatsoever. Awakening is hitting.
Do they need it? Because they're beaming right now. 5 lives.
2 players are on it. It's almost done. It's almost done.
It's going. They got to
get have a 3-0.
It's looking that way. It is done. 3-0 Florida. Well, majors are always fun due to the surprises, the upsets, the incredible moments. You got a little bit of everything in that first series, from the Zero snipes, an incredible displays of skill, to a 3-0 upset that who knows how it propels this Mutineers team. What a win it was.
Well, and I think it was our first match, the last major, right? It was London. Was it Guerrillas London? Where I think they were down 2-0 and had to reverse sweep once again. Slow starts. I mean, they were able to win that one. But we've had a couple of slow starts now from London teams at these majors.
At Tuger, I expect you to be firing right back on Twitter. I'll be looking for it as you were arguing whether they were D tier or not. The Mutineers get the 3-0. I look forward to seeing that. You're the best. I love you.
And now look at this. I mean, this is 2 maps they really struggled with respawn-wise. I mean, TJHaly 30-19. Vivid with 61 engagements. Not a surprise at all from this man.
No, it is not.
I mean, he has 4,000 damage, but again, you get a sling.
He's +1. That's the important thing.
That's really it. Yeah, he's positive. But you get just a little bit of something from everyone.
It just, yeah, and it feels like, you know, they got, as much as this looked bad on paper with regards to recent results for them. Yeah, you get a couple of Gavutus, you can be rocking however many ARs you want to. You'd think it would be relatively strong for them. And they can shoot straight, man. As long as they can get to their spots and the comms are on point, it feels like they should be able to hang with just about anybody in those.
Yeah, and I really like the way they played that round 5. I mean, at times it was like maybe a player should be on, you know, that A zone, but they took their time. They kept playing around the lives. When they had to get on it, they stopped that clock. And the big thing was this cross over towards B. It just felt like they could never get through that middle alley. Finally, they do. They worked that pinch with Skies and Awakening. Opened everything up for them.
And now, I mean, maybe looking back, that little bit of TDM they kind of played at one point to just sort of get, what, around a 5-life advantage. It's like at that point, it doesn't seem like a lot. But once you get a minute deeper into the game and you really see that start to kind of compound, it was unbelievable. What a win it is. I mean, you go deep in the search and destroy to a round 5 in the control.
Well, think about that round 1, right? I mean, just like, as big as it is to hang on to A when you lose B that early.
That one tick. Yeah. No, I mean, that's everything. Just kind of close it out here. And I think when you are you're a team that has been struggling, you're looking to get wins, it's really important. Just close it out in 3. Like, as much as you want to get reps and everything, I get that, but like, close it out, get rid of those demons, get a win on the board, and see where that can propel you through the rest of the weekend. But what a win it was. I don't think many saw it come. It is a Florida Mutineers 3-0. We'll get it over to the desk to break it down.
Are y'all ready for pandemonium right now? Because that 3-0 right there, Chance, who would have guessed it? And then the craziest part about it was the simple fact that when Florida won, they had a huge audience cheering for them. Like, that was absolutely insane. Kick off the event, we get a 3-0. London Royal Ravens sent to the loser's bracket.
And I got to eat my words as well, just outright, because I had very low expectations for Florida. Like, I saw the Gavutu hardpoint come through, and I was like, they've gotten smoked every single time they played that map, but they just come out and dominate. They go against London on one of their best maps for the Gavutu control. They dominate them in that as well. And look at the turnaround they have had on P3 on Gavutu. I mean, they go from losing, what, 43 seconds on average. That is miserable. Today, damn near perfect. And that 59-0, 4th perfect hill we have seen this season. Florida clearly have put some time in. And honestly, I mean, maybe just have a couple like secrets up their sleeve, because that was incredible right from the jump.
And when it comes to Gavutu, I mean, we was expecting London to run away with it.
Yeah, I mean, London's one of the best Gavutu teams in the world. I think across both those maps, they're like 14-6 combined. Yeah. And to go into the series versus Florida Mutineers, like, you got to win those maps. But for Florida, even on that P3, they go into P4 and break it as well. So Dave Patty, Awakening, Skies, Vivid, every single player in this team stepped up. Dave Patty in that last control was unbelievable. Gets pushed up towards that B, plays the corner near the rock, picks up 2 big kills so they can get control of that. And then also in green, that miraculous kill that he picks up at the very end, like, this is a team that turned it around, and the field seems to be leveling because they're playing maps that they haven't played since early in the season. They could potentially make a run here. Like, next round, they play Breach or Guerrillas. Those are 2 teams that are also in the middle of the pack. And if they win that, they end up in winner's bracket final. Like, the pickups are destroyed. Like, they could potentially get top 3.
Yes, now let's go ahead and jump into the Scump play of the game, where we saw some good snipes, and Zero was popping off and going crazy. But take a look at what Dave Patty did. That was absolutely insane.
I mean, obviously the shot is cool, but this is like the 2nd round. They had one on offense as well, where they just dominated out towards A, send 3-4 guys like on the fly. And again, like, the maps 1 and 3 were dominant. The strats they had like that in the S&D, they were just looking to dominate the opposition, and they delivered in a 3-0 fashion.
Right, and it's about that time to send this over to Miles for the Game Field post-victory spotlight with the one and only Caesar Skies. Let's go ahead and hear it.
Thank you very much, Tim. Skies. Everyone had doubted you. D-tier ranked team coming into this in the power rankings. The casters, the desk, you name it, the fans. You came out and you absolutely smoked the Ravens 3-0. How the hell are you doing?
Honestly, feeling fantastic, bro. That feels really good because people are comparing them to like on the verge of an S-tier team.
I'll take that one.
But I know our team has a potential, because in scrims, like, we're always like playing really good. Because this may sound faded, but like, I swear we're a top 4 team if it's scrims. Like, we just have to translate it into like our matches. I feel like we did that today. We played with confidence and we played loose.
It was a surprise to, I think, a lot of people, again, like how strong you looked. Without a shadow of a doubt, you know, we're talking about the Ravens being like the gateway to S tier. Yeah. Now that you guys are on the path here on LAN, like here at Major 2, what's next?
Honestly, we got some crazy confidence now. I'm really confident in whoever we play tomorrow, but it's completely different from Boca Raton. Dude, online, Jesus Christ, it feels way better here.
I think the fans enjoyed the show as well. You had a huge amount of support, dude. Well done. Congrats on the 3-0. We'll see you throughout the tournament. Dex, back to you.
That crowd interaction is beautiful. And aLLeY, I mean, that search and destroy really solidified that series for me right there. Zero was unstoppable. Looks like London was going to run away with it, but Florida just wasn't having it.
Listen, man, I'm going to keep it a buck. I walked out of the green room at London up 4-0, and I walked into the venue, and I turned around, I'm like, 4-4? Wait, this is tied? It literally maybe took me 60 seconds. I mean, I'm going to keep it real with you. Florida is either on or they are off. And now the question is if they can consistently stay on.
Right, Nameless. So this is it, man. The start of the event, 3-0 upset. Do you think the rest of the day is going to be even wilder?
It could get insane. I mean, some of these guys, like, online performances have not translated well to LAN. I look at this London Royal Ravens team and like, it wasn't Gizmo's fault entirely here, but he is so much better during the qualifying stage. I need to see him translate that to LAN if London's gonna turn it around.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's about it for the first series of the day, but it's about that time to go to a break. But when we come back, we have some more exciting Call of Duty action. Well, you just saw that main stage. There's gonna be a lot more to come. Florida Mutineers with a big 3-0 upset against the London Royal Ravens. There's a lot more on the other side of this. We'll see you soon.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Welcome to Call of Duty League Resurgence, Rebirth Island. You versus the 12 CDL orgs. To be the best, you've got to beat the best. Sign up through April 7th to stand up and be counted. Those who dare win.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and you heard it right from Miles right there in that preview. If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And we saw that last series with Florida, causing a huge upset, a 3-0 win over the London Royal Ravens. And here on the desk, we brought over one of the casters. We got my man's Røkkr, we got aLLeY, we got Nameless, Merc. Yo, let's be completely honest.
Okay.
When you and Maven were up there commentating that game, and they won 3-0, were you guys like, yo, what the hell?
Yeah, I think everybody was, right? I mean, a great. Obviously, you have to give them their props for the Florida Mutineers. You know, it felt like they really prepared for that map set, especially in Gavutu, where they've really struggled in control and hardpoint. So winning. That is huge. On the London side, kind of said at the end, they did have a slow start at the first major. So I think they have to find that energy, but you start in the winners, you still are alive. Just got to get things going.
The best runs are made in the losers bracket. But let's go ahead and talk about the second matchup of the day. We got the Boston Breach, and we also have the Los Angeles Guerrillas. And when it comes to Boston, Joe, they have been so phenomenal stage 2. I mean, including Methodz.
Yeah, obviously, we saw the stats earlier, like #1 in everything throughout the, major 2 qualifiers. I think for Boston, it's almost a similar story to Florida, where, they middle of the pack. Can they beat the best teams? But before that, they have to be the Guerrillas with a sub. But Boston, it feels like they're getting better and better. It's been a lot of fun to watch.
So on paper, it should be a definitive win. But when it comes to the game field keys of victory, aLLeY, what you got for us?
Learn from the series loss versus London. Again, that was a really tough loss, 3-1. Breach lost both hard points after being on an 8 hardpoint win streak. So they're looking to push that further and continue P1 excellence on Gavutu, outscoring Team 3 8-9 on P1. And Gavutu is going to be the first map that we head into, and one of the best tick-based control teams. I said that when this move to objective, Boston Breach one of the teams that was going to start succeeding. Well, they're second in average 6 this season and won 3 of the last 4 controls. So you could basically write that off in the series.
So we're seeing a lot of progress from this team right now, rightfully so, right? This team has been so phenomenal this year. But the squad they're going up against, Spart is actually going to be a filler subbing in for Gunless. And when it comes to this roster, we expected so much from them heading into this event, Joe.
Yeah, we did. It just felt like they were finally starting to click a little bit. I think Asim and Hook are really their big playmakers. When Asim is playing well, just feels like they're clutching on up. You still have Slasher, who I think wants some redemption from Major 1. Wasn't the best event for him. But it's tough, right? With the fill-in, the one thing is now there's like no pressure on you, right? You just come out, have some fun. There's still a lot of playmakers. There's a lot of talent on the team. Maybe with Spart a couple of days of practice, they can get something going.
And when it comes to the keys of victory, Nameless, what do LAG have to do to overcome this issue that they have?
Yeah, you need some improvement from Spart with a full week of practice. You need a 0.55 KD versus OpTic. I say that once again, OpTic with only a warm-up scrim. So going into this one, Boston Breach, obviously a way easier opponent. I'm expecting him to step it up and then play together in man advantage situations on Tuscan S&D. That is going to be game 5 in this series. They're 0-3 on Tuscan Search, last in first blood conversion at 62%. Now 0-3 isn't a lot of times to have played that map, so I'm expecting them to come back stronger, having went over it, watch VOD at this point in the game, and then also counter Boston's fast B pushes on Berlin's Search and Destroy. 41% of Breach's attacks are quick B hits. It's a 78% win rate. You go back, you watch that, you can prepare for something like that. If 78% of the time they're going there, you gotta get ready for it.
Let's talk about it for a second. LAG, when it came to stage 1, they weren't having the results that they really wanted, right? But when it came to stage 2, aLLeY, they were looking so good. We saw Asim and Hook become more consistent. Slasher started popping off towards the end.
Slasher looked like normal Slasher. I felt like we'd been flashed back in time. And now, unfortunately, coming on land for Major 2, they are going to have to play with the sub and Spart. But they've had some time to practice now, right? I am a little worried about loading into Gavutu. We saw that against OpTic, and Spart clearly struggled. He had a 0.76 in the hardpoint versus OpTic. But again, he didn't have any practice. He was kind of just thrown in. And you know what? On the player cams, it looks like the vibes are all around.
The crowd is loving him right now. But when it comes to pick'ems, all right, this one is going to be a tough one because LAG do not have their full roster, and I was really looking forward to seeing the full squad this event. But I'm going to have to rock with Boston Breach, man. You guys see the shit already, right? Zitty for the Winnie, baby. This team is just showing that they're getting better and better. And with London losing, I think that we might get a new top 3 team this event. Hot take, I don't know. Yo, Merc, who you got winning this series?
You just have to go Boston. I just think with LAG having a fill-in, just the way that they were playing, obviously you have that loss versus London to Royal Ravens, but before that, they were just on a roll. Again, everybody's starting, it just felt like they were getting comfortable. Like, this is a team what you expect when you have some younger pieces.
Yeah.
Every single game, every stage, they're going to improve. We're seeing that right here.
Right. aLLeY, do you think LAG have a chance at all with Spark?
Unfortunately, without the sub, maybe, but with the sub in, I feel like Boston Breach just have the way bigger map pool when it comes to this, and when it came to the vetoes and seeing the layout, it seems LAG hard lost when it comes to it, so I'm going to go with Boston Breach.
I think it's going to be really difficult for them,
Yeah.
but Nameless as the last one right now. You rock with Boston as well, my guy.
You know, I'm still unconvinced of Boston on land. What I saw at the first event, they didn't play any really huge, impressive opponent, but they played so good throughout Stage 2 qualifiers, I'd be crazy to not predict them in this series. I do think that it will be competitive, though, and potentially Game 5, but I'm going with Boston Breach.
Well, when it comes to one of the players to watch, right? Okay, Capsidal came into the year just, going crazy as a rookie, and a lot of people, us included, we were skeptical on him, but he's starting to show that he's that guy, even though he had a pretty slow play day last time he was on screen.
Yeah, Capsidal's insane in this game, man.
Yeah.
Like, the guy literally runs an SMG at all times. He's up in your face. I just think sometimes he red dot chases a little bit too much, but that's something that you have to learn. Like, since Major 1, he got so much better throughout these qualifiers, and when he starts to get rolling, that's why Methodz has been allowed to pop off as well. So it's really been a collaborative team effort. Everybody's playing great. And honestly, though, if we were going to isolate one player and talk about the improvement in their performance being the dynamic change in this team, it has been Nero for me. His playmaking ability on the map has been the most influential difference on this team. I know Methodz has been killing it, and he has been superstar in that many-hour position, but it's not as influential of a position as Nero plays. So I'm really going to be looking out for him once again to maintain that consistency in those types of plays, stay composed, and be disciplined, especially in the hard points, because I think that was the major contributor to their 9-win streak in hard points.
I like that. Nero was actually a land mode back in Major 1. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to lock it in for the second series of the day. Let's see if another upset is going to happen. It's going to be the Boston Breach and the Los Angeles Guerrillas. Let's go ahead and get right into it.
And he'll have some words for Crimsix. Forcing the issue on the flank. He's inside the fake, and that's going to be 5 in a row. How about 6?
There's 2, there's 3.
Hello, hello, Minnesota, how we doing? Yeah! Listen, it's gonna be a fun one. It's gonna be a sensational weekend. We've already got upsets. We've had one match. It's a 3-0, none of us saw coming. It's going to be a glorious and beautiful weekend. And now we continue on. It is time for our next match. We are going to meet our teams. We've got Boston Breach going up against the Los Angeles Guerrillas. First up, let's meet Boston Breach. Capsidal, Methodz, TJ, and Nero.
8-6 in the CDL. The crowd is loving him. Look how big that boy Cap is right there. I can't wait to see him on that main stage.
Listen, they've been tearing it up throughout the Stage 2 qualifiers. These guys have come in with a fantastic seed, and I'm looking at them to crack into that top 3, and they have a great route to do it. All they have to do is win this match versus LAG with a sub, and then beat the Mutineers, who they have an advantage over, but it starts right here.
And this next team might be a tricky one, Maven. I think they're going to live up to their name, man.
Yeah, this, for Guerrillas, I mean, you're in a tough spot, right? Gunless not here, Spartan filling in, everything against you going up against this Boston Breach team, but do they have what it takes? Let's meet them. Let's take a look at Los Angeles Guerrillas.
I love the crowd.
Slasher, Asim, Spark, and Hoop.
And when all eyes on Spartan is himself and his team, I'm personally feeling like this is Slasher's job to really step it up.
Absolutely. As a veteran on this squad, he's going to have to be that leading voice, having that missing piece in Pierce. But you know what? Spart's looking comfortable on that main stage, and now you have added a lot of sub-aggression to the squad, so we'll see what they're able to do.
Hey, yo, Maven, let's get this ball rolling, man.
You guys ready? Yeah! Here we go. Let's get it going. It's time for Boston Breeze, Los Angeles Guerrillas, to our commentators, Brycey and Tung.
All right, thank you very much. We are here, we are live with the Major, and we are looking forward to this game. Of course, Boston Breach being in the ascendancy recently. We are looking forward to see how far they can go. And LAG, it's all about their sub and seeing just how good they actually are.
Yeah, it's really going to be a litmus test straight out the gate for LAG. We know how good Breach have been, but I think the big story around this game is looking at who they're going to be playing next, going up against Florida Mutineers for a spot in the winners bracket final. This game is huge in the grand scheme of things for both of these two teams. They'd be looking at that next game, not looking past their current opponent, but at the same time, you'd be thinking about that next game, thinking, right, we got a good chance at top 3 here.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, both these teams just looking to make a name here at the Minnesota Major. And I'll tell you something, right? For me, Boston last time around, I thought top 6 was a good placement. This time, they can go significantly further.
They really can. They have been impressive, and we were questioning, because we were casting their game against London, whether or not they could break that top 3 mold that we thought that we had. However, that has maybe changed after the last game that we just seen on stage. However, they could not beat London, so where is their limit? Going up against LAG, though, I think they were talking about it on the desk. We would very much be looking at this game beforehand with Gunless in there and thinking this should be a very, very decent, very close game. But with Spark coming in, it's a little bit more difficult for the LAG.
Many things to talk about with LAG as well, by the way. I'm convinced this team was on the way up as well. They look very, very good. Come in, obviously, with Spart as a sub. I'm actually a big fan of Spart, but it's difficult to kind of benchmark him when the first team he plays against is OpTic. This, though, is an actual much better test. We get to see whether or not LAG have the fortitude to adapt, improvise, and overcome.
Absolutely. Let's see how he does in the first game. We're going to be kicking it off with Gav. Very excited to get into this one. And again, I mean, for Boston, I like this map as well. I'm very interested to see how he is going to break down. I agree with Ali, though, as far as it goes with the picks and bans, very much a Boston win on that front. LAG are going to have to bring everything here. Maybe a bit of a different setup with Smart in there. Of course, no Gunless, and we wish you well. PS getting better. But into this game, very excited for what should be an absolute banger.
All right, wow, let's head into the ring first of all and get a bit mixy as both teams look to trade out and try to get this first amount of time on the hill.
Let's see what Hook can do. Just looking to get some P1 control. Of course, we're going to be concentrating on in and around ring, but looking over towards P2 is what primarily teams are going to be doing here, but you need to try and clear out over towards P1. The best to start to Spartan as he does now fall. Trading back and forth, though, it is going to be LAG who get control, looking towards both, though. Boston Breach ready to play.
Well, the man at the moment, Methodz, 3-0 straight off the rip here, and a player who has just been exceeding all expectations so far around, as Boston will eventually start taking ring control away as Nero shuts it down as we head over towards boat.
His rotational kills are going to start coming in shortly. Methodz doing his best just to stay alive. Is he going to be ready and waiting? One player there for the LAG sitting up top 3, and he's waiting for him. Is the team going to be able to find this shot? Good shots from Methodz. The rest of his team, are they there to help? Seems as if LAG have broken through, and there he is. Slasher breaks in. LAG get control.
Big shutdown from Slasher there in the end, and it will be them trying to get some points back on the board here. Let's see whether or not Boston can actually breach this hill. They're trying to get bodies in the right positions, but losing gunfights left, right, and center.
Hook very advanced up, pushed up towards green. Try and find as many kills as he can. Staying alive is even better. Can he find these shots into Nero? Nicely played from Hook. Second shots, TJ, a little bit windy. But nonetheless, the first shots are there. Can they continue to clean up here for LAG? Very good hold here over towards P2. Still 30 seconds remaining. And it's interesting to see how LAG work with this new pickup that does come on through, because of Gunless. The ARs right now are crispy, and LAG find themselves in the lead.
Well, for LAG, while they will have this scrap time, they're going to be looking to try and get this rotation locked down already. You can see top ring, that's going to be Capsidal up there, just causing an issue. And for LAG, a little bit of slow pace here, trying to find out where this weakness is, get the kills, and then move forward.
Next couple of kills are really big. His Methodz turn around at the right time he has, but he is going to expect Spot there as well. Not quite. Look at that actually from Capsidal coming round on the outside once again. Green control spawns there for Breach. Super important kill for Cap, taking down Spot. Now if you're Boston Breach, you just have to watch the front. You just have to watch P1, but no longer. TJ finds 2 over here, but Hook can make the play. Look at the spawns.
Well, Here we go. They're going to try and make something out of this one as well. The Capsidal at the back. Not able to get that second player. Eventually will do. That's a big shutdown from Boston Breach. They're not letting them anywhere near this. However, outnumbered but outgunned. It's only Nero left alive in it, but Methodz to the rescue. He's up top ring and he's trying to shoot everybody going for his teammate. And he's not going to make it as LAG eventually break through. And that'll be enough for Boston Breach. They're going to rotate.
Yeah, that's fine for Boston, to be honest with you. You pick up the majority of the time and you get rotations over towards P4. Capsidal in ring, though. Is he going to see Slasher down low? Just a rock protecting Austin at the moment. But the push is going to have to come in. You have to get through Capsidal before you get any beach control. But Slasher is going to be the guy. Can he find a route through here? Because Boston Breach, the trenches are dug.
Well, Slasher will get one, but Capsidal quickly get that trade back as well. Asim is up here, and Capsidal is just playing frustrating. He's not giving them an opportunity to shut it down, and I say that, and Asim gets him. Asim, though, going to keep pushing forward. It's eventually taken down here as well, and now, if you are Boston Breach, you've got to be careful not to be pushed back into that spawn, and TJ says no.
Really big kills as the rest of the team were coming in off respawn. Now pushing it forward, trying to force it out. They kind of try and want to flip this now. You want LEG spawning over towards the back rocks. If you can find these kills and force your way out. Still Boston spawning there. And more kills coming in for Boston. TJ's doing an important job now. If he can continue to extend and continue to find kills, we may see LEG start to spawn towards the back if they're not careful. Spot with an important kill, though. These rotations over towards P4 are in for LEG. But that is a lot of time for Boston Breach.
It certainly is. We're going to find out, though, how do Boston break this next hill on the rotation. Let's go for a Boston Breach. Listen in.
Okay.
Nothing close.
Nothing, that rings up. Okay. The ring stabs? The ring stabs, Kyler? Yeah, I'm checking time. No, the ring stabs still, Kyler.
Where's he at time? Where's he at time? I don't see this guy down. Yo, the ring tank.
Yeah, there's two ring. One ring tank. Nice, one's the ring tank, Kyler.
He's like, there's two
there's steps.
right here.
Yep. There's two steps. Ace, Sim, and Kyler are both doing steps.
I got
Nice.
I'll see him in time, guys. Back up. Top out.
I spawned first cut.
20 back. Push it up, guys.
Okay. Back, Kyler down.
Austin dead.
Second cut, first cut. He's retake, the retake.
I'll close that. I don't see ring tank. Yeah, he went there.
I'm rotating.
No, I have time. No, I don't left cut.
Oh, that's huge.
He just crossed it. They're both there. Yeah, you guys can leave me hold if you want me to.
One's dude, dead.
One more, no? I think he's arced out already.
Yeah, he is. He's on low beach. Low beach.
Low beach dead.
Nice, good.
Okay, I don't have any. One second. I think one's already low. I think he's already low.
I got low.
I think I shot him low.
I got low.
They left me hold, guys. They left me hold.
And the points that was going to come in off the back of that listening was LAG, that rotation for the Boston Breach as well. It didn't look like they were going to find the break. They did. They get a lot of time. And then they initially win this rotation over towards P1. LAG will bring it back. For the most part in that first rotation of hills, though, the teams that were there first were holding it down. We know that's typical, but neither one of these teams breaking well up until we got to that fifth hill.
Yeah, and that might be the difference here, but as you can see, the LA Guerrillas currently have top ring control. TJ getting straight in with a pistol, looking for two! It's not quite the best weapon. Almost makes it work, though, but LAG hold on. And it looks like they might get one last push coming through as well. It's going to be Nero opening up proceedings. He will be taken down by Slasher. Just one left as Capsidal locks it. But it will be LAG who've already made a home of both.
Boston Breach breaking a lot better in these last couple of hills. LAG need to find themselves a good hold. They're up 30 behind, and well, those 3 kills on the board may well help it. Spawn's coming in here for Breach as well. It's not too bad for them if you're thinking about P3, but we've got a long way to go till then. But both these two teams locking these hills in so well. LAG, let's see what they can do here over towards both.
I can already see Slasher trying to make a little bit of move for his team here, trying to get any reinforcements away from his teammates. Doing a fantastic job of it as well. LAG will lock this down. They keep feeling like we're seeing the same story over and over again. LAG get the rotation, but Boston Breach find a way to get that lead back. Can they do it one more time?
The ARs and LAG really performing quite well. 20 and 11 from Slasher. We were speaking about it at breakfast this morning. LAG, what we need to see is more consistency from the ARs. Smart, not a bad thing to kick things off with just a relatively neutral game. But look at this already. This is about a 13, make it 14 spree for LAG combined. It's eventually going to be broken by TJ. But that is a very nice hold. They're well and truly back into this game and may well just take the lead in a second.
Well, here comes the big rotation as LAG take the lead for the first time. And you can already see Boston Breach are here, and they're probably a little bit worried about how much they're being outslayed. Spartan and Asim doing the work again. A big fight up top ring as well. And if both players going to go down, the stun eventually gets the trade in for them.
but neither team in a good position to actually hold this beach rotation.
It's all about P1 control. Which way is it going to go? Spartan a 5 spree, and I'd like to see him take his time with that one, as Boston Breach will find the kills over towards P1. And mid-map, 4 dead, and all of a sudden LEG have got quite a task on their hands to get back into this hill. This could be good time for the Boston Breach. Spartan will open things up. Push all the way from the back for LEG. P1 control is so crucial. Look at Slasher.
Here comes Slash. He's going to try and open this up for his teammates as well. Straight down. Capsidal will get taken out, but the opening is gone here. LA Guerrillas are pushing forward. TJ to the rescue once again, and it doesn't matter as Boston Breach hold it. The rotation will now come in. Boston Breach are in the lead, and LAG have now got to find a way to punch through mid-map.
Breach in the prime position to win this game now. LAG, it's all about these rotational kills if you can possibly find them. Shot's going to come in from a Seam and Hook. It's going to be a trade so far. Methodz is going to be the last one there, though, for the Breach locking it in. Look at those green arrows in the bottom left corner, all spawning up exactly where you want to see them if you're from Boston. 3, 1, and 4 sprees going on for the Breach right now. They lock in P4 control. They are 30 points away from locking in map number 1.
Well, LAG, that's a big kim from Asim. They're going to try and get through as well, though. Methodz is holding fast. He knows he's got to keep these reinforcements from overwhelming his teammates at any point. LAG is stacked. They have bodies in the area. Hugo opens up proceedings. Capsidal firing on all cylinders. Shuts it down for them as well. Asim, the last man alive from LAG, trying to keep this door open, trying to allow his team to get through into this one, but it's still at the moment Boston Breach. All firing on all cylinders. One last chance. Hugo's in, but it's no good. Methodz with the 3-piece, and that is a shutdown for Boston Breach.
Really, really good map number 1 out of Breach. The rotations were on point for both of these two teams, but the breaks come from Breach when they are needed. LAG looked like they were coming back in that second rotation over towards P2, but since then it's Boston, Boston, Boston. That flip over to 4 from 3 was phenomenal, and they will lock in map number 1. Their hard point at this moment in time has been brilliant. LAG can't keep up those breaks.
Yeah, kind of incredible actually. LAG, you felt like they had it in the cusp of their hands. Boston Breach were not in a good position. And you are right, it's all about that flip. Realistically, that is when the game changed.
It has to be said, we've talked about Asim being one of the more consistent performers. Let's not delve too much into 16 and 27, but he's one of those players that when you think about breaks for teams, you think about LAG, you think about Asim and Hook doing the business. Asim can't quite find those up close and personal kills to help his team out to get those breaks. On the other side, Cap had a phenomenal game, especially towards the end. And it was pretty even until we got that second rotation, really, wasn't it? But yeah, those breaks coming in for the Breach do really make that difference.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I just don't think maybe that Asim suits Kuavo as much as he does other maps. It is difficult.
It's a
lot of very, very good ARs on this. Methodz, as usual, running everything he can do. TJ had a very good game as well. And you can see, though, very tight between these two teams coming into it, and that's kind of what we expected. We did ask about the difference that Spark would make on it, and Spark had a pretty good game himself.
Yeah, not too bad from him doing his job. Essentially, if Gunless was in there, you'd be relatively happy with that performance from him, because Slasher stepped up in a big way, but not in a big enough way at the end of the day. Boston Breach will get it done, just those rotations over towards those last 2 hills. Get the job done. Boston Breach with a lead now, heading into a search and destroy coming up next. You gotta be feeling good if you're a Boston Breach fan. 250 to 180 is the score to close things out here up against LAG. We knew it would be a tall order for LAG. We really did. It's not just about, comparatively when you say Gunless and Smart as players, but it's that practice you put in together. It's the progress that we've seen from LAG as well. It stunts that progress, doesn't it, when you don't have one of your better players on your roster.
Yeah, and here's the thing coming into this one as well. We had heard good things about LAG coming out of it. The practice they had managed to get, it seemed to be a significant upgrade from the last time they played together as a team. The one caveat to that, though, was the fact that the S&D was a little bit more of an issue for them. They've been struggling to get those strategies nailed down as much as they had, and that's the difference of playing with somebody for 1 week and playing with somebody for several months.
Yeah, absolutely. That team cohesion isn't maybe there as much as you would like it. Maybe that's why we didn't see as many breaks. Spark, though, not too bad of a game. Nice one to ease yourself in, albeit you did lose it. It's a very long series, and things can change very, very quickly. We've already seen a huge surprise to kick off the day, and well, it would maybe be a little bit of a surprise to see LAG come back and win this one themselves as well. But Asim, he's really the guy when I look at this roster. If I see a big performance from him, these guys have potential to beat a lot of the teams here in the CDL. Didn't necessarily see that from him in map number 1, albeit we know Gabutu is quite difficult for SMGs to sometimes get the ball rolling. It can feel like you're running into a brick wall of ARs. Very much the case for him in that map number 1. So let's see if he can turn up in map number 2.
Yeah, again, I think that was the difference. I think it's just Gabutu. There was a lot of issues trying to get actually up the map and hold those positions, and it can be like that, especially with the rotations on this map. The ARs are firing at all cylinders. You just find yourself running into the teeth of gunfire over and over again, and that's what you're supposed to do. If you're trying to push that objective, you're trying to put the pressure on, well, you've got to keep moving forward, and if the way forward is full of guns, well, that's not bad for you.
And then that's you need your ARs to be winning your gunfights as well, so then you can get in those positions to cause some problems. And unfortunately for Racine, couldn't get going there. We will be ready to go here into map number 2 very, very shortly. Small issue on stage that we are now figuring out. We will get into the search and destroy. But for Boston, that's the best possible start that you could have wanted. And especially, they would have been watching that first game as well, and they will be licking their lips at the thought of a winner's bracket semi-final up against the Florida Mutineers. And that's no disrespect to Mutineers, but Boston, who would you rather play, Mutineers or London? Well, I know the answer to that question.
Well, anything can happen on land, but before we take a walk all the way to the end of this bracket, let's find out what could be happening in this search and destroy. Capsidal versus Hugh are our players to watch for this one. The top performers in it, obviously, big Capsidal are 1.20 and 7.3 kills per 9 rounds.
Yeah, it's a very solid stat line for Capsidal, and a very solid stat line if you're a Boston Breach fan. For Hook, though, we know that he is one of those guys. He's going to kind of have to match up with some of the other players on this roster, not necessarily Capsidal. Really, what you want to see is the team have a good game here going up against Cap, but these are the top performers for both of these two teams. And they're really going to have to be at it here, especially for Hook, if they want to take this search and destroy. We know their woes so far have not necessarily worked out in their favor. Looking over their last 10 games, they are 4-6 in search and destroy. And generally, you look at Boston 6-4, so the kind of flip, of course. But heading into Berlin, how are things going to go here? We were talking about the sites and which sites are preferred. Let's see if the teams have done their homework as we head into this one. Or for LAG, do they change it up with the difference of roster? As we head over towards Berlin, the Fast B, very much the route for Breach. Get those routes down, get that bomb down. Get your ARs watching, usually works out for you.
Well, we are going to find out, and of course, this is a big map for Boston Breach. They can nail this one down. They're looking at the cusp of moving forward, but it's the man again. It's Methodz, 20-13, a 1.54. And that's just in this series alone. And I said, you know, I have said I didn't know how much Methodz would be the top of our leaderboards coming into this season, but he has done nothing but impress.
Yeah, he's been really, really good, especially in Season 2. You know, when we've looked over towards Stage 2, I should say, sorry, he really has improved his game. You know, we typically see that slower play style from him. He is one of the slower players in the league, but you would think on Vanguard it wouldn't work out for him, but he's definitely stepped that pace up. He's been finding the gunny as well, and Berlin in particular, I think, was one of the maps we've seen on Stage 2 where he really started to light that fire for his team. So if he can bring that kind of level, albeit being Search and Destroy, that fast speed push that we have just talked about there, though, it works out kind of in his favor. He's one of those players, he's going to be a back dogs, he's going to be locking it down. Can he do that effectively here up against LAG? If he can do a 2-0 lead for Boston heading into map number 3, you'll be feeling good about the series for them. But yeah, he has been a catalyst for this team.
Well, here's one of the things we're talking about. Like, just a few minutes ago, we said about how SMD may be an issue for LAG with the sub. Now, on Berlin, if I remember correctly, last time around I saw LAG, Gunless was causing issues with that sniper. Now, obviously, not here. Yeah. I wonder how they've adapted their strategies. How are they now going to play around that? How have they adapted? What is left back into this? Because obviously, we've seen the statistics. Boston, straight to B. Gunless is no longer there. Have they pushed up? Have they figured something out? We can see Spark running a sniper. There are a lot of variables now coming into this.
And that's the thing, you know, we were sat backstage kind of looking through some of the stats, and it was kind of, like for the side of LAG at least, how much stock do we put into some of these? How much do we really understand what kind of impact it's going to make, either negatively or positively, for Spark coming in? And many would presume that it would be negative, of course. Not in a bad way towards Spark, but you change out Gunless for a player that hasn't necessarily been up at the top level quite so far, then, well, maybe it does make things a little bit more difficult for LAG, but second time is the charm, I think. Is that the saying? Not quite, but Berlin, here we go, hopefully, into this one once more. But for LAG, you never know, it's a little bit of a mixer, isn't it? When it comes to Search and Destroy, you can try and change things around, see how it goes, but that sniper for Gunless doesn't look like it's going to be taken up by anybody else. But as we head into this one, LAG looking to fight back here after a comfortable game in map number 1 for Boston. Can LAG tie things up here on Berlin Search and Destroy?
Well, we are about to find out. Straight on board with Spark. And maybe not.
mind.
Never mind.
See, it wasn't second time the charm. That's not the saying. It's third.
Cursed it.
Yeah,
Fully cursed it.
Yeah, just blame me for that one. That's fine. But it looks like we aren't going to be jumping into this one. We will have another small technical break. Look. I'm sorry. We'll get it going. Blame us, if anybody. But we are going to be... I mean, I know you do. But for this one, though, I think... For LAG, they were looking at this game, and I think as an overall whole, yes, of course they will want to win it, but I think it's very important for them to just get Spot up and rolling. If he can just have an okay game, heading in that losers bracket, you know, getting some practice on the main stage, getting him comfortable in this scenario would still be a small win, I think. I mean, look, it's only 1-0 to Boston right now. Things can change up very, very quickly, but I think for the LAG, getting Spot just comfortable in that stage, take those small wins where you can.
Yeah, like I said, there's an awful lot of series left, an awful lot of tournament left here at the Major, so don't want to count our chickens before they've hatched, of course, but coming into this, Boston Breach were the favoured team anyway. Like I said, a lot of people keeping an eye on them, wondering what exactly is their top placement. Obviously, at this point, I think the smart money is saying definitely better than last Major.
Yeah,
but
well,
how much better?
I mean, I think had you put London through up against Florida, it would have kind of been in and around the same sort of realms, kind of putting them in that top 6 conversation once more. However, they've got a fairly decent route to top 3 now, Brycey. I'm not going to lie. It's looking quite tasty, of course, with OpTic and FaZe on the other side of the bracket. A game against Florida, potentially, of course, if they can't get past LAG here. You would fancy Boston. You would fancy Boston 9 times out of 10 to get themselves to that winners bracket final. But looking over the overall stats so far for both these two teams in the CDL, obviously things looking a lot better for the side of Boston Breach.
Yeah, and that's kind of to be expected, especially since, like we said before, this is a team that has come on leaps and bounds. I always say the funniest thing about Boston for me at the moment is when they had to move up from the position we had them like top 6 before, funny enough, the two teams that were in front of them also now absolutely terrible. So not only did Boston get better, they didn't even need to. We would already put them up in the power rankings regardless. But this team has been finding almost a chemistry, almost an intangible that has just been making them better over and over against some of the best teams. And I'm looking forward to now seeing them at the Major against teams like Atlanta, against teams like OpTic. Not London, they just lost. But, you know, those kind of high caliber teams and saying, you know what? They've done an awful lot of work to improve. What has that done?
With the youngsters coming into this squad, there was always going to be the case that they should get better over time. But speaking of people coming into squad, Spot with 1.1 to kick things off. They say maybe a touch more, but that's not too bad for somebody just slotting in and doing his role. But yeah, very right when it does come towards the Boston Breach, those young players on it. And is it their time to charm? It looks that way. As Boston now looking to go 2-0 up, but can LAG pose an issue here as it's a hit over towards it?
Well, here comes the push.
He's got no backup.
Just trying to thread the needle. Capsidal in the corner. This is where it's going to be a little bit tense before a team makes a move.
Seems like they're waiting on a mistake. Somebody just to step out of line that little bit so they can find the pick. But it does seem as if LAG now posturing just that little bit more. Capsidal ready and waiting, patient as well. Doesn't challenge out. Maybe the bait coming in with the doors. He's the only one inside, though. Needs a little bit of support from his team. Can he see Hook? I think he sees the barrel of his gun there, you know. The call-out will be coming on through. Capsidal just trying his best to stay alive, find information for his team, and it's actually warned LAG off. Look at this push up towards B. The fight's going on the other side of the map, though. That Slasher will win. Capsidal will find the kill on Hook, but transition to B for LAG may well work out.
Well, that's going down fast, but bearing in mind, Boston Breach are aware of this battle, though. Shutting it down. Methodz going to try and make a magical play. Does get it, but that bomb has already gone down. Methodz now looking for another player. A 2 versus 2 here as well. And what is going to happen? Because we know Methodz going to be looking for it. Capsidal around the back. Slasher 1v2.
Let's see if they knew where Slasher was there. I think the thing is, though, that Capsidal, he's wrapped all the way through. He won't know Slasher's back here, and Methodz, he's going to go for the child. Slasher will back down. 20 seconds still to go on the bomb. Capsidal made that good play to get himself around the back, but Methodz now, can he find the pick?
Technically, this is Slasher's ace. But look at him, he's got to fall through, but it will be taken down by Methodz. And they managed to clutch it up in the 1v1, Boston Breach. And I'll tell you something as well, that Boston Breach reacted so well to that rotation. They put bodies towards B very, very quickly.
And I really like the rotation, if I'm honest with you, out of LAG. Couldn't really find any information over towards A. They were baiting, they were trying to get Capsidal out of his little corner, but in the end they find nothing, they rotate. Super important kills coming in from Slasher, of course, but can't quite win the gunfight. He needs to peek, get Methodz in a good spot, knowing
That slasher is towards the back. And that is the round. Well retook from the side of Boston Breach. That's the defense over towards them. Now, what can LAG do? I said we kind of know what Breach like to do here. Do they choose to do it this time? You can see LAG sent 3 over towards B.
Wow. Capsidal, though. Struggling to get up the stairs. At the moment, though, just playing a little bit cautious. Both these two teams looking for that information, and that is what this is all about. Figuring out where the other team is sitting. What can we do? What can't we do? Already some shots going down. Sasha fires, and TJ tries to capitalize on it. It hasn't happened yet. Sasha gets away with very minimal HP.
Yeah, they force him out of fire, but it's not really where Boston Breach are concentrating their efforts. As you can see now, is this actually been indicative for the LAG? It sounds like they're transitioning themselves over towards A. Look at this bomb. It's Capsidal in its hands. Is he going to get away as well? That's a big, big play to come out from him. And honestly, if I see my bomb carrier do that, I'm like, what the hell are you doing? But it's going to work out either way. Spot will not quite even the odds. He trades it out to 3v2 in favor of the Boston Breach.
Well, Boston Breach now do have control of that A site.
Such a hard break.
Seam and Spart looking for it. Seam does get the first kill, bringing this back to a 2 versus 2. They've got a little bit of time to play with, but not an awful lot. They're going to have to start thinking about how to break this one down. Seem desperate looking for Nero as well.
That's
going to find
huge.
it. Now a 2 versus 1. It's all on TJ to figure this out. All the pressure on his shoulders. Everything to come up against. And he is going to get taken down the back, and LAG do it. 2 versus 3. And Asim had the patience and the knowledge to figure out what Boston were doing. And he's picked them apart.
And very importantly, he had the gunning. That second kill onto Nero was massive. And for Asim to find all 3 kills at the back, Spot's like, well, they haven't pushed out, so they must be there. He's given him the information. It's not necessarily the gunfights that are coming through for Spot to help his team out there. But nonetheless, Asim gets the job done for the side of LAG to tie things up. It really wasn't looking likely. And I think if you're Boston Breach, the coach, their dens in the back will be a little bit questionable on that one. Nice little setup over towards it. But LAG will take those routes all day long. 3 kills there for Asim. Can they find something over towards B potentially here for the LAG?
Already, you can see a little bit of pressure coming up the map. Who is that? It's Hugh. Is he going to find something on the flank here as well? No, shut down by Methodz straight away. And now if you're LAG, you're a man down and no site control.
I think for Boston, though, they will look at that push that's come through from Hook there. They really will have actually no information on the rest of LAG, though, because they will must be an A push. Look at LAG. Over towards B, but Nero, he'll get that stun coming over towards his face, as will the grenade. Nero 2 HP and no HP. His Spot will find the second 3v3.
Wow, they're going to make a move here now. TJ on the cross, though. Shuts it down. This leaves LAG in a horrible position. Methodz gets another one. And Spart's like, well, I've got to get that bomb and plant it. And there are many players now aware of what's going to come for it. Methodz is going to see him as well. He takes the gunfight. Spart wins it. Is there a slight chance of redemption? A 1 versus 3 here for Spart. He's looking for the play. He's going to see Capsidal on the truck. He puts some bullets in as well. He might be pinched. Somehow slips the net. Going to fly out. He's going for this one as well against Capsidal. He gets it. Spart for the 1 versus 3. He just has to find TJ.
Time's not on his side. 11 seconds to go. And TJ knows what he's got to be trying to do here. Spart, he's got to go for it. He's got to go for it. Is TJ going to get the angle? He is going to see him. Is he going to stick it? No, he isn't. TJ gets away. You're going to chase him. Run away. See you later, son. And Boston Breach will find it. I appreciate the challenge coming in from Spart there. I get it. But it's a 50-50. TJ makes the right decision, gets himself out. And that is unfortunate. A really good try from Spart.
So close, but just not quite able to get it. And Spart almost had Boston Breach in the pocket. But it has been a game of very slim margins for these two already. Boston Breach currently leading 2-1 as they go on the attack. And again, we're going to see Capsidal kind of play a solo role, even though he's got the bomb.
This man's on an island.
Oh my goodness, get up the stairs.
That's me on Sunday night at the bar, am I right? Capsidal, what can you do from this position, though?
Well, this is again, it's just watching outside ticket. Boston Breach are looking for information to try and figure out where they can apply the pressure. And both teams looking a bit statuesque as they just try and figure this one out. Again, lots of pre-aiming, lots of waiting in the corners. It is going to be on Boston to try and figure out how to make a move, though.
Oh, there you go. TJ will find the first pick in towards A, and now the push is going to come through. Who can find nothing? Methodz is the only one who can actually do something for the LAG here. But they back off wisely away from the bomb. Those grenades, the utility will be coming on through. The ramp's going to come in for Boston Breach as well. Spot's got a huge job to do. Hazards, this is ships in the night kind of scenario, but Methodz will be taken down. Good positioning from Spot, 2v2.
Surely not again. Los
He's
Angeles
flying.
Guerrillas have managed to make it 2 versus 3 last time around. Looking for Capsidal, and he's not able to get it. Hesitates for just a second and will go down. It's now Slasher who has to try and clutch this one up. It's never easy at B. Actually be looking for this first player. Also sounding like an absolute tank as he's running.
Stopping through. Nero doesn't hear him, but does find the shots. Boston will find another close round. For Spot there in that scenario, that's so tough. You've got a stun in your hand just to open the doors up at minimum for your team to try and find that information. Can see him kind of second guesses himself. And always a difficult spot. So a little bit of breathing room now for the side of Boston Breach. It's been very slow on the attack in the first 80 seconds or so for both these teams. Nobody seemingly wanting to make that first move. And when they do find that pick, though, it suddenly bursts in light. But there you go, another round for the Breach. LAG. Spot who nearly pulled off the 1 versus 3. It's going to be a big B defense coming in here for the side. Boston Breach. Spot's going to get taken down pretty much immediately by Methodz. Capsidal with another now 4v2, I should say.
Already there, trying to lock this one down. Hugo's going to be able to get one back, though. Slasher, though, runs straight into the gunfire of Methodz, and it leaves Hugo all alone.
Not much to be done here for Hook, but maybe if you can get around these two players.
Surely not.
Surely they haven't just left this completely open. There's TJ gone, now 1 versus 2. Has time to play with here as well, but the lack of bomb is what's going to hurt him.
Well, you can see, I mean, he's basically smacked every door in the map at this point, but
sees him.
Around and around he goes. Surely he's not going to find another kill. It's Hugo. He's got it down. It's almost a 1 versus 3. It's now a 1 versus 1.
He would have watched the kill cam. The information would have been there for the side of Nero. 30 seconds to go. And the thing is, they'll know where the bomb is. That's the problem with Hook, so the notification will come up necessarily here for Nero. He's going to get a little bit of information. It's going to be about the fight, though, isn't it? Because Hook will know. He knows where he is now. 15 seconds to play with.
Well, this is it. All Nero, all the time. He's not seen him. He's not seen him. He's not seen him. He's not seen him.
Does he get out?
He's going to get down! And so close, but just not enough.
Boston Breach need to tighten up on some of these rounds. They very much could, well, I mean, they are in a comfortable position. They are just about winning their ones. There's been 2 scenarios now where it's been a pretty much implausible 1v3 for somebody on the side of LAG, I should say. It's come very, very close both times. You need to stop this getting so close, because Boston Breach, I mean, this could very, very well be 3-2 Guerrillas. 2 1v1s fall the way of Breach, and it will go their way, but they've always been in that advantageous position. Capsidal with a snipe out. He's going to have to get out. That's on the attack as well for the side of Boston Breach, so maybe trying something a little bit different.
Well.
Oh,
Slasher,
crispy.
the absolute beam up top. And this is what they need. They need some sort of way back into this game. The S&D has all been sliding to one Boston Breach so far.
It's going to be the push here for Capsidal. You do have a sniper. Not necessarily where you want. I mean, he's pushing that with. He's pushed that with a pistol. This man is a maniac. He's an absolute maniac, and it's going to pay off for him as well. There's one on the spot. I tell you what, the rat does damage. Staying alive as best as he can. Is he going to be able to get away as well? But he's not really making the plays for his team, because Hook's inside the site. He will find Nero, and this is absolute chaos over OT. What the hell was that?
Left, right, and trying to stay alive. But LAG do get another one back onto the board here. This game is not done, and it was ambitious from Boston Breach, but not quite enough to try and actually crack the defense.
Capsidal's a lunatic. I mean, if he does that with MP4, yeah, I'm like, yeah, okay. Man's running up there with a pistol and a sniper on his back.
Well, let's see. Boston still looking for this win here in the S&D. It will be the attack for the LA Guerrillas. A scene this time with the bomb. And again, you can already see they're just trying to take a little bit of control here. We might be looking at another slow round.
Most of the rounds have been relatively slow until they aren't. To be honest with you, it's been a very slow, steady start to each of them, and then they very much do explode. Let's just chalk up the first 45 seconds, I would say. Have 45 seconds rounds and see how it goes. But it does look like for the side of LAG, Posturing over towards the outside here. Looking for the picks once more. Which way are they going to fall? Slasher, did he see Nero across and he gets the angle here. 45 seconds remaining, Bryce. LAG need to do something shortly.
And this is the problem, you're burning time, you're looking for the advantage as well. TJ, though, has been found out that hit marker is going to come through. His health is actually going to come back. They haven't managed to land a second on him.
Look at Hook, look at Hook, look at Hook.
It's the big play. Number 8, Hugh, could open the door here. You can see already, LAG are reacting to this, but very little time remaining.
Capsidal's going to have to go huge.
Here it comes, here it comes. Capsidal looking for it as well, finds the first one, tries to stay alive. The second player, Slasher, is not going to be able to go down. 3 versus 3, but the LA Guerrillas do not have a time. And he's behind them, he's got another one. And Slasher gets a third. And now Methodz is the last alive. And he tries to take down Slasher, but not that time. Not that gunfight. LAG claw this one away with like so little time remaining.
And really, that's on spot. He holds the angle over towards B. He's been that distraction. It's like, haha, guys, look, we're over at B still. Not really, but then he gets that transition. He knows they're going to be rotating, and he sees 3 of them push over towards P5. May well only find 1, but he butters up another as well for the rest of his team. There's 3 behind. Everyone spins round, and well, and I mean just about, LAG will find that round. Slasher on a 5 spree. He's been having a really good game so far.
I said before, and I'll say it again, Slasher has done nothing but impress me. So Capsidal, though, looking for it again. He's going to find him. Hugh was just caught out in the open at the A side, and now Boston breach. The onus is on them. They have the numbers. They have the opportunity. They haven't had a good time the last couple of rounds, but putting it to 5 will be great. Asim, though, going to find a fight on the stage.
Oh
Does end up winning versus Capsidal, and that was chaos.
3v3. Bombs going down here for Boston. And EJARs to maybe find some sort of control towards the back of your Boston breach. They have plenty of it. LAG need to break this setup. Who's going to be the one to make the move first? Because I don't think Boston are going to be that team. They'll try and lock this in, but LAG, slowly but surely, will work their way around Docks. Let's see if they can find the kills here, though, because Methodz is ready.
Sneaky Methodz going to find Slasher.
Well
Very easy kill there in the end. And again, they're looking for him, and Methodz is going to shut it down. It's all now on the spot for a 1 versus 3. It's no good. It's Boston a breach. They've got 5. And that is map point. Can they get the 6th?
Sublime positioning from Methodz, to be honest with you. You will quite often see ARs who are at the back. Oh, let's stare at the bomb. You've got 2 other players doing that job for you. They lock down the very back of Docks. And Methodz will find 2 of the easiest kills he's found all day long. Breach now in the ascendancy, 1 round away from finding themselves 2-0 up. Needs to be turned around here from LAG. We have seen glimpses, we've seen signs of life in this game. It is doable for them, but they need to start it with an attack.
Oh, here they go already, though. Q does manage to find a gap as Capsidal opens the door and says, hey, I'm just going to have a quick look out here. What could possibly go wrong? Well, but keep an eye on that mini-map, by the way. Nero was in a great position. He could potentially do something, especially with the backup of TJ. LA, though, have slowed this down. They know they don't want to make a mistake. They have the numbers.
Seam doesn't see TJ, and Nero will be getting free information here. Seam, is he going to know he's there? No way, he should have won that gunfight and didn't. TJ will find the kill here as well over towards offense. All of a sudden, it's 2 versus 3.
They're going to try and flick that through the door as well, but TJ's going to be there as well, and it's not be good for Spart. It's all now on to Hugh. He's got to get a 1 versus 3. 1 versus 2 now, and down he goes, and Boston Breach will take the search and destroy. They move up in this series 2-0. And they're still looking every bit as practiced, every bit as good as we've seen them in the qualifiers. And now they could potentially be moving forward with just 1 more map.
Couple of shaky rounds out of Boston, but it doesn't deter them. LAG just not enough for the Boston side on Berlin this time around. That will be a search and destroy their way as well. Comfortable is how I would kind of describe the situation now in this series. It has been somewhat comfortable throughout these last 2 maps. Will it continue into the control? I wonder. But for LAG, there's a couple of situations that you'll look back on. 1v3s that absolutely shouldn't be happening, didn't happen, but a couple of 1v1s it comes down to, and that can sometimes make the difference. But Capsidal, influential there. I absolutely love the push through mid-map with the rat. You don't see it from many players in this game, but Capsidal very much one who has that in his back pocket quite literally. And that will be the win there for Boston Breach on map number 2. Looking good in the series, Press.
It certainly will. I've been a big fan of Capsidal since he came on the scene. And here's the thing, right? You've got to remember Capsidal's story, his arc for this, is that he came in as a kind of like a controversial pick, we'll say, a controversial pickup. And his team believed in him. And what he's done is proved everybody wrong in the league so far as he's continued to be, in my opinion, the X factor on Boston Breach.
100%. We were one of these people who were like, right, okay, well, we watched and casted challenges all last year. Shout out to you guys at home who were watching, of course. But we never really seen him at all. We didn't see him once. He wasn't in the elite once. Hadn't really done much at all. It was Dens who turned around and said, look, I play with this guy Cap. I really think he has the potential to go on and play well. And well, great pickup from Dens. Fantastic work from the Boston Breach. Getting in a player like this, believing in players like this. One of the teams that sort of said to themselves, we've had this conversation with Zed back and forth, haven't we? They don't want to set up a team just to be mid. They're very much one of these guys in the backroom staff who want to set up teams who could potentially win championships. You take the risk with players like Capsidal. It may well pay off.
It may certainly do. Well, we'll find out how the rest of this series does play out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for map number 3 here at the Minnesota Røkkr Major right after this break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
They continue to fight. But it's Methodz. Capsidal. Cap says, you know what? I would like to continue. For a 1v1. TJ now looks to find 4 of his own. And Nero will find inside these Røkkr hungry. Hey, girl. Got a man. Don't play. Said she always wanted me. Well, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Minnesota Røkkr Major. The crowd is in good spirits, and so are we. Currently, we are in the game Boston Breach versus the LA Guerrillas. Boston lead 2-0, but it's not over yet. And we've got to wait till the Fat Lady starts singing, because anything could happen in this control, including something we got told during the break time.
Yeah, we'll maybe allude to it if we get into the game. We do see it. We've been given a couple of insider information. We know a couple of things that may well happen here for the side of LAG. Maybe something different is going to be brought out. We'll talk about it if it happens. If it doesn't, then we may... Oh, well, there you go. I mean, this is going to tell you. Hey, thanks, production. I was trying to tease them, if anything, but nonetheless, here we are. Apparently, a different AR coming out, the Volk on this side of things. Not something I've even personally used in the game, full stop. I ain't going to put it out there. I've not used it myself. It's very much auto MP40 all the way through. So the Volk going to come out by the sounds of things from LAG. I don't know what to expect, to be honest.
Well, so here's what I know, and it's, I'll be honest, not a lot, which is probably a lot of people that
it hasn't been used. Is there, how can we know?
So from what I understand, coming into it, it's very high in terms of the damage you can put out per second, and it is very, very aggressive. If you can hit with it, you will drop people incredibly fast. Whether or not that plays out into this one, I am looking forward to see, because let's face it, we all love a good meta change, and who knows? It could be the difference. It could be the start of a brand new era in Call of Duty League. Probably not, but maybe.
Possibly not. Yeah, look, I like to see teams experiment, though. I mean, obviously this would have come out in Scrim, so it won't be a surprise to any of these teams. You don't just bring it out on stage like this, right? Do you? You definitely would have practiced with it, wouldn't you have? You would have thought, but it's going to be Tuscan Control, where that practice is now going to come into play for their LAG. Boston, for them, this map in particular, relatively solid, I would say, although not necessarily played a lot in terms of both these teams. But for average ticks, that is an important stat now. With the change that comes in for the side of Control, of course, those ticks, those segments that you gain. Boston are the best team in the game at Tuscan, finding those segments. Can they make it count yet as we head into map number 3?
Well, let's find out already. You can see people being stacked, and Ook is going to be here. Can you see him through the gap in the wall? I don't think so. It's all got a bit quieter. Eventually he's going to push through as well. As Hugh says, thank you very much. We'll have those 2 kills. Eventually we'll be traded out by Methodz. He flies through as well. God. How on earth has Methodz won that one? Eventually taken down by Spark, but the pressure's still rolling in here as Boston Breach are determined to get to B.
Yeah, they haven't really found a route through yet. LAG shutting this down, but Nero will find a little bit of room. Will get himself into church. Spot will shut down very, very quickly. What's that icon on the left-hand side there, Bryce? That ain't an auto. Let's see what Spark can get going with this new weapon that we haven't seen too much of. Capsidal will find the kill into a scene. Looks like A is where the concentration is going to be. Well, right now, Spark's absolutely beaming with it, as eventually he does fall. LAG looking to try and lock in this defense over towards A, but keep an eye on Cap.
Already you see the pressure coming in here as A-Seam tries to get out of it as well. Eventually we'll be taking down you, but Spark with the Volk, and I'm looking forward to seeing. Look at just the power that this gun exudes. And he's currently 6-3 with it. We were curious about how effective it was going to be, and apparently very, very effective.
Okay, it's working out for Spark so far over towards A. LAG up on the lives. Boston Breach not able to get too close at all. Hook's now popping off, and he doesn't need a new weapon. He does it good with the old MP40. Oh, the kill stock. What is this? What? Oh, this is maybe bad. Oh no, League play when I get back. Please, somebody help me.
Well, that game's over. That game is done. LA Guerrillas have shut it down. Boston Breach can't get anywhere. They can't move, and I'm wondering how they're going to react. And by the way, after this, we need to look at the teams again, because you can see the laughter coming in from LAG. The vibes, just off that round alone, have lifted their spirits. And Boston Breach may be a little bit shook.
Boston are like, yeah, we got the Volk class, boys. It's not there. I'm going to attempt to say the full name of it when we get into the next one. Did you notice it in the bottom right corner? I'll go for it. I will go for it. Tell me I won.
All right, well, I'll tell you something. Let's find out how this goes on the attack, though, already. Spark throwing bullets down range. Already looking for this quick A push as well. Asim will get that first blood with a nade, and Boston Breach are waiting for an exit kill, maybe?
I mean, Boston have found absolutely nothing so far. aLLeY have really caught them sleeping. Heading into map number 3, plenty of control here. You've got to watch the flank though, and Slash is going to have to go huge for his team. Will find one, will not get out. Shot's now going to come in. Spot, this is a free cap over towards A by the looks of things, but Methodz trying to survive. The team will find 1, 2, and 3 as well. Surely he can't find a 4th, he will not, but the A point goes over towards aLLeY. And just bear in mind, Boston found absolutely nothing on their attack in that first round. So very, very much something to look forward to towards that round number 5 if we do get there. But B is now the objective for aLLeY. How can they find it?
Well, here comes the pressure. It's all going to fall on the Capsidal at the back here. He's going to need reinforcements at some point. He's found that first player with MP40 as well. He's dipping, he's dancing, he's diving. He's still got nobody to come and help him. Somebody call out and get some bodies towards the back. Spart opens it up though, and now they're going to try and get it, and he guns him off it. And this is a terrifying weapon to see because Spart is not missing. He is destroying Boston Breach, one bulk shot at a time.
Oh, God have mercy on my SR when I get home. This is not looking good for everybody who does obviously play competitive online. That's going to be rocking up very, very quickly, you would imagine. It seems to pack a hell of a punch. And really, we haven't seen much of a meta change, full stop at all. It's very much been MP40 and AR coming from the auto side of things, but now Spark with the Volkstrom Goer. There you go, that's the second one as well. This thing just packs such a punch, my goodness me, 16 and 6.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, aLLeY just staying alive at the moment here, and man of the moment, Spart has shown us all something a little bit special today, with the pressure now coming back in. aLLeY Guerrillas trying to make this move. Spart already going to be on this one as well. Not going to be able to get that kill either. Boston Breach still holding strong. Slasher at the back. And I am seeing more and more of these Volks come out from aLLeY.
Yeah, I think there might be a conversation with some of the pros when we get back home. A couple of people dialing up, man, boys, when you have a look at this one. Nonetheless, working out for aLLeY, Boston Breach. I mean, look, if the fact that we knew aLLeY are bringing that out, it was production who give us that information over, then, well, surely this is being used in scripts. Surely it has been something that teams will know about. Methodz from behind. This may well shut this push down completely. If he can find even more than 1 kill, that would be phenomenal. Finds 2, but lives, Boston Breach looking very, very slim.
However, the time might be in their favor. Spart trying to get something done, and he does. They have stopped the clock here. Methodz going to put those nades down, try to slow this push here. aLLeY getting bodies on it as well. Capsidal might be the man who can make a difference here as they try to get this pinch coming through. The nades come through at the same time. Nero gets another. Time is running out. Slasher needs to stay alive just to give his team the opportunity to get through it as well, and he's not going to be able to win that gunfight. And all the hard work, everything that aLLeY Guerrillas have done so far in this game is coming to naught. They will get the first tick onto B, but I don't think they're going to get much else.
No extra respawns remaining. Need to get inside the point very, very quickly. Is anybody going to be able to get there for the side of aLLeY? Slasher's the one in, and with minimal lives remaining, Boston Breach will lock in that defense. But they lose plenty of segments on the side of the control there, so bear that in mind if we do get to that round number 5. I'd say that is a win. You go 1-1, you win your attack side of things for the segments for aLLeY, you take the small wins where you can as we head into the 3rd round.
Well, there's a change in the air, and I wonder if it will be a change of fortunes as well. Still 1 between these two, but of course aLLeY will have the advantage. They have more ticks on board. Spart opens up proceedings against TJ.
You can hear it on the map. It sounds so chunky. Hook though with the MP40, this does damage as well. There's Nero falling, as does Cap. That B push that we've seen Boston Breach try so many times in their previous attack, not coming to anything to kick things off here in round number 3. Go back with Spart for me, go on. He's not using it anymore. He's using the auto now. Doesn't need it. Fantastic work from aLLeY. They defend so well at the beginning of this round.
See Slasher actually trying to push out P5, exactly what you should do, but it has not worked out for them now. Boston Breach are moving fast to try to get onto this B early. They know, but it is looking likely they are going to have the event if they don't do something miraculous.
It's a decent enough push here for the Boston Breach. aLLeY, can they find these kills over towards the back? Seems going to break things open. That should be the defensive push coming on through. And aLLeY will clear this one away over towards B. Boston Breach have really not had much of a look on the attack, and we have that stack coming into it. They're the best team at finding segments here on Tuscan. They ain't found anything.
It's kind of crazy at the moment. Obviously, Boston will probably have to settle for this now. Just try to lock it in and get it completely and totally sorted. aBeZy, though, going to take their time to try and get in a position to pinch this down. You see that mini-map, they are spreading out for it as well, and it's going to be Boston Breach to try and absorb this pressure. Slasher opens it up as well. Methodz is that pre-aim, but locked in, desperately looking for him, and eventually will take it down, but there are bodies here from LAG. They are throwing it here, and Seam and Spark clear it off, and Boston Breach still don't have anything.
And Nero sent himself over towards B to try and get things rolling, counting on the rest of his team to stay alive, and Hook will find the easy kill over towards it. 2 ticks here for Breach. It's all they really have to write home about. Not the best of attacking starts for the side of Breach at all. They are going to find a couple of kills here over towards A, though. They will lock this site in. That will extend their timer. I don't think LAG are going to attempt anything here. They'll just look to lock in B, but Boston Breach, it took them a while. They spent a lot of time, a lot of resources on that one. A couple of pushes over towards B is all you've really got.
Yeah, and the game plan now for Boston Breach is essentially just got to begin here. If they can win this round, fantastic. It's not an easy proposition to do, though. But every tick they get may give an opportunity to come back and try to wrest that round 5 defense away. Capsidal stacking in a radio. You can see a player at the back, it's Methodz. They're looking for this, but they need an opportunity. They need to try and win a successive number of gunfights to actually push through into this.
Seam's got to hold this push. He's got to hold it. He checks it at the right, but the wrong time. Nero will find the kill, and now comes the push here for the Boston Breach. 9 lives remaining for their side of things, and they've got control towards the back of the spawn, but they need to clear out their flank, and it's Slasher ready and waiting. Is he going to find this Gunny as well? He doesn't need to do the rest of the team out here. Nero now inside the point, capturing it as best as he possibly can. 8 lives remaining for Guerrillas, but only 5 for the side of Breach. 30 seconds, this might get a little bit mixy.
It is. What can Boston find?
That's a big nade.
It is. You can see Boston are ready for this. They know there's only one opportunity left. They're looking Capsidal going through. TJ coming through. Methodz coming through. They're looking for it as well. Spark managed to get one back. And TJ, a little bit of COD timing. But that first tick is in for them as well. TJ going to get shut down as well. Sasha desperately trying to find that player at the same time. And Boston are now all spawning out. Well, I say all spawning out. It's only Capsidal. And I'm not sure he can do much here in this 1 versus 3 unless he's got some magic in the tank. Looking for Slasher, and Slasher says no. No heroic victory for you. You're not going on Twitter. You're not going on Reddit. You're just going to sit down.
Very easily done that. For the side of LAG, you would say. It always felt like it was there around, you know, these kills were kind of coming through at the right times for them. They may well only have 3 players remaining, but always kind of in control there in that round specifically. They are going to give it up, so Boston Breach will get a few ticks onto it. We'll keep an eye on the segment side of things to help us understand which way round number 5 is going to go for the defensive side of things, but I would say LAG, driving seat at the moment, it definitely feels that way. Can they maybe finish it off here with an attack? It's a 4-hit over towards A. Capsidal, mid-map control is what he's going for.
Well, they haven't ready up for it, and somehow he split his bullets between 2 players. And I thought he was pretty much home and dry here, and TJ hasn't managed to get a kill either. Just not hitting eventually. Will take down Slasher. Methodz takes down 2 at the same time, and LAG thought they might be able to get that very, very quickly done. They haven't, and the pressure now coming over towards B. Capsidal there, trying to shut it down. Spark using that Volk again to devastating effect.
TJ now wrapping around B. They can do with clearing these out. It's only a 1-tick advantage for the side of LAG as we head into this last one. But of course, they're the ones that are now going to be finding those ticks. So, I mean, it's a guaranteed, pretty much, that they will have that that defensive side in round number 5. But I mean, they may be able to close it out pretty quickly here. They were already inside of B. They're doing the job here as well. As Hook will find one around the front. Capsidal will answer back in. Well, you can't find anything there if you're the side of a seam. But that's ticks over towards B already. Not looking too bad for LAG here in round number 4.
The pressure is now mounting. LAG are in the driving seat, but let's find out how they are feeling with LA Guerrillas. Listen in.
He's on a 5. He's on a 5.
Okay, don't give him streaks. Do not give him streaks. I'm trying to hold our flank. Honestly, if we have to slow it down, we have 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes. We get slowed down.
TJ, deep left A, bro. Deep left A. I
don't see him. Yo, 1v5 right now. I'm gonna have to work this kid. Okay. Shit on.
Good shit. One guy was deep left A.
Top church.
We go around together. Use attacks.
Okay. Zinni was top church, wasn't he?
That could be flanking goes. I'm not gonna lie. I'll see this guy back left.
I'm in their base. There's nothing in their base. I'm pushing up.
Okay. Deep left. TJ, one shot.
Nice.
One need church on this.
You got church.
Bottom church on the PM.
Yeah, backside church.
One shot Nero. One shot Nero. He went to
Slid at me.
Field dead.
Nice, keep it up. One top rails. 18. Zinni dead.
In the back, spawn in the back. TJ dead.
Nice. Spawn close. Getting on. Top green.
I have him. There's one field. There's spawning field. They're spawning field. They're going
short and green. They're gonna fight. Already on point. One guy top green.
He's in the corner, TJ. In the corner, TJ.
Top green. Yo, two top green. Nero and Methodz. Top green.
LA Guerrillas doing so much work there, and you could hear the tactics come through them as well. They slowed it down and they made more kills, but it's not quite enough. It's so difficult to get it here. And they put the pressure on, but Boston Breach stood strong. And now they're gonna have to reset, rethink, and try to get back into it. 1 minute left, 1 kill difference. LAG want to end this right here.
Yeah, you really don't want to have to count on that defensive side coming over towards you. You will get it if you're the LAG. So they have that in their back pocket, but you'd like to win it, of course, in 4. Not in a bad spot to potentially do something here now as Boston Breach just trying to lock down the hatches, not let anybody in. Very, very slow. 40 seconds remaining here. Works out for the Breach. The less time, the better. Nero needs to hold this down, though. TJ and Methodz doing the job. Slasher's been an absolute menace. He's going to actually find a kill towards the back. It's going to open things up at the front there for Spark to now find this push. They've got to get rid of Cap, though.
They do. Spark try and make a big push. He does get it as well. The Vault doing more and more work.
That might be it. That might be it. They're stacking. They're stacking.
They've got several players on it. That second tick is coming up very, very quickly. But Hugh, they've managed to get a seam. And Methodz gets Hugh. And Nero gets Spark. And Slasher tries, but goes down. And that may be the crushing defeat on this round for LAG, just when they thought they had it.
And you hate to see it. You absolutely hate to see it if you're an LAG fan. Nonetheless, they do have another chance. They will get a hold of the defensive hold for round number 5. Of course, we're not playing the kills. It's about the segments you find. And Boston found very little in their attacking rounds. LAG comfortably get defense for round number 5. But Boston just about hold on there thanks to a little bit of friendly fire. But round number 5, defense for the side of LAG. Boston have looked, I want to say, weak on the attack, if I'm honest with you. It really hasn't looked like they've been able to find anything. The Volk has been in their way. But it's third time the charm is now. We head into it. Can Boston find an attack to find the 3-0, or can LAG make a series of it?
Already, you can see LAG opening up here. Boston are trying to figure out exactly where do we go. There's pressure coming through. The seam is going to find something on the flank. Surely finds TJ as well. Capsidal's there for the easy one, and Boston Breach.
Oh my God!
Nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. LAG have the defense, and they are looking to capitalize on it.
There's a bit of a route that's just actually been broken through here from the Boston Breach, so that timer will be stopped. Capsidal inside the point. Can they defend him? Can they keep the team away? LAG may be sacrificing quite a little bit here. Lives on the side of LAG. Capsidal, though, very much pushed on forward. Keep an eye on a Spark coming on around behind. He's going to find a kill on the TJ. This might break this one open, but Capsidal still trying his best. He's the only one left, and he will fall. LAG rebuffed the B attack.
That one tick could prove crucial, though. Obviously, Boston Breach doing the easy job here, getting into A, stopping the clock, getting the segments up. And LAG are spreading across the map. This may be a pinch coming through if they can find something. Spark down the back has already found himself one kill. Slasher and Hugh get one at the same time, and Boston Breach have been broken again. Slasher shutting it down, and Boston Breach are looking a little bit lost.
Look at the close spawns there for Breach. They're all going to be at mid-map very, very quickly. LAG not in a bad spot to answer back to this, though. They push it very, very hard over towards Tile, so a bit of an abnormal spawn comes in for Breach. Gives them a little bit of purchase over towards A. Which with a very, very happily take by the looks of things. TJ's going to be taken down. Spot's having a hell of a game at 37 and 22. A 5 spree for him if he can find the streaks. May well be the nail in the coffin there for Boston on map number 3.
Well, didn't play for them. Not going to get them either. Slasher, though, on platform is going to be a key player here as well. I say that Hugh's going to take down Nero before they can even get anything going. And for Boston Breach, you haven't managed to do this yet. Can you do it here in the very final round?
Seam is going to fall for LAG now. Don't really have much of a flank setup. Boston Breach have got a lot of control in around top church, in towards radio, and they will find the kills here. For LAG, this is kind of not a good position to be in whatsoever. You're all going to be fighting from the front. The shots are coming in here from Arches. Capsidal in. Capsidal finds a kill. Can't find a second spot. Said answer. The trades are going the way of the Breach, though. Here for LAG. They're all dead here almost all of a sudden. Slasher needs to find the break around behind. That tick's going quickly, Brycey.
That second one's coming in as well. They know where Slasher's going to be, and TJ finds him.
Gotta go.
And Boston is still getting it. Seam tries to dive. Methodz gets the kill. Spartan Nero and Boston Breach in the very final round of the control. Find B. They find the attack, and they move forward here at the Major with a clean 3-0.
Boston Breach saw absolutely nothing on the attack until they do. Kills come in, and for LAG, they had 0 control in church, 0 control in radio. And all of a sudden, if you're the Boston Breach, you just gotta look in front of you. That's where they're coming from. They find the kills, they find the segments, they find the map, they find the series 3-0. Boston Breach. What a comeback on that control. It felt like nothing was going their way. And LAG, what a way to lose it.
It certainly is. LAG thought, we've got that in the bag. We have it, but the patience, the chemistry, the teamwork, and the ice in the veins from Boston Breach proved too much. They adapted to the Vault coming out and frying them all over the map. But I'll tell you something, time for a walk down memory lane. Let's look at how that last one went down.
Right, yeah, as I was talking about, look where Methodz is. This is radio, this is top check, these are the areas you want to lock down if you're on the attack. Always as a defensive team, you want somebody on the flank. So Hook's dead. Look at where everybody from LAG is. They're in and around B, they're in their spawn. There is nobody flanking, and that's what makes it so hard as an attacking team to try and get in. There's always somebody on your flank. You find the kills at the front, LAG, you do not now have time to wrap around. The spawn comes in church, Slasher is there, they force them away. And now all of a sudden it is panic stations for LAG. And that's just about having no radio control. Nobody flanking at the time of when these kills come through. You lose the crucial gunfights, and you lose the round, and you lose the map. It's as easy as that.
Well, what a thriller that last round was. We didn't know whether or not it would go down like that, but I'll tell you something, when Control plays out with a brand new gun in the meta, anything was on the table, and I look forward to seeing the development of that ton.
Yeah, the Vault looked really, really good. Spartan dropped nearly a 40 bomb. It kind of looked like the situation at the start of the rounds, the auto was being used. It looks like it's that middle gun in between the MP40 and the auto. So yeah, that's something to watch out for the rest of the week.
All right, well, that was a thrilling game, but let's hear from our beautiful experts up on the desk what they made of it.
Bryce, you're beautiful too, man. Well, we made it at. That was an insane game, but yo, we gotta give it a spark with the Volk AR. I didn't know what to expect, to be completely honest, but he was frying.
No, he was. I think I've seen it a couple of times in like the college COD League. I've seen some players in that use it. It's this weapon that's kind of in the middle, as they said. If you watch like Black Ops 4, it kind of reminds you like that Maddox. So you can kind of do it all. I mean, it's difficult at times, I think, to hit some of those headshots. Right? It's not as much of a laser beam as the auto, but it has great strafe speed, as you can see here. And I mean, the thing packs a punch, it really does. So if you can get going with this, put yourselves in a good position, I mean, obviously you can find a lot of kills like Spart was.
We love a king that shifts the meta right there. And the Volk was great up close as well. Nameless, all eyes were on Spart and Slashers, the AR players, and they definitely deliver, man.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in. You're playing against a hot Boston team, but he comes out, makes the most of it, and he leaves a lasting impact. I need the class ASAP Rocky, as Ali says, and you can see some tweets here, the meta shift. No, he leaves a lasting impact, and that's exactly what you want to do if you're a player like Spart, trying to come in and show off on the main stage, even if you're playing a very tough team. He had a fantastic match.
Yes. And Ali, that Control game was so back and forth. It was like a little seesaw battle, but Boston, you just couldn't stop him.
Listen, I said it the last time we were at the Major when we talked about the ticks being changed into the objective versus the kills, and why Boston's so good at it. They recognized the stack potential in the middle of the round. My notes early have Nero in all exclamation points, screaming stack, because he played patient. He sat in church. He waited for his teammates to call out. He makes that push. He finds the player in the back, and once they see that kill feed light up, Nero sprints to the point to stack it with the rest of his teammates, because LAG has no time to cook the nades. They have no time to, they just have to sprint at the hill. Boston knew that, and that's what got them that offensive win.
Right, and we actually have Methodz on the main stage for the Game Fuel post-victory spotlight. Let's go ahead and take it away.
Zinni, my guy, how you doing? I feel good. Yeah, I bet you're feeling good. So, stage 2 qualifier, #1 overall KD, #1 S&D KD, #1 hardpoint KD, #1 control KD. You're like LeBron right now. Correct. No, but I want to talk about the team in a minute, but individually, something's clicking, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's more so the team. Obviously, I'm the main AR, so they're sort of running in front of me, but I haven't felt this confident individually in a long time, so just keeping the foot on the pedal, keep working, and hopefully we can take a tournament home to Boston.
I would love that, but I feel like sometimes, I mean, I forget like how long your career's been, right? Like you've been around forever, because there was like a hiatus where you didn't compete for a couple of years. Like to go through that, to have your success, then the struggles, then not on a team, then I feel like you get picked up, do well, get dropped, like all over the place. To now to feel you have a home, be performing this well, it's got to feel great.
Yeah, a lot of self-belief. You go on the Call of Duty Reddit, and last year they weren't very kind, but it's just working hard, right? Just putting in the hours, and like I said, I think my teammates are the real MVPs here. I mean, the two rookies, they came in firing. Everybody wrote TJ off. I think our team just has a chip on our shoulder, and looking forward to proving the world wrong still.
Well, I would love that. Let's talk about the team then, because I interviewed you at the last event, and you kind of talked about the positives and the negatives of having young players, right? Sometimes there's mistakes, but they'll run around like little crackheads, make plays when you need them to. Yeah. How has that developed now, kind of to this point? Has it improved?
Yeah. I mean, the two rookies have improved. I mean, I think they're the rookies of the year, right? Not just one of them, I think both. Both of them, they're not scared to make plays. They're great search players. Not very often do you see rookies come in and play with that type of confidence. So I'm happy to have them. Obviously happy to have TJ, and yeah.
The crowd is obviously behind you. It's been very cool to see. I guess I want to hear just about the map 3. I mean, you guys are on offense, round 5, not an easy thing to do. How'd you close it out?
I'm just screaming stack the point, man. I mean, that point, they're spawning, they're throwing nades. We got a few kills. I'm screaming stack point. We pretty much just got kills from there, and sometimes it either falls in your favor or it doesn't, and this time it did. So good games, LAG. Real quick, I want to give a big shout out to Pierce Gunless. He's one of the best players I've played with and against. Obviously, we want him to get better as soon as possible so he comes back to this stage. So big shout out to Pierce.
Hey, Zen, you're a class act. I appreciate you. Good luck the rest of the way, pal. Back to the desk.
What a class act. Shout out to Gunless right there. But man, this is a good day so far. 2 good games. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling like TJ, but aLLeY, to put a bow on that whole series right there, what do you have to say?
Boston Breach look like they have a huge turnaround from that loss versus London, and they're coming for blood here at this major too. But I also want to say, Spart for subbing in, I think he did an incredible job in this series.
You got that right. Now, Merc, you're not going to be on the desk for the next series. We actually have Atlanta FaZe.
I might, dude. These chairs are comfortable.
I know, these are nice. They hooked it up.
I might be hanging out here for a bit, dude. You know what I mean? Hey, I'm just saying.
You're right. We got New York faced off against Atlanta FaZe. All right, honestly. How do you feel about that game, man?
I mean, listen, like, right away I think FaZe has the advantage, but sometimes in Call of Duty you make your roster changes, it's like honeymoon period, things are going your way. It's a really tough matchup. Like, could it be a close one? Could potentially New York upset them? Yeah, with Atlanta FaZe coming off runners-up, this is kind of their revenge tour, if you want to say, so you would expect them to win. But it's not an easy round 1, it's not.
All right, well, we're going to find out to see if there's going to be yet another upset today, and I can't wait. On the other side of this break, we're going to get the Atlanta FaZe and the New York Subliners. But once again, big shout out and much love to the Boston Breach with a big 3-0 victory over LAG. We'll catch you guys on the other side for some more CDL action.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to Major 2 out here in Minnesota, and things are just starting to heat up as we enter the third series of the day. But welcome back to the desk. I'm Belly, this is Tim. Just got off a great cast. We got aLLeY and also Nameless. And aLLeY, when it came to the Scuff play of the game, yo, Methodz had a crazy 1v2 to close it out.
I mean, you could say it was crazy. It was honestly just a really good methodical play. He was waiting in back warehouse. He found the player going on the flank, and he snaps on the next one. So obviously, he catches Slasher off guard. He easy reads that somebody else might be back here on the hunt for him. He drops down. Asim goes for the challenge, and he quick snaps onto him. That was a huge play to make them go up 5-3 in the series and end up closing it out.
Yeah, it's got to be a good thing that Boston just really came to the second event. They won their first game outright, what we expected. I mean, what are your thoughts for them heading to later in the tournament?
I think they're now staring down the barrel of a winner's bracket final. You've now got Florida next coming up. You would, I said it during the cast, if you are Boston, you see that London v Florida game, who would you rather play? Irrelevant of the result, you'd rather play Florida, right?
Yeah.
Of course you would. So, I mean, like, would you not?
They're scary, man.
They're scary, but on paper, you'd still would rather play Florida, right?
No, you would rather play Florida. They've fallen to London, they've fallen to London already recently, so having to come off that loss 100%. Into the second round, they probably definitely would have wanted to play Florida.
Yeah, this event is starting to heat up. Middle of the pack teams are starting to rise to the top. And speaking of which, we actually have the New York Subliners taking on the Atlanta FaZe. And when it comes to the New York Subliners, we actually got to talk to Crimsix at one of the last play days about the progression of the team. Let's go ahead and hear what he had to say.
Oh, I'm getting sick and tired of us beating people and then people tweeting out, at the lowest point, we lost to New York. We must be horrible, right? Like we must be complete. How do I say this? I've already cursed twice. I'm gonna get fined. Like everyone thinks we're complete dog shit, all right? Hey, no longer. All right. Start taking us serious. Start watching our VODs, and we'll see what happens. All right.
And you see right there, the vets on that team. He's very optimistic, right? But he's right. The team was trash, but now they're kind of undefeated with this new team change.
Yeah, he's getting that sense of confidence back. Like, this is Crimsix, who's won so many tournaments, and their team is just getting dragged through the dirt the last couple of months. So to win a few matches, he wants his opponents to respect him, watch his VOD, and prepare, because teams go into this match versus New York with full confidence, but that is no longer. They're going to have to prepare and get ready for this new and improved team.
You're right. And when it comes to New York, you and Bryce were actually casting a game where your duo said, I don't have a skill to judge how good this team is yet. We haven't seen their peak.
We haven't, and this will be a good test to kind of see where they are at, because New York, beforehand, they were terrible. We don't need to talk about too much more.
Yeah.
I was nearly depressed watching and casting over their games, but now things look very, very good for them.
And when it comes to the game field keys to victory?
All right, well, when it comes to New York Subliners keys to victory, the SMG duo needs to match the Tiny Terrors in slaying. Since the roster change, Neptune is at 1.16 and HyDra's 1.14. We have seen the vibe kind of regain with these two. They wanted to play together, now they are frying, and get rid of Bocage Hardpoint. Obviously, Atlanta are 7-0 on it. Just do not put it in the series. Sure, you might be 2-0 since the roster change, but I would rather play to their weaknesses than their strengths. Find control improvements. Winning 43% of rounds with the new roster, that is 11th overall, but with control is a very team-based game. I think that's going to be something that will have to build over time with a roster that's kind of been playing hot potato with who's on the lineup.
And this young SMG duo are definitely going to have to pick it up against the Tiny Terrors, because Neptune and HyDra are nice and all, but Simp and aBeZy are just built different.
If they can put up those stats that we just seen in those keys to victory then they're fine. That will be great, but it's going to be very, very difficult. I think it was them, the SMG side of things for New York has been looking good, but yeah, you need rid of that Bocage as well, though. You don't want to try and you don't go to it.
Not at all. No. And when it comes to Atlanta FaZe in general, aLLeY, no matter how many times they lose or who they lose against, whether Seattle off upset or whatnot, FaZe is still FaZe at the end of the day.
FaZe is still FaZe at the end of the day, but I will say this. They have been struggling to rotate in hard points, except for Bocage, where they can kind of get away with forcing themselves through the front of the map, but they're also not comfy in search and destroy yet. They have some nasty nade spots, but they are struggling to capitalize on first bloods. Whenever they play offensive on S&D and a fast A push, they win 60% of the time, but they only 36% of the time get the first blood, so they got to capitalize on that advantage.
Yeah, and for the game field keys to victory for Atlanta FaZe, I mean, you know, before we get into that first one, and Hardcore, I think FaZe has been great, 7-3 in their last 10. And in terms of rotation, Gavutu has been elite for them, especially P3 and P4, and that is map 1 in this series. So for FaZe, they got to hit Berlin with the hot veto. NYSL is 3-0 with the new roster with a 129-point average differential. Atlanta is 1-1, and they did get rid of that map, so they're good. And then work on your Gavutu P1 Money Hill setups. FaZe 50% hold rate. The league average is 74%. We've seen a lot of teams really turn it around when it comes to that P1, namely OpTic Texas. When we saw Scump turn up there, it can just be a pivotal swing point in that map. And then come to the event with Gavutu control improvements. They're 2-6, last in round win percentage on Gavutu. That is going to be map number 3 in this series. So we'll see if Atlanta is finally good at that map. It seems to be the one that holds them back from getting that chip, especially going up against OpTic.
All right, the players are just about ready. But before we jump into the games, let's go ahead down the line for pick'ems. Ton, yo, lay it on me thick, man. Who you got winning this game?
I think you can't look past Atlanta FaZe, let's be honest. Look, New York have looked really good. They've started to look better. I still think it's a step too far, though. I think their limit at this moment in time is in and around top 6. Atlanta FaZe, step too far.
aLLeY, would you call me smack right now if I want New York to win this matchup?
You can want me to.
Honestly, I'm right there with you. Let's go. There's no pressure, baby. Listen, I think the sub duo with the way Simp and aBeZy have been playing, I think Neptune and HyDra on top of their game could absolutely push them to the limit. I think they could absolutely match up. But now I'm actually going to be looking at the likes of them matching up against Cellium and Arcitys. Those are the 2 players I'm worried about in this series.
Exactly. All right, Nameless, Atlanta FaZe.
I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe, yeah. I mean, they've definitively been a top 2 team all year long. I mean, they beat everybody that they need to beat. Atlanta FaZe, they're going to win the series.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to jump right into another game. We got Atlanta FaZe, the New York Subliners. Let's go ahead and get the ball rolling. We'll catch you guys on the other side.
Let's get this show on the road. Cellium fights 2 right off the red. Makes it 3. Taken down 1 by 1. Last man standing. Oh! It's real early. aBeZy waiting to pounce. There's the next. Giving the last point for him. Waiting for his demise, and there it is. Look at the minimap. FaZe are in. It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for FaZe.
Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids, just kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, job that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get into this next game. And while it may be cold outside here in Minnesota, it is going to warm up here on the stage. We are live in the winner's bracket, and 2 more Thailands of the CDL are about to throw down. One team has found a new lease of life. The other is trying to regain the crown. 2 incredible teams ready to throw down and see how much further they can actually go in this major. But I got to ask, crowd, you know, we've had some good crowds at LANs before. How are we all feeling today? Oh, I love to hear that. I love to hear a little bit of passion here at the LAN. And that's what I'm excited for. I started in LAN and I will continue. But it is time to get our teams onto the stage. All the way from the Big Apple, the New York Subliners! PaulEhx, Neptune, HyDra, and Crimsix.
We talked about the young SMGs, but the new guy, PaulEhx, he's been crazy lately for this roster.
I completely agree with you, and I like the arm warmers we got on HyDra. Looks like he's about to go to track practice, so he's ready to heat up.
Hey, yo, Bryce, go ahead and bring out last year's champs, man.
Well, you said it exactly. Last year's championship team, the home of the Tiny Terrors. It's Atlanta FaZe!
Arcitys, aBeZy, Simp, and Cellium.
And with a team that sets the tone and always the pace in games, they're looking to just sweep this match.
But at the same time, I've never felt so much little confidence in a team that has these guys on it. They need a good start here if they want to retake that crown.
We got New York, we got Atlanta. Let's go ahead and get this game going.
All right, one more time into the crucible. Over to our casters for this game. It's Studdy and Lando.
Thank you so much, Pricey. Yes, this is going to be a fantastic series. We're obviously stoked for this. And Jay, you know, it's a little bit of a different situation. I feel like weeks ago, we were talking about how this is going to be an easy 3-0 for Atlanta. Right now, tone's a little bit different.
Yeah, New York, I don't know. Ever since they picked up PaulEhx, they're on a 3-game win streak, undefeated in hardpoint. That's the biggest thing you take away. They're 6-0 in hardpoint ever since they're added PaulEhx. They've been able to win a majority of these series either 3-0 or 3-1. They just completely flipped the switch for this NYSL roster.
Yeah, they have. From a team that was literally, what, like 0-13 in hardpoint to now winning their last 6. As we said, it's going to be a good series to really evaluate where both of these teams sit right now. Obviously for Atlanta, finally Simp is going to be back. We obviously wish the very best for him. Now he's feeling better. Now here at the major, not sure where this team sits, and I feel like the barometer is definitely going to be up and down for the Subliners throughout this game. They play well. That starts to rise, and I don't know where you really rank them even if they were to lose this game.
It's going to be difficult, though, because they're going up against Atlanta FaZe, though. Yeah. But when you take a look at our maps and modes, we actually predicted the first 4. The only one that threw us off was that Game 5. The Gavel 2 hardpoint to start us off is beautiful. Obviously, on the side for Atlanta FaZe, they haven't really joined this map. They're sitting at 6-4 overall compared to NYSL, who are 1-3. But they are 1-0 when PaulEhx is on this roster. The only thing that really scares me, though, is that map 4 and that map 5, because 0-5 on the side of NYSL for Tuscan hardpoint. Keep in mind, they have yet to play with this brand new team, but still, when you go up against a team like Atlanta FaZe on one of their better hardpoint maps, it's got to be scary. You need to answer early into this series.
Yeah, it's like you have the positives of like, hey, well, the other team doesn't know what to expect. At the same time, you don't really know what to expect either. One of the big things as well, when it came down to the map set, Jay, that you and I were talking about heavily throughout our preparation last night, what's going to be the control, right? Because New York has the higher seed by definition over Atlanta FaZe. That means they get to choose the control versus teams they have a higher seed against. They actually have it versus FaZe, and they're bringing out Gavutu, a map that we talk constantly has been a primary struggle point for FaZe.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe, they haven't seen a lot of success on it. They're sitting at 2-6 on that map compared to NYSL, who are 3-4. And with this new roster, I'm pretty sure they're sitting at 1-1 on this map specifically. So NYSL, it's all about starting off high. You saw the stats come up. Neptune so far, ever since he's entered back on this lineup, in the 3 matches that they have played, he's sitting at a 1.32 currently in hardpoint. It's insane stuff.
Oh my goodness, you gotta love this. Spam this taco to help Paco, spam this pep to help Nep, spam this ball to help Paul, and finally spam this brim to help Crim. Shout out to that guy for just the absolute dominance in regards to the lyrics. The rhymes are on point.
Bars.
Those were bars. That was straight bars. And I'm curious to see, man, these 2 guys have begun on our screen, right? The 2 new additions. Obviously, Neptune new for the season, but brought out of the roster, now brought back. Paul still trying to keep up the undefeated streak. It is going to be a phenomenal, phenomenal match. Minnesota, are you ready for this game? Sounds like they're ready, Jay.
Sounds like they are.
Are you ready?
I'm ready, man. I'm ready.
You're ready to see New York.
Hopefully. I'll be happy to see some New York. But it all starts, if you're on the NYSL roster, you have to shut down one player on this team on the side of Atlanta FaZe, and it has to be Cellium. Yeah. On this map specifically, Cellium is sitting at a 1.27 KD. When you think about what NYSL able to do so well, is that with the pressure of PaulEhx, they're playing a lot more faster. So this allows Neptune to be that 30-yard, super aggressive towards that late flank. But we know what Atlanta FaZe are able to do on a map like this. If you get put in that P4 trap, it's going to be really scary on the side of NYSL.
Yeah, FaZe really know how to punish you on a map like Gavutu, a map that a lot of people thought could be a primary struggle point for them, but been playing it a lot more so far throughout Major 2, as it is already into the mix at P1, and it is a double flank out of the New York Subliners end, making plays through the beach, trades aplenty, but it will be the Subliners coming out on top in the initial fight.
30 seconds remaining on this P1. Crim's able to find 2. So far, the guy is heating up. He does get taken down by a nade, though. So now with 20 seconds remaining on this point, you see number 6, which is going to be aBeZy, already thinking about that rotation on the side of Atlanta FaZe, has a huge one-on-one gunfight in towards green.
The positives, right? You can almost limit that position if you can hold down the time at P1. aBeZy still lingers, a 1v1 for the final few seconds
over at our first hard point. It will be FaZe that grabbed the scrap, but now it is a tie game coming in toward our next rotation. And aBeZy's play ends up working out. Takes down one and sets up Simp, the Tiny Terror duo, for the nice little double himself.
Fortunately, he does get traded by Crim. But right now, New York are trying to fight their way out of back green. As Atlanta FaZe are going to be able to take control of the hard point. 45 seconds left. If you're New York, you want to try to prioritize staying alive on this side of the map. You do not want to flip these spawns.
Yeah, as we talked about, FaZe so good at manipulating those. A roster that you cannot try to mess with. And also something to consider as well, Jay. This team right now sits with the best hardpoint record in the entire CDL. I forget exactly what the numbers are, but they sit at the top. That has got to be a scary sight if you are New York. They lose that fight toward bottom ship. They have spawns for next, but it's going to be FaZe with a solid lead going into P3.
Now with 15 seconds, though, you have to try to fight for some map control. Arcitys wins a huge one-on-one towards top ring. So now, a couple kills going in favor of Atlanta FaZe. They're going to put that pressure on. Arcitys should be able to get on this P3 hard point. His teammates should be able to fill in towards top ring, but you see NYSL, they're still putting a lot of pressure towards lower ship. They're not trying to allow any players from Atlanta FaZe to slip through that green break.
Oh, and a veteran like play! They're out of Crim. The nice long-range shots out of the vet, eventually traded out, but it's his play in particular that opens up this hard point for NYSL, a much-needed hard point, and especially, as we said, Jay, with that P4 and P5 coming up, those have been great hard points as of late for the Atlanta FaZe. A minor advantage that just continues to tick away. Paul gets dropped, and now it's going to be the final push, potentially, out of the Atlanta and aBeZy rushing forward, but Neptune, they're to lock things down. HyDra's at the cut. A great setup right now for New York. They do not go down, and it's Paco who sits right now on the 5 spray.
On a 5, and you see him starting to work towards that ship side. Arcitys going to be playing towards lower rocks area. Has to try to stay alive here, but you see HyDra, he's just going to take his time. Wait for his teammates to at least try to help him on this push. Crim finds Arcitys, so now the pressure's going to come in towards top cliff. And one player in Neptune trying to pinch the ring, but HyDra does get taken down. So now all of NYSL starting to spawn out towards top ring. Atlanta FaZe starting off with this one.
You'll see Atlanta look to play this. And keep in mind, Jay, look at the way they're playing. They're wanting NYSL, it feels like, to get in the backside of this hill. We'll see if it ends up working out as aBeZy really just seems to be taking players down in stride, as that'll be a nice little 4 in a row. Make it 5. Too easy for aBeZy. 38 seconds left as New York continue to attack from the front. FaZe with the current spawns, as we said, may not be something that they want, but it may not be their choice. A great break just then and there out of NYSL. They break through the front, and they've got 30 seconds still to fight for. Only player who looks to contest is Simp. He drops. All of those seconds go in the way of New York.
But that was still a great play from Simp because he was the only player alive on the side of Atlanta FaZe on that side of the map. Once he finds that kill towards top ring, he immediately pushes out and flips those spawns. They do not allow Atlanta FaZe to get put into that trap towards back P4. So now they're going to start off with this initial time for this P5. New York have to sprint all the way across that map. You see everyone trying to attack through low beach side and trying to flip these spawns now.
Nope, almost through our first set of rotations, and the one guy you said, Jay, to try to slow down has been Cellium, having a great game. Rest of the teammates can't necessarily say that. aBeZy -2, currently Simp and Arcitys, more often than not. Struggling right now on Gavutsu. Simp trying to turn things around, pulling out the rat inside the middle. He eventually falls, and that could set up the opportunity for New York to break on through. The great little snapper there out of Arcitys. They still combine for 2, make it 3 down in the feed for the Subliners as HyDra looking to pick up some info, picking up the comms, and maybe preparing for that P1 setup as well. A neck-and-neck game so far. Let's step aside and see how this new team is sounding on land. Let's go to a listen-in with NYSL.
Hi, you need help, you need help.
I'm coming. Trying to cut them off.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm the bottom. Yo, B3, MC.
Got one.
MC, B3.
Watch out, triple. One's triple.
Let us time.
Yo, he's bottom. He has to be bottom.
One more hold on me.
Yes. Yeah, I need close.
I'm just sitting close. Yo, lights open.
I'm looking at light. There's still a boat somewhere.
Yeah, I'm watching ramp.
One's deep on one.
I grab ramp.
I'm pitching.
Yeah, go. One can be behind us though.
Oh, yo, green. Light tank. Alright.
Pushing up, Dan. One more pushing up. Arcitys.
That's one deep. Oh, yo, get in there.
Nice. Outside.
I'm netting over.
One's weak on time. Weak time.
He's not chilling. I just done him. Yo, mid-boat, still dead.
I'm going light fast.
Yeah, go.
Yeah.
I'll pitch you right in the middle. We flip as well.
Yo, sell weak top ring. Weak top ring.
Outside.
No, the left as well. aBeZy. Guys, one more.
Oh, watch out.
Nice try. Get boat.
Inside.
Yeah, already R1
R1 right now?
Yeah, we have to kill him. Yeah.
You know, a few moments for the Subliners where it felt like there was a decent amount of dead air, maybe a little bit of confusion. FaZe is on a roll right now. Cellium's on a 5 spree. You got Arcitys, who ends things out on an 8. I guess there's not a whole lot of things to call out when you're just constantly dying.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to break into that P1 hardpoint. Atlanta FaZe are able to do it with about 40 seconds left. That's why you see they have such a great lead, up by 45 points currently. Into the P2 we go, though. With 40 seconds remaining, if you're NYSL, you cannot give a ball this time. You have to try to contest this. Big win coming in from Crim, as they're putting on a lot of pressure in towards bottom ship. They need to try to chain this towards that P3 to get back into this one.
Yeah, with how back and forth, I mean, Gavutsu can be in terms of massive score after massive score, you need to have a few solid hills in a row right now if you're Subliners. You cannot afford for this time to go the opposite direction as trades continue throughout the middle of the map. Keep in mind, player number 7, Simp, has made his way over toward that next hard point, while NYSL have currently won the battle. It is the war that they have got to think about. And take a look at the spawn that Simp gets. Not only does he push his way through, but now he's got Cellium thanks to those squad spawns. FaZe are here, prime and ready with a great setup. Already brewing, HyDra down, and now it's up to the Subliners to break.
And this can get scary because now Atlanta FaZe, they take control of top ring, they flip those spawns. Now all of New York spawning out towards that back red tower. And they cannot close it out here, but the chain to that P3 2v4 can be so deadly if NYSL aren't able to break in. Big gunfight coming in from Simp as he's able to get some assistance from Cellium to find that second kill. But with 35 seconds left, Atlanta FaZe, they are in control of this.
Yeah, so that little play, I mean, you can just see what it does to the score. We're talking about P2, P3. That rotation was basically everything for the Subliners and talk about the roll that FaZe finds themselves on right now. 216 to 146. The Subliners have got to get a full 60 at this next hard point as FaZe can feel it not too far away from calling this game one theirs. That's 3 down in the feed once more. PaulEhx, the farthest pushed up player. And as we said, with getting the last seconds at our final hard point, and now with prime advantage here at our next one, they need something. But here comes the glide bomb from Arcitys. As we said, PaulEhx drops 2, make it 3 again. FaZe can do no wrong.
And Atlanta FaZe, moments away from closing out this map number 1. NYSL just simply cannot break in. Atlanta FaZe starting off hot. They do a great job at that P1 hardpoint. They break in towards the final 40 seconds. They put themselves up by 45. They chain it to that P2, but then Simp makes the heads up play. Like you said, he calls it out, goes through that lower beach side, basically flips those spawns on the side of Atlanta FaZe. Once he does that, they knew all we have to do from that point on is to take control of top ring, and then eventually all of NYSL will spawn in the back. That was beautifully executed by Atlanta FaZe to close out that hard point.
Yeah, without question. I mean, we're talking about a number of different plays, but as you said, that little moment, that little play, if we were to pick one, it's got to be that one from Simp, the rotation, and it doesn't necessarily show up in the kills to deaths part, right? We're talking about stats, we're talking about players who really went off. No, that play in particular broke open this game for Atlanta. And from there, they stormed their way through a great second set of rotations there out of FaZe as they end the New York hardpoint streak. It felt like it could be here, and unfortunately it happens.
Yeah, it just came down to a couple of holds on the side of NYSL. Like, they were early on the rotation towards that P1, but when you allow Atlanta FaZe to break into it and then gain the remaining 40 seconds, I thought that New York was doing a great job at least contesting that P2. The fact that they let Simp slip through that beach side flips the spawns for Atlanta FaZe and catches them off guard. You saw PaulEhx, who was running into P3 with his pistol out. He had no idea that Simp was on that back end. Once they flip those spawns, like I said, they take control of top ring. They do that. They chain it to P4. They just close it out. New York, they were just a step behind the entire time.
Yeah, and that could be, obviously, you know, you have a new roster. You got a lot of, you know, younger faces on this team. You're playing Gavutsu. You're playing against one of the best teams in the game. Right now, arguably the best hardpoint team that we have in the CDL. It's going to be difficult, and while you do love that record, right, the 6-0 so far throughout Major 2 since this new roster has formed, facing off against Atlanta is a totally different beast, but if you are the Subliners, you got to have that short-term memory and get prepared for this next Tuscan Search and Destroy, which we think is going to be a fun one. Jay, thoughts on this next game number 2?
So between both teams, on one side for NYSL, they're sitting at 2-2, and the opposite side for Atlanta FaZe is sitting at 4-4. So 500 for both of these squads. Yeah. I just think that NYSL need this map right here to get into this series because obviously when they won their last 3 series, it all starts with the hard points, undefeated in that. But when you're going up against the best team in Atlanta FaZe, I'm pretty sure that puts them at 21-8 overall in hard point, which is the best that we have in the CDL. And we take a look at these stats popping up, 1.47. From the young man, the MVP player in Cellium. He's been going absolutely off for this squad. And on this map specifically that we're going to next, I'm pretty sure he has a better KD than he does. He has a 1.5 on Tuscan S&D. So
That is
you gotta
terrifying.
shut that guy down.
He's got a lovely head of hair and an even better shot to boot. A 1.47 KD so far throughout the season. Yeah, you best believe it's the #1 KD that we've got in Search Destroy the CDL. But we'll see. As we said, this new Subliners team, Jay, you and I have had a few of their casts, and as of late, it really has been the SMG duo, not just in the hard points, but in those Search Destroys, HyDra and Neptune. Two guys who have got a lot of chemistry with each other ever since they joined. It felt like there was something there, some untapped potential, and it seems that they've started to find their footing. Again, a totally different test versus Cellium and the FaZe side, though.
Yeah, watching the young duo on the SMG side for NYSL, and S&D specifically, they've been turning up. Like Neptune in their last 3 matches, he's sitting at like a 1.5 KD in S&D. HyDra, he's sitting at a 1.2. But every time when you watch both of these guys just run around the map together, you know a trade is bound to happen. Yeah. Majority of that, we saw it a lot on Desert Siege. We don't have it in this series, but they need to have that same impact because you know on a map like Tuscan, you know what Simp's gonna do. He's gonna sit around P5 area, and now with that defensive spawn change, where you just want to lock closer towards that church, defenses should be a little easier to take map control.
Yeah, without question. And as we talked about on this Tuscan Search Destroy, that is without a doubt something to really keep in mind. If you're a new viewer, if you're watching a Major 1, you're picking up here at our Major 2 tournament, well, hey, like we said, there have been some adjustments. Talk about Bocage, talk about Tuscan spawns. We'll be obviously referencing Tuscan Search Destroy. Defense now has that primary advantage where it's been kind of 50-50 throughout the season. Now starting to change things up a little bit. That middle side of the map is going to be key, and that could be the opportunity to strike if you are the NYSL side. We talk about teams who have been able to really battle versus this Atlanta team. On Tuscan, a lot of the time it does come down to that SMG pressure.
SMG pressure for sure, because if you can shut down Simp on that late flank area, that basically gives you a free alley to just go super on the long route through back roofs and potentially find yourself behind them at A. I'm pretty sure every time we watch Shotzzy on this map, he gets the opponent spawn in like 15 seconds.
That was the guy I was kind of referencing.
It's insane how fast he's able to get across the map. So if you are HyDra and Neptune, you just have to keep up that same confidence. Obviously, it's a little bit different now that you're starting down 0-1 in the series with this brand new roster. They have yet to start 0-1 because they're undefeated in hardpoint. But this is a map that they need to take because even if they go into the Vutu control down 2-0 in that series, they could potentially win that. But then you still have that Tuscan hardpoint, which they haven't seen success all year on.
Yeah, it feels like this is almost a must-win, right? If you're Subliners, of course, you're facing off against FaZe. That cannot be understated. I know we've said it 100 times, so we'll say it 100 more if that's what it takes. But the Search Destroy is going to be massive. Also thinking in mind, Jay, recently for FaZe, the Search Destroys have not been there, right? They're 2-5, officially 2-4 if we're counting the games in which Simp was playing. What have you noticed, right? Because this feels like this has been the game mode of choice throughout the Atlanta FaZe dominance over the past 2 seasons. S&D is really where they thrived. What has been the primary difference, you think, so far throughout Vanguard?
Just sometimes they just get picked apart, and sometimes players try to make too much of a play. Like when aBeZy gets a first blood one round, he's going to go out there and potentially try to go for a 2. But certain situations where Atlanta FaZe, they have the man advantage, you just want to play a little bit slower. You have great talent from top to bottom on this roster, but you need to make sure your team works on point. Like, perfect example is that OpTic in the beginning of the year, they were atrocious at Search and Destroy. They are currently the best team in S&D now because their teamwork is just insane. You got to allow your young SMG players to be playmakers, but also use your ARs to get set up properly.
Yeah, without question. You see the faces there of Atlanta feeling good after that opening hardpoint W, one that they really needed to have. But who knows? If I were to imagine the reason why they're laughing right now, which we could probably find out once we have those comms videos come out, it's probably Cellium making a joke.
Probably.
Most likely.
Yeah, Cellium's a funny guy.
He is. I like Cellium. I need to have a conversation with him. I actually never talked to MC before.
No, MC's really sweet, man. He's such a good kid. Such a good kid.
Everybody's like, who is this guy? And then all of a sudden we find out he just happens to be the funniest guy that we have in the CDL. Funny guy and an even better player. And like we said, man, I mean, we talk about Search Destroy players to look out for. I'll ask you on the Subliners, and we know who it's going to be for FaZe. It's going to be Cell on the other side. Player that you have to pick for NYSL, who's it going to be?
I think it has to be Crim for me. Like Crimsix, you know what he's able to do on a map like Tuscan. I remember earlier throughout the year, he got like a majority of first bloods on this map by just delusionally challenging towards bottom church. So I'm looking at that guy to really have the impact because if Crim steps up, lead by example, your young players are really just going to follow the lead.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Lead by example. 4-4 on the season for Atlanta. As we talk about, S&D has been one of their weak points. And the weakest of points is going to be in that next match as well. So we'll see if the Subliners can catch some momentum and potentially get themselves in this series, but it will have to be a W in this game number 2 off of a drop, or off of a loss and dropping that Gavutsu hardpoint. It is now time for Tuscan Search Destroy, folks. It's been a little while. We're trying to remake the lobbies, getting everything squared away, but now is the time. Round 1, Tuscan S&D, and it's Atlanta FaZe starting things off on attack and making a B hit here, Jay.
And it's throwing them off too. It throws NYSL completely off because they're set up for this middle map. They took middle map control right off the rip. So now Atlanta FaZe, they're able to push out. Crim has to try to go big. Does get a hit marker though with that nade. So you just want to try to stay alive, but Cellium finds that first blood. Arcitys with the second immediate 4v2.
Great start so far out of Atlanta. Instantly, Paul and HyDra left in a position to clutch. It's a 1-for-1 trade. It's all going to have to be on the PaulEhx, the sniper in hand. 40 seconds and a bomb that'll have to defuse at some point. Not the greatest of positions, but if he can catch somebody out, we know what that rat can do, specifically that secondary at hand. How solid it can be. Simp with some visuals, goes for the challenge, takes him down. Kind of an odd play at a FaZe, but it works out perfect.
Yeah, it was a complete blind counter on the side of Atlanta FaZe. You saw what NYSL, what they were trying to execute on that defensive round. It's like, hey, we're going to take full mid-map control. We're not going to give you an easy A bomb plant. But that's not what works. Atlanta FaZe catch them completely off guard. They 4-man push right through P5. They find those first 2 kills, and then in the 4v2 advantage, get that bomb down. You play it beautifully. Atlanta up 1-0.
And I know you always love to see the odd strategies come out in round number 1. Why? Because it's
a tone setter.
Right, it puts in the back of the opponent's mind that at any point, we could see an offside hit happen from the opposing end. And, well, it very well could be that from the NYSL side, at least tempting at that B push. We'll take a look at player 6, at least in regards to the minimap. Some decent visuals lingering throughout the middle. But a current P5 stack, Arcitys is going to be the first person to find out this information. But seems like FaZe may have this one locked down. Crim still sits in the middle and could be the first player to find a pick. Looks like it's going to be a rotation now.
Yeah, you see NYSL. Atlanta FaZe, they're not giving them anything. They have every single ounce of information that they want on the map. So now they're forcing NYSL to try to attack this through Falcon. Cellium is going to get spotted. Going to get taken down though. HyDra does take down Simp. Neptune with the second. 4v2 aBeZy. Trying to do everything he can, but it's a 1v2 now. All left up to Arcitys.
All left up to aLLeY. Could he get the timing? This could work out perfectly. Takes HyDra off, but it still will be the bomb planted. Work to do. Crim versus Arcitys. Round the corner he comes, and it will be a successful 1v1 victory there at a Crim. And what was a really interesting round there, Jay. Like I said, NYSL felt like they were basically slowed down. FaZe didn't give them any information, but hey, this young roster didn't fold under the pressure.
Yeah, that one threw me off guard because it looked like they were going to fully commit towards B. They didn't spot any of Atlanta towards the middle of the map, towards top church, or even towards Church Alley. The one player that they did spot was all the way on the back truck, so they decided to just completely leave that guy alone. You attack through middle fountain. HyDra finds the first, and then Neptune finds the second. Then into 4v2, Crim's able to get great timing, clutch it up in the 1v1. So now on the attack for Atlanta FaZe, not going to commit towards B, but you see this time NYSL, they're going to give them mid-map control. aBeZy trying to attack from Falcon.
Good work from Atlanta as well. You see all kinds of pre-nades being tossed out. PaulEhx, the pre-fire, really toward top fire. Nothing answered. Nobody yet to drop. All 8 players still sitting full in the HP department, but there goes PaulEhx. A lovely first blood by the man who's known for those exact plays, finding the information and setting up. Now in field are the Atlanta in. Arcitys locking down the objective.
Now Cellium's going to have to try to go big as there's 2 players from New York trying to push through that late flank. He does take down one, makes it a 4v2. He's going to go for the challenge, takes down the second. All left up to Crim in a 1v4.
That was dirty. That was terrifying. Woo. I knew the pistol was good, but I didn't know it was that good.
He must have had them both one shot.
Surely.
100%.
He had to have. It's P5, of course.
Yeah, he's shooting through every door. 100%.
You imagine that likely be the case, but a tone-setting type of situation there for MC. He beams down 2, and from there, the rest of the dominoes begin to fall. Oh, shout out to the Observer team. Shout out to production. We'll get to see how this one works. Oh, he beat him. Was
100%.
He weak?
He had to be weak.
Yeah, I was going to say.
To have.
There's no shot.
That's just good work, though, from Cellium, though, because usually Simp is in that position holding that late flank. So to fight a guy that's usually the hardest kill on the map, it's not going to be easy to take him down. He goes huge.
And another instance where we've got that B pressure at least established off the rip. Back and forth we go.
It is a 1-for-1 trade early. Paul and aBeZy left to compete. And that next round, all they can do is provide some support in what is a huge round for either side. And maybe because of those Tuscan defensive spawns, that's the reason why we're seeing so many of these rounds be kind of pushed over toward this B site. NYSL doing the same. They've got a 3v3 prepared and ready. We'll see how FaZe look to retake this.
At 40 seconds left, you see Arcitys is trying to see if anyone's trying to rotate through the middle of the map. As is both of his teammates trying to push through P5, Simp and Cellium. There's only 25 seconds left, though. They're checking every single corner. Eventually, we got to get into play.
We got to get in here at some point. 20 seconds, ding, ding, ring the dinner bell. Time to run, time to sprint, but in the blender they go, and just as fast as it felt like they made a play, they fell right into the trap of the Subliners.
That was a beautiful mid-round adjustment coming in from NYSL. Trades go back and forth. It's immediately turned into a 3v3, but you saw the play come in from Atlanta. They were fully committing through that A bomb, every single player on that side. Completely opposite, though, for NYSL. They get that bomb down at B, and then by the time Atlanta FaZe get back into the play, there's only 20 seconds left to try to pick up all 3 kills and eventually work that defuse. Wasted a lot of that clock to get back into that play as New York are able to tie the game up at 2 apiece. This time they're going to take mid-map control again.
Could be a bait. Looks like he could be a bait potentially out of Atlanta. Make some noise over at B. Toss some stuns over. As they did find the early pick as well. Bomb still sitting firmly in the backside of the spawn. Arcitys holding out for the field push, but ultimately it's Atlanta with this mid control. One player that could turn the tide, though, is going to be HyDra. Tosses out some shots, but nothing lands. 2 down and just 2 to go. If you're FaZe. And now it's all up to Crim. Everybody just continues to fall. It's going to have to be a 1v4 from the GOAT. Bomb down. We'll see what Crim can do.
Just had to try to play for 1 kill. He's going to be able to spot aBeZy. aBeZy's going to go for the challenge and take him down. That was just clean from Atlanta FaZe. They find those first couple of opening kills, and then eventually it's a 4v1 left up to Crim. Easy A-bomb planted. That was just an easy offensive round for Atlanta.
Yeah, it just felt like if HyDra in the middle of the map is able to find one, I mean, how quickly the round begins to shift. We always talk about those little moments, those little plays throughout different rounds. Without a doubt, one of those little moments right there. FaZe, the great bait over at B. They get that mid control, and from there they fly. Atlanta answering back in the search destroys. It feels like all of these rounds have come down to the wire. And now it's New York's turn on this attack. A trade off the rip, but it's Neptune who gets numbers for the time. A great little slide, shutting down Simp. And just like that, it is Arcitys left the clutch again. Some tags into the back of PaulEhx. Neptune caught out. Neptune is caught out in the middle. And now it's a 1v1.
Okay, 1v1. PaulEhx versus Arcitys. PaulEhx gonna wrap his way back all the way towards Zig, pick up that bomb. Arcitys just takes full map control, so now you have to get some information that PaulEhx has to be towards the left side since you push through P5. But both players are not just trying to get bad timing, they're just gonna try to wait this out.
Some time to play with if you're Paul. 30 seconds, the time continues to be in the back of his mind. Felt like for a moment Arcitys could have found the timing, making his way in the climb up. Arcitys hasn't spotted him. Arcitys doesn't spot him. And despite what looked like a great 1v2 opportunity for Arcitys, does not spot Paul going for the jump up. Clutch plays out of PaulEhx.
Yeah, if I'm Neptune right there, like I'm holding the nade and I'm standing behind the truck. I'm not gonna give him an easy kill at all.
That was terrifying.
Yeah, it was terrifying.
Down.
Because usually in a 2v1, you want to play your life. You don't want to get caught with a nade in your hand, especially when you're over peeking, not even getting any cover from that middle map.
And like I said, maybe it's one of those moments where like, you know, a missed comm, the communication, they're still working on it. Could have been a thing in that moment.
But this time you see NYSL being super aggressive towards the middle of the map on defense. You already have one player in HyDra. He finds that first blood into aBeZy. Neptune, his duo, is going to take down the second. Immediate 4v2.
Great work out of Neptune and HyDra to start off this round. Cellium with 1, and there he goes. Brought down all onto Simp. Instantly in a 1v3. New York, a great start so far. Paul will answer. The Young Guns evening things up.
That was beautifully played by NYSL. They know that the way that Atlanta FaZe have been playing their offensive rounds. They've just been playing slow, waiting for someone to get aggressive on the side of NYSL. They fully take control of the middle map, but this time HyDra, he doesn't stay towards bottom middle fire. He pushes his way right into you, challenges that player towards A. Once he finds that kill, Neptune is super aggressive in towards middle Zig, turns it into a 4v2 immediately. And this is where you see usually that SMG presence from the SMG duo on the side of NYSL really start to turn up.
So we up those defensive spawns, right? I don't know if you would have saw that play, right, just a few weeks ago, but New York taking full advantage of it as they sit firmly to the middle side of the map, Cellium with some pre-shots coming over toward the flat. Well, aBeZy getting all kinds of comfortable in the base, but it's HyDra once more with the first blood, opening things up already for New York Crim. With the awareness, shuts down aBeZy, and just like that, it's a 2v4.
Simp, he is going to give up his positioning. So down to 2v4 if you're NYSL. Let's just try to get this bomb down immediately. We have the man advantage. Don't want to get picked. This HyDra is going to get taken down by Arcitys. Arcitys reads it. He's going to be able to spot PaulEhx, and still, NYSL have yet to work this bomb plan.
Don't give FaZe any unnecessary fuel. Some shots out. Crim there to cut down Arcitys. All on to Simp. As that bomb looks to go down, he could bank this nade perfectly. Gets it to land and takes down Neptune. The bomb does not get planted. 20 seconds and he can catch Paul. He'll catch Paul. The great work out of the young god now brings it to a 1v1. Simp versus Crim, and he's got the clutch. A 2v4 and a 1v3. They're out of Simp, so bring it back.
What a round out of Simp. Welcome back, young MVP. He banks the nade off. That was such a beautiful nade. If only Neptune had, I'm pretty sure if he had the perk on, he would have been able to at least eat the nade.
Yeah.
Why is it going blank in my mind? Fortified, there we go.
There it is.
Fortified.
It's all good, buddy.
If he would have fortified, he probably would have stayed alive, bomb be planted. But once he finds that nade, he doesn't hesitate on that bomb plant. Takes PaulEhx down, and then the 1v1 just gets good timing on Crim. So tied 4-4. Atlanta FaZe putting a lot of aggression towards that B side, but Simp this time around is going to get first blood.
Another first blood again for HyDra, being so good at the start of these rounds. As we know, it's about closing these bad boys out, as FaZe have shown us. And aBeZy with the answer on the Neptune, as FaZe, I was gonna say moments away possibly from planting down that A bomb, but with Cellium doing all the work that he has so far at P5, it could work out for a rotation. Arcitys babysitting the bomb carrier, as it will be the rotation. And how long does Arcitys hold this angle? Not long enough.
Yeah, YSL coming fast. Arcitys with 40 seconds. He is going to be able to spot one, not win the gunfight. So this is where HyDra can start the pounce. He finds aBeZy now in a 1v3, left up to Cellium. Bomb is going to be down, 30 seconds left. His teammate just clustered, but does he check his right? He does not, and HyDra is able to close out the round for NYSL. That was just another great mid-round adjustment from NYSL. Obviously, the numbers go back to 3v3, but they fully commit towards pushing through that A-bomb. Everyone is on the same page right now for the NYSL team, one round away from closing out this map.
As we said, a must-win if you are New York, considering the way that we know this FaZe team can thrive if you make some mistakes. If you give them that advantage early on in games, they will absolutely take it. But job not done. On map point are the Subliners to try and even this series up. And they'll be back on the attack. But the early engagement looks to tell the story. Cellium, no surprise with the first blood, the absolute beams. Giving Crim a new haircut possibly, but it's HyDra on the other end. Great work as they rush firmly inside a church. Cellium with that call out. Arcitys is able to find HyDra. The great return. Neptune and Paul. Simp and Cellium.
It's a 2v2. Cell is going to get spotted. Neptune, a huge 1v1 to take him down. So now it's all on Simp. And 1v2. He's actually going to get great timing. He takes down Nep 1v1. He's going to be able to win it versus Paul. Such a huge clutch coming in from Simp. 1v3 already in the bag. Now make it a 1v2 to force a round 11. What a play.
As soon as we switched to his perspective, we're like, okay, one guy left for FaZe. Who is it? Oh, God, it's Simp.
It's possible.
Simp is left. It is absolutely possible for the MVP. Incredible work there out of Simp to bring his team back. A 1v3 and now a 1v2. Atlanta FaZe Got to have that momentum now coming into OT. NYSL back on the attack again. And will it be aBeZy's turn? In these first bloods, he and HyDra have traded back and forth. Neptune brought low. The tag's tossed out along with the utility, but NYSL look to survive for now. And as Paul fades back, he takes down one. aBeZy at least gets the final laugh in that engagement, answers with one of his own.
Minute left. NYSL, they're just trying to wait for one of these players on the line of FaZe to get a little bit over-aggressive, but aBeZy might have found the opening. aBeZy found the opening. He's able to find one, get out with his life. Now in a 3v2.
aBeZy finds the lane, so NYSL a little bit of information to work off of, but not enough to make a full commitment toward either side of the map. Neptune with bomb, but Crim is not necessarily watching over him at the time. It get a little bit dicey there for a moment. And FaZe look to take the employee exit over toward that B site, and this could work out perfectly for Neptune.
Just gotta get it down. Gotta be able to get it down because Atlanta FaZe are all the way across the map. So now in the 3v2. 40 seconds left. If you're NYSL, you're looking for a kill. They're gonna try to push through their spawn. See Atlanta FaZe taking control of the middle of the map. All they have to do is just clear on top fire, but Neptune, he's gonna get spotted now in a 1v3. Crim takes down one. Oh, unfortunate, not able to take down the second. And Arcitys and Atlanta FaZe are able to close out this search and destroy. It all starts with Simp. 1v2, 1v3. This game should have been NYSL in a 6-4. But when you have a player of his caliber on your team, he just makes it look easy. Atlanta FaZe up 2-0.
Simp helps get this team through a very rough start to this search and destroy. As we said, a 1v3, a 1v2. That's what it takes to get to overtime, and the veterans, the defending world champions, will deliver in the clutch. Nobody really going off, especially from this Atlanta FaZe team. It is all out consistency across the board as now they find themselves up 2-0, and it felt like, Jay, New York, they had that game in the bag. It just felt like a few plays here or there, one final round, that's all it's gonna take. But they're not able to grab it. You see the reactions on social. Simp, what a clutch. The cleanest 1v3 that we have seen. Incredible ice out of Simp. And an appropriate place. It is Minnesota, after all. There's gonna be a lot of ice around, and Simp takes one there.
100%, man. That was such a clean 1v3, like they said, man. To find that first kill with that bank nade, you turn it into immediate 1v2. Then you know on the side of NYSL, we gotta get this bomb down. The person who was sitting right next to him, which is PaulEhx, he picks it up and immediately goes for it. But Simp, no hesitation, wraps his way back through bottom church, hits through middle cut, takes him off before the bomb is even planted. Now with a 1v1, there's 14 seconds left. Crim, he's probably thinking that this guy's definitely still around this A bomb. I'm not gonna try to bring it here. I wanna go bottom church and at least go try to plant it B. But Simp wraps it all the way back in towards bottom church, finds that kill, completes the 1v3 to tie it up 4-4. And in the following round, 1v2, the guy's got some ice.
I think we should take a look back at it.
100%.
I think we got to do it. Let's go and take a look at our Scump play of the game. It is indeed that 1v3 clutch out of the young god, but it starts off with the bank shot. I think he called bank. Surely,
he did.
He had to.
And the crazy part is he dies just before that bomb gets planted. Like I said, if Neptune has fortified on, he probably is able to stay alive. That bomb is planted in 1v3 a little bit easier. But once you get that player, you take down PaulEhx, and then in a 1v1, like I said, Crim did not want to commit towards planting that bomb at A, tries to wrap it back in towards bottom church, and just gets caught off guard. Simp reads it beautifully for the clutch.
Yeah, and that's also great timing as well on the Paul. As you said, that nade comes in at the perfect time. Neptune drops in from there. The really untypical play. They're in that 1v2, takes down Paul, and from there, the rest is history. Simp helps get the job done as FaZe now find themselves in a commanding lead in this series, up 2-0. But hey, who knows what could happen, especially with Gavutu Control lined up for our very next match. Stay with us as we'll be back right after the break.
Energy, 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 energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You wanna know what we came for? Been here, done that. You wanna know what we came for? Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You wanna know what we came for? every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a calling that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Major 2. Take a look at that photo. Absolutely love to see it. Shout out to that guy who clearly has got a good old crush on that beautiful man, aLLeY. He was performing. He's been heating things up so far, Jay. Atlanta FaZe up 2-0 right now in this series over the Subliners. aLLeY is all smiles, but the one problem, which those smiles could be turned into frowns, is that we've got Gavutu control up next. Why is that somewhat scary for FaZe?
Because Atlanta FaZe, they haven't seen a lot of success on it, man. They're sitting at 2-6 on this map, so this is where New York can potentially get back into it. But when you take a look at all these records, I'm completely disregarding them all because the game mode has changed.
Putting an X over it, okay.
Yes, they can now play for the segment ticks. The only time that they've played this map, they didn't have their full roster and they ended up getting 3-0'd by OpTic. Ever since that update has came in, they were able to beat Minnesota 3-1 on Tuscan, completely different map. But their 2-6 record on this map, I feel like it's going to completely change now that they can play for those segments and potentially get that round 5 defense.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why we see FaZe feeling maybe a little extra confident, right? Is because of the fact that they do have that new recent update, obviously in control, not based off of kills, as you said, based off of those segments, based off of those ticks, now for round 5 defense, which always seems to be the factor in our Gavutu's And that's something that Simp has been talking about. In a few of his recent videos on his YouTube, he's been discussing, saying, hey, you know what, we feel much better about Gavutsu hardpoint. We feel much better about Gavutsu control. Our controls in general, we feel better about, because as we know, this team has been we've seen some of the cleanest control in COD history from this very roster when those ticks are more of a factor, Jay.
And that's the scary part too, is because NYSL, I feel like they did a great job in the vetoes. They were able to at least have the higher seed here, so they were able to choose the Gavutsu control. But they had to at least answer in one of those early 2 maps, because now Atlanta FaZe, their confidence is through the roof. They know that they're playing a map and a mode that they have yet to play all year long with this update. So now with New York starting on offense, but your main focus is just trying to complete these segments. You have one player in Crim who really enjoys this map. He's the top slayer for NYSL, sitting at a 1.17. He has to have the same big impact here.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do that. Meanwhile, the Young Guns push their way in toward bottom boat. As HyDra will answer with the first blood phase. Much more slower pace to this opening defense, maybe allowing for the picks to come on through, trying to gain that map advantage themselves. They've got 2 players stacked inside of green, but so far it has been all subliners toward the bottom side of the map. This really feels like the first time where Atlanta has really started to make some pressure, provide a little bit of some uncomfort for New York, but so far, pretty unscathed, Jay.
They're not worried about it at all, but they need to focus on HyDra. Big kill to take him down as Neptune finds that kill onto Simp. Second ticket progression still hasn't been completed as aBeZy. He was on that point. He does get taken down, but look at Arcitys. Makes his way all the way through that beach side. Has HyDra 1 shot. He's potential to pick up this kill. He can start working that late flank. You see all of NYSL's trying to stack that point. So they find 3 kills. They should be able to close it out here.
Yeah, that was the big opener. That was the big play. New York win the team fight that they have to. And with that, that's now going to be 2 ticks through. Cellium, aware of this progress, now goes for the challenge. Where is Paul? Hiding right on the floor, takes him down. But unfortunately, it will be the team nade that ends him out in the end. So no extra forces for FaZe. It's really a 1v2 over at bottom boat. aBeZy winning that fight. Meanwhile, it's Simp making himself extra comfortable now in the NYSL base. Only 2 ticks to speak of so far for the subliners, but that's a big 1v1 to now open what could be the final tick that NYSL need to get that extra minute on the clock. 3 down, and now it's HyDra in the back of FaZe's base. He falls, and there you have it, A captured from New York.
Time is going to get extended by a minute. A lot of NYSL pressure coming through the map. Neptune is able to find 2. Last player up is going to be Simp. So this allows them to get pushed down from ring. They have ring control. All they have to do is find at least 1 wave of kills, and they should be able to close it out. Crim does get naded. That first tick progression is almost going to be complete. I don't know if they got it completed. I don't know if they got it done. They did not.
Oh, that has to hurt. And I think Neptune in that moment was prone blocked, not able to instantly transfer those shots over to the other. But a decent start for New York in terms of lives, up by 3, but that could start to change. A Simp with a nice little slide takes down 1 on the Paul. Arcitys with the answer, but it is a 2 for 2. Back and forth we go for New York as they look to get established and get somewhat more controlled over at P1. As we talk about for this attacking side, it really is getting toward P1. That's really the checkpoint that you're aiming to acquire. And so far, job done. Another push lined up now here for New York. But Cellium's here, not able to find anything.
Not able to pick up a kill, so now NYSL can get on this point from the front. HyDra picks up a huge chill onto aBeZy. Doing a great job of just keeping the kills stagnant. There's only 5 lives remaining for Atlanta FaZe. Make it no more lives. As Crim is able to find that 2-piece. That double stack is going to come in. First tick is already done. Arcitys, though, he's able to take down 2 great team nades to eliminate PaulEhx as well.
So some things to handle. Right after New York, only 4 more lives for FaZe. No respawns left, but at the same time, you have to get a toe on the objective. You cannot afford to get picked off. As they'll take their time, that's the pick they've been waiting for. Simp drops, HyDra finds the answer in 8 versus 2. Down to Arcitys and down to Cellium. The 2 men who are going to sit in the back of the base with those ARs, but it's Neptune on cue. Neptune on cue. An excellent first round for New York. They walk away with the opening attack. And specifically, it is Neptune, Travis McLeod, starting things off 10-3.
That's just good work from NYSL. The entire time they were fighting for A, they were also fighting for ring control, because they knew eventually we're going to close out this A point. But if we can keep ring, we can spawn them out towards the back and potentially just win a couple of these gunfights from the front. That is the opening that we were looking for. They were dominating the Slaying right there. You saw Atlanta FaZe, they were down like 12-4. Really stepping up out of the young SMG duo in HyDra and Neptune. Neptune running that second AR, playing well so far.
Same thing cannot be, same thing cannot be said right now for aBeZy. 6-10 throughout our first round. We'll see if he can look to turn the tide a bit. Right now sits at a 0.85 on Kavutu control. So as we talk about that slang narrative, it still can be a factor in a few of these rounds, but into this opening attack now for FaZe as they desperately look for the answer. Let's step aside and now see how the comms sound for Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm jumping down propane. I'm jumping down propane. I don't see anything pitching. I'll stay propane. I don't see anything. Propane, guys. Go. How much out? I'm stopping ring. CP5. Yo, we're missing HyDra. Neptune and Crim.
You're there, you're there. He's probably you. Oh, keep going. I didn't shot. On DB, I think. I'm gonna need ring. I'm stopping ring. Yeah, DB.
I got one off of B.
I'm stopping ring right now. DB in this one. Yeah. We're gonna ring over, guys. We're already done.
Top ring Crim, get ring, guys.
Top ring Crim, absolute. I'm doing. He's still there. Help ring. Help ring. Oh, he's you. Good job, ring there. Yeah, I know, but there's a guy. How much are we? Come to help you guys, ring.
He killed me. You steps. He's faking it. He's just out there.
Oh, he's there. Tell me, I'm watching, guys. I'm on
23. I'm trying to hit it right now. Yeah, that's fine. I'm trying to hit it right now.
No, I got fucking zapped.
On
the fence. No. Wait. Keep pitching. I'm sitting.
I got one.
Okay. If we get a kill, try not to point. Deep. Okay. Stand up again. Deep, one shot. Need your deep. Deep on the point.
One just broke green. You can pinch.
I'm point. One shot on point. One shot on point.
One shot on point. He got me top. Shot, guys.
Absolute on point, bro.
I jumped top. I think one's pitching. No, we gotta get ring.
That's high.
Well, short and somewhat to the point right now for FaZe, as Simp very well may have found himself on a nice little flank. Doesn't work out as Crim makes him pay, but some good comms there overall, Jay, out of Atlanta FaZe. It feels like nobody really communicates like this roster. Nothing too out of the ordinary, though, when it comes down to it. They want to get those short phrases out there, not allow for really any, any chaos really in the communication side.
But the only thing is, at the end of that listening, NYSL, they were able to take top ring control. So now all of Atlanta's FaZe spawning all the way across the map. There's only gonna be 40 seconds left. New York are picking up every single kill in the feed. So Cellium is able to at least take down one, but with 30 seconds left, we are tied at lives. It's gonna take like 15 seconds for Atlanta FaZe to even get across the map.
Oh, and unfortunate teammate as well. That's gonna reset them. aBeZy a little late off spawn, as this is gonna be the push. Right now for FaZe, but HyDra is beaming. Had 3 in a row, had the 4th one lined up and prepared. But with 15 seconds left, now is the time to make the run, to make the jaunt for FaZe. Can they answer back on the attack as Cellium continues to rip players off of these headies? Another one found, a 3-for-1 trade as New York begin to crumble on this point. FaZe have got themselves here and they stop the time. Crim with the opening, as that could set up his teammates. A trade, a pinch trying to be established, but HyDra goes big for 2. A 5 versus 4, but it's Arcitys who's left alive on the point. The pinch will pay off for New York, and what looked like a very dicey end to that control round manages to go in their favor. NYSL up now 2-0 in this Kavutu, Jay.
Yeah, that one got a little scary because you saw Atlanta FaZe, they were able to pick up 3 kills. The last player up was HyDra. He makes such a great heads-up play, plays it slow towards that middle map, and it eventually finds himself on their side steps from that P1. Finds that first kill and eventually finds the second. Once you take control of top ring, you allow all your teammates off spawn, just basically commit to the point. You take them off of that point, we have top ring, the round is gonna be done. Him and Neptune really stepped up that round to close it out. New York back on the attack, though. Gonna have 2 players trying to attack the top ring. HyDra takes down 1, but that's gonna be 3 dead on the side of Atlanta FaZe. They are in complete map control.
Great start for the moment, as again, these Kavutu rounds can start to be somewhat drawn out. The nice pistol work there for Simp to try and slow things down. But as we said, I mean, it's also the same story, not just in Kavutu hardpoint, but in control as well. FaZe are so good at getting you in this back spawn trap. You see everybody lined up, and look at those arrows begin to seize on in. It looks like the trap very well may be set as Neptune tries to break free. Not able to do so as FaZe continued to apply the pressure up majorly to start off this round in lives, and this spells disaster for New York unless they can find that opening. But Cell, he continues to shut the door. The nade could be the lane. And that could be the lane that they look to try and take on in. But with 25 seconds already left now on the clock, this just does not look good right now for the Subliners.
Their main focus is trying to take down Arcitys. Big kill coming out of Crim. So now he's going to be able to stop that clock by hopping on that B point. Best thing you can do, though, is try to at least get one segment. It's only 12.3 remaining on this round. Cellium does find one, Simp finds a second. So now in the 4v2, they know the positioning of Crim. It's only a matter of time before they take him down, and this should be an Atlanta FaZe defensive win.
Yeah, it looks to be that way. 3 seconds left, and that has got to hurt. In some ways, if you're New York, obviously you're up 2-1 now in this control, but Jay, they get 0 ticks.
Yeah, no segments right there. Such a big play coming in from Atlanta FaZe. I'm pretty sure the first round, New York were able to outslay them. I'm pretty sure they didn't complete that B point. So what was it? They were up 5 there, and then Atlanta FaZe take
They had 5 as well. It's even, I think, right now.
Even?
I believe
Okay.
so. That's why, I actually just got told. It is even right now.
Okay.
It is a tie game. And now, the ball somewhat sits in Atlanta FaZe's court. We'll see what they can do with it. It's going to have to be an attacking round just to see the round 5. But they could get it done off of kills, but as we said, any tick is a positive for them. But starting things off hot, in toward P1 we go. Basically half the lobby has found themselves here, but it's New York who are finding all of these kills. A nice little strat call. They're out of FaZe, but so far it has not worked out the way that they would have intended. For Atlanta, but on the return, aBeZy able to pick up despite his team's shortcomings. Still being a nuisance over at P1, but that will free up the time as FaZe already through 1 tick at that A objective. A few players trying to make it dicey toward back green, but they get handled.
You see NYSL, they're just trying to get pushed up in their spawn. Neptune is already playing for some potential spawn kills. This is going to work his way all the way behind P4. So they'll be able to find this first kill onto Simp. So now that is the piece of information that Atlanta FaZe were looking for. Arcitys finds a huge kill onto Crim. They're still putting a lot of pressure onto its A, but they're not able to complete it. So now Neptune doing everything he can from cliffside on a 3 spree. Atlanta FaZe now have to fight out of their spawn.
Yeah, FaZe were so close. They were so close to capping it, but just like that, a possible misstep out of the Atlanta end is now with the positioning that they have. It could be a push toward B. The one player that's going to be there right now is Crim. Trying to feed the team information while HyDra sits at the cliffs. Another great kill. They're out of the Subliners. Now it's on to Neptune to hunt for that information. A 1v1 at the point, and it's aBeZy who wins it. Neptune answers with one of his own. 28 and change left on the clock. As FaZe desperately throw their bodies at this objective. Neptune, one final challenge. He gets taken down. Another minute added. 3 ticks already through right now from Atlanta. But with 1 minute and 20 on the clock, we'll see what the strategy looks to be. As those ARs continue to fry, Jay.
Yeah, it's all about taking this P1 control of your Atlanta FaZe. They do a great job of doing so as aBeZy wins that huge one-on-one versus Crim. So now, this allows your SMG players to start being aggressive towards the middle of the map. Just cannot allow anyone to slip through. You see Neptune working his way through low beach. He can be the player on the side of NYSL that shuts down this push.
He can make the play. Player number 3, player number 2. Everybody's over here. HyDra gets found out. aBeZy now enters in on 5 in a row. This streak could be huge. The streak could be massive. He's got the MP40 in his back pocket. He sees player after player, but has to decide which one to attack. That's now 6. Makes it 7. The glide bomb now in the possession of aBeZy, and he'll look to call this one in nice and early. 30 seconds as FaZe are on the point, and they have got full pressure. New York had got to slow down. In that moment, they're pushed instead of green, and now here comes the retake opportunity. New York cannot allow for this time to continue to go the opposite direction. 3 go down, and now it's all on to Neptune. He's the farthest pushed up player, waiting for his teammates off spawn as Simp gets dropped by the nade.
Great nade coming in from NYSL, but there's still a lot of pressure from Atlanta FaZe towards this P1 area. They're able to get back on that point. Stop this clock. The second tick is almost going to be done. See all of NYSL, they're trying to set up the team nades. They're trying to get him off this point. Second tick is in. Arcitys finds 1. Arcitys finds 2.
No
trying to go for
response.
the 3rd. He gets taken down, but look, they're still on it. No more respawns for NYSL.
No respawns left. They've got to get to this objective. Crim tosses a great nade that will start things up. Paul has to win the 1v1, and he's able to do it. Panic starts to set in for the Atlanta FaZe. Take this calmly and take this carefully. They're watching the back. They take down Arcitys as well. They're running right into the blender as it's all on to Crim. A 1v4, but aBeZy slides into the point. What does the guy go prepared? What does he have prepared? A 1v1 victory, but it will be Atlanta FaZe that holds on. A near 2v8 clutch out of the Subliners. But a sweat off the brow type of situation if you're Atlanta. They almost let that one go.
2v4. I thought Arcitys, he was that player that was going to go through the middle of the map and at least find one. But Crim, he was reloading his weapon, turns to his left and spots him just in the nick of time. Is able to pick up that kill, but then Atlanta FaZe just have too much pressure from the front. So they're able to at least force the round 5. NYSL needs to do a better job at least completing this 8 point. But look at aBeZy, already in the back of their spawn. He finds that first blood. Does he play for the spawn kills? No, he does not. Actually, he does. Crim. All right, you're dead again. Unfortunate.
Crim even knew what was coming, but you can't prepare for that man aBeZy. A great little spree. He's the one who earns the streak as well. Sets his team up for success. A massive clutch there for FaZe as now they have got the primary position for this round number 5. First tick nearly through for New York as they finally handle business. They're onto aBeZy in the back of their spawn. As they look to get some free time, they don't want to allow for this clock to continue to tick. First tick is going to be in. First segment, rather, as that'll be a nice little 2-piece. Some time to breathe if you are the Subliners. Crim, another position, gets his revenge on aBeZy, and that'll be the second segment in.
2 segments in. Do they spot the player in Cellium? He's able to win a huge one-on-one versus HyDra. So this should be a captured for NYSL. Time extended by a minute. 24 to 24 and lives remaining. But look at the map pressure. Look at the map control that Atlanta FaZe currently have. HyDra's not going to have a good time just spawning up towards the back. His teammates have to try to come out and at least help him out of this situation. They're putting a lot of pressure towards the middle. aBeZy finds that huge kill. They keep control of top P1. Right now, Atlanta FaZe with a minute 30 have full map control.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty right there, literally sitting pretty. And right inside of the base, little does New York know, Cellium is right here. Paul, sorry, buddy. Back to the respawn screen you go. Minute and 20 left. The shots continue to rain throughout Kavutsu and in the favor of Atlanta FaZe, up currently in lives. But New York, with a few of these close spawns over at P1. Cellium not going to be in the fight, as now it's on to his AR brethren, Arcitys. A few nice picks, a little bit of map control granted for Subliners as now they get the green light. First player that's sent forward is Neptune as he stops the time.
And look at aBeZy. aBeZy actually hits the perfect opening. Should be able to at least cause some problems on the side of NYSL. He finds the first. Can he win this second gunfight though? On to Paul. He's gonna be able to win it as well. Simp takes down that third player. Last player up is gonna be Neptune. He's eventually taken down. And Atlanta FaZe, they hold on the defensive end.
Now if you're New York, 1 to 2 more good pushes. The problem being is that you're gonna have to rip FaZe off of a lot of difficult positions. And aBeZy just continuing to be a problem as he makes his way in the back of the map. It's just something else. And if you're the Subliners, you're gonna have to deal with Crim taking matters into his own hands. The Rat will answer for 2, and that will be the answer. So 3 go down, and that is the pick that you're looking for if you're New York. But as Crim drops, it may have to be somewhat of a pause. If you are the Subliners, 25 seconds. Arcitys, that's gonna be 2 back-to-back headshots. HyDra doing everything he can to try to keep this push alive. As that'll be 2. Nearly makes it a third. A no-go there for HyDra. The final play, potentially, of this series. Can the Subliners go big as there goes Paul? Last player in sight of the objective is going to be Crim, but it will be a 3-0 sweep out of Atlanta FaZe. Clutch after clutch in this series. Jay, the Subliners gave him a solid run for their money. But as we said, a team that has been through pretty much everything, dig deep and get this much needed W.
Yeah, it all starts with that hard point. They come out and win that hard point by about 80 points. Pretty dominant fashion on the side of Atlanta FaZe. But then the search and destroy, that was the biggest turning point for Atlanta. All on the back of Simp. Like without his 1v3, without the 1v2, you're losing that map 6-4, and then we're potentially going to a map number 4. But just that search and destroy from NYSL, it was beautiful. They just need to get a little bit better when it comes to these hard points, because we knew it was only a matter of time before their hard point streak was going to come to an end, especially when you're going up against the best hard point team in the game. But even on that control, I felt like they were in a great position to close that one out. Atlanta FaZe did a better job at just completing those segments. We said it before the map even started. Atlanta FaZe are great at playing the objective in this mode, and it definitely showed. They get that round 5 defense. They keep control of the map the entire time. And in that final push, Arcitys finds that 2-piece of the headshot. There's only 2 players from NYSL that are farthest pushed up towards P1. Especially impossible for them to try to win it. HyDra tried to do everything that he could, but Atlanta FaZe just came out way too strong today.
Yeah, and it's just difficult if you're New York because, you know, we discussed it constantly. You can't afford to give away an attack. I know that it obviously happened earlier for them. They walked away with the opening attack for them in that round number 1. But when it's 2-1, you just cannot afford, when the ticks are as level as they are, to allow for FaZe to have any ounce of momentum. Well, I think it was aBeZy who goes on that streak, and that glide bomb set themselves up for success.
And it was almost scary too, because NYSL, they were almost about to clutch it, even with the glide bomb, even with the lies disadvantage. They were in like a 2v8. I thought Crim, at least in the 1v4, once he finds that first kill, you know that the second player is going to commit to it. Unfortunately, did not have enough bullets in the chamber to close that one out, but not gonna lie, NYSL, they look a lot better. You're playing a tough team like Atlanta FaZe. You lose that first map by about 80 points. You lose the search and destroy 6-5. You lose the control all the way into round number 5. This team definitely showed me something, but Atlanta FaZe just a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the score and you'll say it's a 3-0, and that's the way that it'll go in the books. But as we said, they were up in the search destroy. I think it was what, like 5-4 in the search destroy. They were up 2-1 in this control, but FaZe, as we said, they dig deep and they walk away with a much needed 3-0 sweep. And now that sets up a very interesting storyline, because we've got one more game to go, and the winner of that match is going to face off against this team on the main stage on Saturday. It's going to be a great little performance, but as we said, the games are not done. Let's go and bring back in the desk. Guys, a few moments where it felt like NYSL had a chance to walk away with some W's, but FaZe, they clutched up.
You're right, man. And off aBeZy's 35 kills, Atlanta FaZe were able to get the 3-0 against the New York Subliners. But I mean, now that I predicted New York to win that game, I don't feel bad about it. It was way closer than expected.
It was, and I think if you're FaZe and New York, I don't think either team is totally happy with that one. I think FaZe had their moments here and there, but I would expect a bit of a cleaner game out of it. If it wasn't for Simp, then suddenly we're heading to a map number 4. Yeah. They really had to clutch up in map number 3 as well. So that was not as easy as I think they probably would have anticipated.
No, I completely agree with you. The reason they won most of their maps was because one player did something insanity. Simp's 1v3s in the SD and the 1v2. Insanity. aBeZy going on a 7 spree on top ring into beach to get that glide bomb, to get that control into the bead side. Insanity. Things that they shouldn't be able to do against a team like New York Subliners. So it's not the dominant win maybe that they wanted, but it's still a 3-0 across the board.
You're right, and we also have a game field victory spotlight with Simp. Let's go ahead and send it over to the main stage.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, joining me here, of course, the legend from Atlanta FaZe, Simp. First of all, after that game, big smile on your face. Wasn't the easiest game in the world. How are you feeling?
No, I mean, it definitely wasn't an easy 3-0, but right now we're feeling super good about that dub. I feel like our control and search can still be cleaned up a lot, in my opinion. But I think once you start, like, the train start gets going, we're just going to keep going.
Yeah, awesome to hear. So you said search, right? Let's talk about it. So the clutch there, the 1 versus 3, we know how difficult they are, but what goes through your mind in that scenario? Like, what are you thinking about trying to get done when you know you're outnumbered that much?
I mean, it's just, you know, you take it step by step. You know, you get the first kill, and then it becomes more doable, and then you get the second kill, and it becomes extremely doable. So you just kind of take in the moment and just take what they give you, so.
You make it sound so easy, and it's really not, but obviously that's why you're so talented. But one thing I do want to ask you, we're back here on LAN. It's kind of somewhere, you know, you made a name for yourself. Last time around when we went to a major, you didn't walk away with the crown. How are you feeling coming into this one?
I mean, we go into every major super confident. I feel like just the group of guys we have and the chemistry we have, we always feel super good about majors and just any match in general. So, I don't know, we're just super glad to be here back in LAN, and we're just having a blast.
Awesome, that's glad to hear. Is there anything you try to maybe fix up or concentrate on between last major and this one?
No, I mean, we've been focusing on a lot of the same stuff for a little bit now. It's just, you know, small team comms, small plays, you know, the usual for teams, but right, no, I think we're getting a lot better. I think it's showing our improvement. You know, we finally won a control, so that's really nice. And yeah, we're just feeling good.
Awesome. Well, I'm feeling good watching you as well. Thanks for joining me here on the stage. We'll throw this one back to our desk for them to break down everything we've seen.
You know what I love about that one, Nameless? The fact that Simp isn't cocky about the success, right? He knows that this team really needs to get better, and he's proud to see that.
No, I'll tell you, as soon as he goes back there, he's like, these guys are trash. Like, he definitely is. But honestly, I think FaZe should be pretty happy with that win. I'm a little bit contrarian to what you guys said, just because they clutched up in the clutch moments when they needed to, and that's a very good sign. To win a tournament, it's difficult. You're going to have those clutch moments, and we've seen in that control all the way in the round 5, big plays. The B push on Gabutu hasn't been that great thus far, and they're able to get that win. You can see the crowd's getting hyped because OpTic Texas is walking out, and FaZe has their scopes set on that team. So it'll be exciting if they're able to continuously improve and get back to that matchup.
And I think kind of like just to kind of go back and forth on that one, I think at the same time that we weren't too happy with how the series went for FaZe, the fact that they have that clutch ability is always nice to have. But it's sometimes when you have to rely on it, you don't want to have to rely on it, but if it is there, great. Positive news all that.
Yeah, now let's take one more look at the Simp 1v3 clutch, and aLLeY, Simp did not want to lose that search and destroy at all.
Well, I don't think anybody wants to lose a search and destroy of aLLeY, but Simp specifically, that 1v3 was the momentum change when it came to that New York Subliners roster. They were frying. The sub duo of HyDra and Neptune were keeping up to us, but here's the money nade right onto Neptune, that A side. They instant pick up the bomb and go for the plant. I don't know if I agree with that play. Simp reads it, gets the kill. He wraps back Church and just insta-chows mid. That was a huge 1v3. You can see it across his face.
It is, right after that, he got a 1v2 clutch. I mean, he just wasn't losing at all.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing so damn good. Like, that 1v2 also, like, it just looked like he had x-ray. Like, he could see what we were seeing on the map. But for FaZe, there were a few rounds where Neptune just had mid-map control, and that's how New York was able to get such a lead on them in that search and destroy. So they're going to go back and have to fix that, because early in the game, they were the mid-map Reapers. That's how they were dominating everybody on Tuscan. That could be a little worrisome if you're FaZe when you play some of the better teams on the map.
Right, and we have OpTic going on the main stage to play against Seattle Surge for the next series. But before we jump into that, I just want to say this. The skins that we have in the game, the team packs, you actually have a chance to get them for free. If you guys actually sign up for the CDL awareness, then you actually might be entered, no, you will be entered into a raffle to win your favorite team's pack. But Ton, with OpTic going on the main stage against Seattle Surge next, how you feeling about that series? Do you think it's just going to be easy 3-0, or you think Seattle's going to bring it?
We've been arguing about this all weekend long. I'm not even just going on the hype train with the crowd. We've kind of been going back and forth on it. You guys are like, oh, Seattle have got a chance. No, I'm sorry.
It's not going to be.
at all.
It ain't going to be easy.
No, it's not going to be easy, but we were having the conversation about it. I just think that OpTic are the better team on every single facet. I'm sorry. There's no arguing it for me.
Does he understand what the Atlanta FaZe Seattle Surge look like, aLLeY? Because, I mean, this team could bring it at any given moment.
They can at any given moment against top teams. For some reason, they like to lose to the ones underneath them. And it's like, oh, the top two teams, oh, I guess we'll show up and put our, first forward. But I don't know, Ton. I think it'll be the longest series of our day. We've had 3-0s, okay? We've had nothing but 3-0s. If any series is going to go the distance, I think it'll be this one.
Exactly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on the other side of the break, we're going to have the last series of the day. We will have the Seattle Surge, and we're going to see which version of that team we're going to get against the Major One champions, OpTic Texas, to close out the day. I can't wait. We'll see you there.
I'm in the game like EA, been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over here's a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
Defense by the thinnest of margins, but
Woo! Woo!
Take the stage.
I'm excited to see OpTic Texas take the stage, man. Obviously, the Major 1 champions, they got out there and they basically dominated Atlanta FaZe in every single one of those respawns. When you talk about this team, obviously they go flawless throughout qualifiers. Like, this team is just unstoppable right now.
It's been nothing but an incline, right?
Yeah.
It's just, they had that little communication issue in the beginning, and then the second they fix it, undefeatable, literally undefeatable. Dashy's been having an MVP performance, but all of them across the board have done it. We've seen Shotzzy take over maps. We've seen iLLeY and what he's been able to do as an IGL for this team. And Scump, I mean, control is his game mode, not to mention he's literally an animal.
I can't wait to see this team take the main stage against Seattle Surge. But before we jump into that, welcome back to the analyst desk. Veli, my man Steady, you got aLLeY and Nameless. And yo, Steady, you're a big fan of New York right now.
Yeah.
You know, the resident New Yorker on the desk. All right, was there a little bit of faith in NYSL in that matchup? Because it was kind of close, man.
100%. It was all on map 2, though. Like,
yes.
Let Simp clutch a 1v3, and the very next round clutches a 1v2. Like, they should have been able to at least force that map 4. But once you lose that search and destroy versus a team like Atlanta FaZe who have been struggling in the mode, like, you're just down bad at that point.
Yeah, but you know what the team that's not struggling right now in the CDL is OpTic Texas. Of course, the team that ran everybody's pockets out there in Major 1, and OpTic Texas are the best out there.
They are the best out there, man. Best team that we have currently in the CDL, and a lot falls on just the players that they have. Obviously, Dashy having an MVP season, but Shotzzy, he's just way too much on the map to handle.
Oh, yeah, and when it comes to the game field keys of victory and what OpTic has to do to keep this streak alive, aLLeY, what we got?
Well, they gotta win these vetoes a little bit more in their favor. play them on Boat Cage. That's one of their best maps. They are 5-2 on it, while Surge is 2-4. We've seen the layout, and that does happen to go their way, but a little bit later in the series, it's a little bit more rocky, but focus on Desert Siege offensive improvements. Only winning 33% of offensive rounds. You gotta capitalize on that first blood. You know that Shotzzy and iLLeY is gonna be that aggressive, getting in their face. You've gotta be able to capitalize on what their information they're able to get for you, and Gavutu Control is the map to play versus Surge. Gavutu, Texas are 5-0. Seattle is 1-4. Texas, they are 9-1 on Tuscan, but Seattle's also 4-3. And I hate to break it to you, we're going to a Tuscan control.
And with all this MVP talk out there, OpTic Texas has multiple, right? You got Dashy, Shotzzy is out of control, and Nameless, you've been loving what you've seen from Scump so far.
Yeah, he's been lighting it up. Every time they do get in like a little bit of a tough situation, it's Scump who takes over. And from the early season when they were struggling on maps like Gavutu or even Berlin, like Scump pulling out the AR and Gavutu has changed their game. He is the X factor for this team in my opinion. And even in Search and Destroy, he's been on another level. So he just seems like he's comfortable on this team. It's one of the best teams he's ever been on. Every time we talk to him in interviews, he says, this is the most comfortable I've been in years, and it's showing every single match.
Yo, big time. Now, they're going to have to go against the Seattle Surge, and yo, Jeremy, steady. This team is kind of like Florida Mutineers. They're really good, really bad. You don't know what you're going to get at all from them.
I know, this team is just so up in the air for me. They play really good versus the good teams, and then they kind of play average versus the bad teams. Yeah. So like we saw them last week, they were able to beat Atlanta. They pushed at least OpTic to that map number 4, but their most recent series versus the Thieves, they're able to win it in a 3-1. I'm really looking at Simp and Pred to just keep up that consistency they've been having.
And if Pred gets loose, Seattle Surge are going to be a problem, but if they want to drown him out, Nameless, what are going to be the game field keys of victory?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the map set here, and this is the best case scenario for Seattle Surge. I mean, they recently played OpTic Texas, and they won the Boat Cage hardpoint in map 1 by about 50 points and outslayed by 36. So they definitely are prepared there. It was Sib who was popping off, and it's Tuscan. But as for the game field keys to victory, we can get into it. Pred has to bring the slaying in hardpoint. Surge is 1-9 in hardpoint when Pred goes negative. He is the definitive X factor when it comes to hardpoint, but in that OpTic Texas match, he had a good series, which is why they look so good and had close hardpoints. And then Fixture, Tuscan hardpoint breakoffs. They're last on opening Tuscan P1s. Teams who win P1 win 68% of the time, which obviously they have to fix that. And then Tuscan Search and Destroy Kings when they can steal that first round.
All right, now it's going to be time for pickups. And as you guys see, your boy put on some zitties.
Oh, you look good, man.
You know what I'm saying? I got, the little OpTic joints because
even better.
When it comes to pickups right now, I'm rocking with the champs. Major 1 champs have not skipped a beat at all, and everybody on that team is just superstars. You can't doubt it. I think it's going to be a close game now. I think we're getting to game 5, so I'm rocking with OpTic all the way, 3-2. Who you got?
I think I'm going to a game 4, but I'm still taking OpTic. I think OpTic are able to close it out. When you talk about the respawn dominance that this team has, it's beautiful. And even better now is their Search and Destroy. Their Search and Destroy is insane. I actually got the chance to talk to Ray in the green room. Rambo just tells me that their communication is on point. 3v4s, doesn't matter. Their communication is always going to be on point, so OpTic 3-1.
All right, aLLeY. Oh, aLLeY is going to go rogue. Who you got?
I mean, do you really have to ask me? Listen, OpTic, best team in the game right now, all right? Their improvement has been astronomical. It's been so impressive, and they've been playing lights out. A lot of love for them, but something about Seattle, something about the composition, something about this team just makes me keep wanting to root for them. Okay. I think Seattle will take this series.
I respect that entirely because once Pred, Sid, Mack, and the boys really start to warm up, I feel like they could upset anybody out there. Nameless, are you going with the upset story or you rocking with the champs?
I'm going to go with OpTic Texas. I think they take it in a 3-1, but I think it's going to be highly competitive. Honestly, I know the chat's probably going hard on aLLeY right now. If you take a look at the last series they had, they played similar maps and it was super close. And then even in this one, Tuscan is game 2, where Seattle has been undefeated on that map for Search and Destroy. So it's going to be a battle out in this match if Seattle come and play like they did when they most recently met up,
No, big time. All right, so Steady, if Seattle Surge actually catches fire and, they match it well against OpTic Texas, which one of these young gunners do you think is going to step up the most?
What we saw throughout stage 2 was like Pred and Sid were starting to step up towards the later half. I feel like the player that stepped down a little bit for me was Mack. He was their most consistent player, at least throughout stage 1. He needs to have a more impactful play here versus this team, the best team in the game.
And you always praise Mack for being basically the glue toward their success. And if he's able to pick it up, this is going to be a rough one.
No, I completely agree with you. He was their most consistent player across the board, like Jay said, and now Pred and Simp are back on form as well. So I'm hoping to see Mack, get back to his old ways. I don't know what happened to make him kind of fall short, but coming back on land, coming back with the boys and the vibes, off of that hot win versus LA Thieves, I think they'll be fine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and jump into the last game of the day. We got the Seattle Surge trying to cause a huge upset against the Titans of the CDL OpTic Texas. Let's go ahead and and get this started.
Dashy coming through with the pistol. That's going to be nearly the worst. Pulls off the pistol and gets it done after a Minnesota, Minnesota, Minnesota. I need you guys to get on your feet. I'll be honest. Everybody on your feet right now. It is our last match of the day. I know you guys have got to get hyped. This is going to be a phenomenal, phenomenal game. As we said, our final match to kick off our Minnesota Major. Somewhat of a grudge match, if you'd like to say it. We've seen these two teams battle, two teams previously, and so far, it has been all OpTic up to this point. But now it is time to introduce our teams, and we are starting with the defending current champions right now in the CDL. Give it up for OpTic Texas. Dashy, iLLeY, Shotzzy, and Scump.
Look at the poke, the man is ready, Nameless.
They are ready, they're your defending champions, and look at that death stare Rambo just gave to the camera. Woo! These guys are coming out here and trying to make a statement.
Yo, we're ready for the underdogs from Seattle. Bring them on out.
I'll absolutely do that, Velli. As we said, we've got one team, and now it's time to introduce our other roster. A team that is in hunt right now for revenge, trying to make a major splash here at Major 2. Give it up for the Seattle Surge. Simp, Accuracy, Mack, and Pred.
Ali, I'm not even gonna lie right now. Simp got the game face on and Lamar looks serious.
Simp always has his game face on though, to be honest, Velli. It's actually Pred that I was shocked to see him holding the smile back, but at least the vibes look high.
Hey yo, you think we're gonna have another upset today?
I think it's possible, Vel. I don't know. Who knows? I mean, anything is possible when it comes down to our majors. We've seen some upsets already, and maybe it's time for another one. Minnesota, make some noise. It's our last match of the day. And that, I'll send it over to our commentators. Chance, Miles, guys, take it away.
Whoa, let's go, friends. This should be a good one. Hey, what have we had today? 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. What are we going to get later on? Who knows, baby? Game 5, I'm feeling something special. But Chance, welcome, my friend, for our first match of the Major so far. It's been a treat. Minnesota's treated us fantastically, man. It's good to be back.
And I'm incredibly excited. Got the nerves flowing just a little bit, too, because I'll be honest, right? OpTic defending champions by, like, all means. I'm expecting them to win this series, but looking at those maps, I think it's going to be a battle, man. Seattle are happy to see both of these hard points. Nameless already talked about. They beat him on Bocage last time they played him. Outslayed him by 35, 36 kills, Sib. dominated on that map. You have also, by the way, undefeated on Tuscan. S&D is Seattle 3-0. They played a Tuscan hardpoint last time as well. It was a 250 to 240 win for OpTic, but down to the wire. And even that Desert Siege, I'm excited to see OpTic pick it. Obviously, it's been one of their weaker maps, but this is a team expecting to be in the grand finals. You cannot afford to have a single weak one.
Well, that's part of the sort of the long journey throughout the year, right? You're trying to eliminate all weaknesses. You're trying to make sure that that map pool is solid, watertight, because by the time it comes to champs and by the time it comes to any grand finals, best of 9, you've got to go the full gamut. You have to see the full menu that this, Vanguard has to offer. So we will see when it has to come down to that one, a Tuscan trilogy. If we have to get to that map before, I'm excited to see how that one goes down. But chance again, these two teams have matched each other before. We touched on Boccage previously. Any more we want to add to that again? I mean, it's been very, very closely contested on that map between these two teams.
I mean, it really is very much the case that it's like Seattle have to perform at their very best. The young kids have to come out and fry again. A performance where you had Sid going 47 and 28, and you're still only winning by like 40 points in the game. Also, they're frying on the Tuscan, but still losing. OpTic, clear cut, have been the better team. There is no question. They are 6-1 in map count against Seattle. But if Seattle can bring their very best, if they can get things started on this Boccage, the upset potential always there.
Start things off with the Rage of the Cage. It's already going to be a fun one. We've enjoyed the show so far. Extremely close series between every team we've had, despite the 3-0s. Don't let the scores fool your friends. It has been one hell of a day here at Major 2. Minnesota has not disappointed. First map on its way though, Boccage, hardpoint. Let's get it.
And keep in mind, right, at Major 1, this was the first matchup that we had, so Seattle maybe a little bit of experience under their belts. Maybe they can handle that crowd this time around, but we already know what happens on the cage. It will be mixy, it will be fast, it will be chaos, and gotta make sure you can slay.
Yeah, gotta make sure you find the kills. That's what we're looking for. A lot of slaying so far, and it's mostly Seattle. Time going their way as well. Shotzzy trying to get his team back into the fight. Over towards the hard point we now go. Scump, low side of Grandy's. Out he goes. Finds himself one. There was actually a second he picked up there, but he's gonna leave that for the boys. Hardpoint cleaned up for now. Scump's looking to clear out the backside of P2, not to be had. Seattle still with the map control.
Yeah, that is accuracy's tank right there. Many like it, but that one is his, so he'll be posted up there pretty much till the end of this hill, and might honestly try to carry that into new, but Riverside is open, so OpTic right now trying to work on that spawn flip, and well, iLLeY potentially that man leading the charge in the feed. He's taking fight. Meanwhile, Dashy might be thinking about accuracy, but right now, Seattle, they have complete map control.
We talk about map control. Right now, we're talking about the top side of the map. P2 pops wide open. Mack trying to hold these boys back, trying to keep those members of OpTic pinned down. His MP40 ringing out. It's a hot barrel, and for now, he gets dropped. iLLeY now with the opening. Here comes the flood through the front side of the barn. Bread from up high. He's going to find at least one before... No, he gets away for a moment. OpTic now starting to find the pressure, but accuracy. 5-1 so far. That was a nice two-piece to keep the hill safe.
Yeah, beaming like that, but keep in mind the spawns do flip, so OpTic might be quick for like the reinforcements, but hey, you can still hold this hill from this side. So right now, Seattle Surge putting in a decent bit of work. Scump getting kills, but that's not around the hill. That's where his team will be. The break is in, and OpTic finally starting to get some points on board.
Over to Grannies we go. That right now in the hands of Seattle Surge. There's 20 seconds remaining here on the second hard point over by the tanks. We're going to see that time slowly trickle away. Dashy with a long-range gunfight. Accuracy finding a lot of tags. Not quite the kill. Over to Pred, and it is non-stop action here. We're not going to get too much contest time out of Mr. Pred. He's trying to find the kills. Maybe even streaks, dare we say. But right-hand side of the map, Grannies all in control now for Seattle Surge. The opening time will be theirs.
And look, I'm thinking long-term, excuse me, is Seattle, by the way, just firm on this setup. There's already a minute off of the game clock, and OpTic fans almost know to expect it on this map for this game to end on time. And OpTic, one of the best teams at trying to juggle it, and right now they're trying to be the team to break into Grandma's. The Surge right now, clean on the whole.
Sweet kills out of OpTic, but enough. Pred now got that side of the map covered. Oh, it's getting messy. Shards of wood everywhere. iLLeY comes out on top with the kills. Mack with kitchen side. Big coverage. It's a two-piece. Now on a three spree for him. Mack, we heard Standy talk about him previously. Again, a play that can be hot and cold right now. 10 and 5, starting to get steamy.
They've got them in the blender. The back spawns and the spawn kills are in. Pred for 2, and you got Mack that was just on a 4, and while he gets dropped, this has been obviously the best hold of the game. We're only 3 hills deep, but Seattle, you will take a 30-point lead this early on. A Boccage, you can basically double it. Pred and squad looking for that scrap time, which they will secure. 35-point lead going into new, and honestly, maybe a little bit of pressure for Seattle. Already pushed up P2. They might have an early flip.
Seattle Surge, good boys, getting all the love at Grandma's there as the hard point comes to a close now with the barn. It's going to be Scump nearly in control here, locking this one down. Dashy's got the outside mid-map covered. Shotzzy's now back in the spawn, and Scump doing laps around, finding those kills. Only one member left up for now. Here comes the two-man hit from Surge through tank side. Easy clean up there. iLLeY finds one, Shotzzy on the second. Beautiful hold so far out of OpTic Texas. They're going to lock this one down, and Scump is still going. 13 and 10 for the King.
Seattle ran Grandma's, but OpTic trying to do the opposite over towards Barn. It has been a near perfect hold for the first 30 seconds, and frankly, they haven't given up map control or pressure at all. Seattle right now struggling to deal with Scump. Finally, he gets taken down, and maybe an opening on the P2 side just for some contest time to come through, but OpTic have already just damn near tied the game. On that rotation, Shotzzy was thinking about being sneaky, but he has to give away his little map intel, and well, he ends up getting taken down. Seattle not letting anyone slip through.
That's a really big play. Staying alive in that position right now for Shotzzy would have been huge, but Seattle sniff him out, deal with the danger. Now we go to our final hard point of the set down by the river. Seattle Surge, slight lead now. Mack locking it down alone for the time being. You've got his teammates all around the place. They're set up right now with a decent amount of time to be had. Here comes the hit from OpTic. Simp gets taken care of. Dashy wins a big one. Back over to Simp. No! Shotzzy wins it. Accuracy trying to keep the play alive now for his team. Pred backing him up, and that is a great hold out of Surge.
And right now, Surge are able to push out the hill as well. They get a couple kills, and this has been perfect clearance. Funnily enough on Bocage, this has been 3 hills back to back to back where the team that rotates there first actually putting together a pretty strong hold. So Surge trying to blow that lead out wide open. And honestly, with 20 seconds left, it is still time worth fighting for. OpTic looking for the opening, but they are getting shut down. Surge is giving them nothing.
No breaks for OpTics. You're going to see Surge hold that one down again. Final 10 seconds going to come to a close now. We'll go back towards the middle of the map over towards Gate. Dashy trying to help his teammates get that control of the map. And again, this is where we saw OpTic find the most success in that first set. It was the first 2 hard points. That's where they found their time. They're looking to do it again. Second set now up over to the Gate.
And it's honestly a little bit wild. I was worried about the game clock early on, but since then, because of the 3 strong holds, I don't know if that'll be a factor towards the end of the game. But as it stands right now, Surge is basically bullying out OpTic. Again, they've had 2 basically money hills on Bocage, and even towards this P1, they are accruing a decent chunk of time.
Yeah, Seattle Surge still holding it down. Dashy trying to find something here. 5 spree, 6. Woo! Not able to get any more out of that. Good kills coming through as Simp finally able to get the trade and end him. 30 seconds remaining here on Gate. Shotzzy trying to get things going, trying to heat things up. One of the most exciting players in the league to watch by a landslide. And so far, Simp cutting both he and Scump down. Over towards the tanks we go. Dashy's got to go big.
I talk about a hill that OpTic actually need just to try to turn this game around, but they're getting shot down along the way, and they are so far away from even thinking about getting those back spawns. iLLeY with those 2, maybe an opportunity to try to make moves. Sim's there for a trade. iLLeY, though, is air for the next one. And while he gets taken down, OpTic at least get to this hill first, but you can see with the nades coming through, it is not easy.
Tanks is up. Scump's got top barn control, trying to allow the boys to get in there and get some time. Shotzzy the man up for the job. He's going to find that time. Dashy with the back tank position. Lamar was there for a long time. Accuracy's there, but the flood comes through the back. OpTic finds 3 kills, wipe him out. The hard point stays in their hands.
Well, right now they are down by, what, 60 points. They can't even make up that entire deficit here, but decently strong hold for the moment, but the nades again. It was the intro to this hill, and Pred again is able to take another one down just with the grenades, and that's able to take away, what, an extra 5-10 seconds. And on Bocage, you'll take it in again. Pred with the nade. Right now, they're just to chop him down.
Nailing it so far. Seattle Surge have certainly come to play. Looking to get the break here in the final 15 seconds on tank. Let's go for a quick listen in with Seattle Surge.
I'm with you, Dashy was out, Dashy was out. Well, water or something.
3, they're all going barn,
Alright, can somebody get time? Do you get time? Yeah, I'm playing the left.
1 trap. 10, 1 bullet. 10 and 2 mid, you heard?
Yeah, I heard you. I don't see the middle. I'm coming front door, Opposite AG. Kill, Mack, fucking kill. I'm playing tools. No, that's Mack. Starting up front. He's pushing close right. Yes, he's gate set. He's going front door. Last guy, Mack. Get to us. I don't have tools right now. Go right plat. I think sure. I send your tools. I'll get your tools. Tools split out. Dead. I don't want to post.
On the left.
Nice.
Actually, last guy game probably front.
Yeah. I can kill upside down. Might start flipping. I push up home. No, we're good. We haven't flipped. One more. Gate set top. I have your front door. Last Mack. One more. You close hole. Yeah. I have your dub. Keep getting kills. Tools. Last Mack. Middle Dashy. Mid truck. Weak. Other guy's hurt. They're spawning backups. One more front. Set. You're not. Other guy was barn. Dashy. Sit not. Yeah, he's weak. Fucking shit on him. Keep going. Yeah. Yep. We're too high. Yo, one gate. Nice. Last guy, Dashy, Tom. Triple shot. He's on the burn stairs, okay?
Okay, one stop on as well, okay?
Right. Tractor absolute.
I'm letting check that.
Oh my god. I need a retractor.
Top barn.
I'll go with the rest.
Bottom house.
Barn, one shot.
I don't see bottom house, he's dumb.
Top barn, one shot, guys.
Bottom house killed me.
Dubs as well after that.
T2.
Stairs and
shot.
I'm starting trips. Okay, I'm playing trips.
Top barn dead.
I'm on a hole.
Single dead.
Nice. I'm pushing up.
I don't see the top.
I'm missing it.
Oh, A plant. Nice. They're gonna spawn back out, one cut.
Open top side maybe.
Under my stairs.
Spawn out.
Under my stairs.
I have your dubs.
They're going hold.
I have your dub.
We hold.
They're still hold.
I'm needing them.
One down wall, okay?
Button may be a good hard point there for OpTic Texas, but Chance, Seattle Surge running the show.
I mean, bro, they have been perfect on Grandmas. They're only outslaying by what, maybe 10, 12 kills, but this is one of the most dominant Bocage performances we have seen all year. Seattle might have just hit that flow state, and we talked about it when we saw those maps in the pick and bans. This is a good set for Seattle, and right now, just to start things off, they are looking pure class.
Ooh, this is looking great so far, though. OpTic do have the rotation over towards River, now trying to find something here, and it looks like Pred is stuck on through. He finds one, traded out immediately. Sip cut down to pieces there. Dashy at range with the automaton. 27 and 20 for him so far. Looking to add another one of the piles. 40 seconds remaining here. OpTic Texas need to pick up all this time. They're holding it down very well so far. iLLeY again, accumulating that time for the squad. They keep gate clear. They have to worry about the back and the front for now. But honestly, all things considered, sweet looks out of OpTic.
Well, keep in mind, Pred's taking routes, and he doesn't even get spotted because he's able to get through. Accuracy wins one gunfight, and that sets up the break. Seattle looking to snuff them out right here, right now, and Accuracy in the hill, winning another big one-on-one. 8 seconds to go when Surge have the game.
It's the final 5 seconds now. Shotzzy trying to get the last minute contest, forcing to the gate at the very least. Time ticking. Seattle Surge, they come out swinging. Map number 1 did not go the way a lot of people thought it would.
And Miles, I gotta say, I've been casting Call of Duty for quite some time now. It is a strange experience for an OpTic match to have a completely dead crowd. Can you imagine for like Scump, this is the first time where there was no roar for them the entire time, so that might be on their minds just psychologically. They get bullied in the map 1, have no support behind them, and well, they were struggling in the kills column too. That's a -12 for iLLeY, not a ton of damage, but I mean, frankly, for how bad that score disparity actually is, the kills don't even tell the whole story. I think Seattle had, what, maybe 3 or 4 different money hills on this map they had. That is as good as it can possibly get on Bocage.
New looks, new tech coming out of Seattle Surge there. Back to form. What we saw out of them at kickoff in the very opening of Vanguard. Now they managed to find a second win. Looking at the highlights now from that opening Bocage hard point. And hey man, it was, majority of the time, it was Seattle Surge. One big player to really give a lot of kudos to, Mack. He was a stone cold killer. You heard it in the comms. They were basically just telling Mack where to go and where to kill everyone he could possibly find. And the man did it.
The walking two-piece, I mean, literally just taking turns, piecing him up. And Mack, honestly, he had the hot hand early on, never really slowed down. And again, this is as good as it gets for the Seattle team. They are now going to go into a Tuscan with the hot hand, and that is a map that they are undefeated on. So they are feeling confident, and clearly they woke up and chose violence. I mean, just a dominant map 1 performance, potentially the most money hills we've actually seen strung together on this map. And I mean, quite frankly, they made it look easy.
It really did look easy against our defending champs. Major 1 went the way of OpTic Texas. Here in Major 2 in Minnesota, things are looking a little different so far. But early stages and very, very early days here in the series. As we say goodbye to Bocage and we say howdy doody to our Tuscan trilogy, S&D Control and Hardpoint. If you're an OpTic fan, you want to see at least a few of those chants, but now we go to Search and Destroy. What happens next?
I mean, look, obviously this is a fantastic map for OpTic as well. I think they have a 5-2 record on it, so when we say undefeated for Seattle Surge, only 3-0, but they also have very good wins. They've beaten Atlanta FaZe in a round 11 on this map. They have beaten Minnesota Røkkr in a round 11 on this map, so they have gone toe-to-toe with some of the best S&D teams in the world. Well, OpTic obviously in that conversation as well. It'd be fun to watch these guys battle, especially so because Tuscan now plays a little bit different. You have guys like Shotzzy, like Pred that have been running the show, but now with those defensive spawns just a little bit closer, it alters the map, alters your play style. And I guess this would be an opportunity to see who's quicker to adjust.
We see a slight change. We talked about it to no end here in the Call of Duty League, but again, being that bit closer to spawn with the side of the church, for those defensive teams, changes the way everything looks, man. Changes when you have to throw your stuns, your nades, changes the way those opening breaks look, changes the way the snipers play. You name it, man. We'll see, though, what OpTic Texas have got, what kind of tricks they have in the bag right off the rip.
In a very cool, like, square-up battle as well, right? Mentioned Shotzzy Pred, but even for that sniper battle, Sib has been known to break it out on this map, and obviously Dashy, you know he will be fiending to go toe-to-toe, so we'll see exactly what these guys have prepared, and I think right now for OpTic, maybe one of the guys I'm going to be focused on is iLLeY, right? 18 and 30 in map 1, the slowest of the starts, but obviously his IGLing has been fantastic. His strat calling at S&D, I mean, arguably the best in the game, certainly in the conversation. Got to turn things around quick, though, because again, this series, that did not look good for map 1. You do not want it to spiral out of control.
Search and Destroy, a little bit more of a battle of the wits when it comes to these two teams. And again, iLLeY, he's El Capitan. He's the man leading the charge on the inside of the game. So we'll listen to him if we had the pleasure of going for a listen to make those shot calls. And again, on the other side of the board, it's that man on the screen there, Accuracy, the Iceman. We've seen him clutch time and time again. Those 1v2 situations, he has those for breakfast. God only knows what he has for lunch and dinner, chance.
And you speak of him with the clutches, but funnily enough, I know he has that reputation across like all of the maps we have in this league, but the 3v4 rate that Seattle Surge actually have on Tuscan, #1 in the game. So they're very much in a situation where even if they don't get the first bloods, they absolutely have that clutch potential, and that is as the full squad. So Surge hungry to get this Tuscan going. I know last time these two teams played, Seattle won the first map, which was Bocage, lost the next 3. I think having this S&D map might be a little bit better for them.
Here we go. The first part of our Tuscan trilogy now. The Search and Destroy on Tuscan begins. 5-2 for OpTic Texas, 3-0 for Seattle Surge. Both teams with a decent record on the map, but again, we're talking about current form, ladies and gentlemen. That is where we're at. An exciting and decisive victory, of course, on that Bocage hard point for Seattle Surge. Really changes the way this series looks. And here we go, friends.
And if you're a little bit favored on defense, by the way, Sid, maybe taking a note out of Zero's book. iLLeY does strike with the first blood. That's towards the middle of the map. So right now, Seattle have it all, but they don't hit that shot. And well, Sib's getting pushed, but I think at least for the moment, he should be able to get it with his life.
Ooh, Shotzzy was on the hunt for a brief moment there. Does have teammates to back him up. Pred, other side of town, gets cleaned on up. So that means that now for OpTic Texas, the flank is safe. They don't know that, though. Guns are up. Eyes across the map. Oh, Mack, that's unfortunate, but hey, we'll take it.
And this is where OpTic have been so incredible, though, right? We talked about the 3v4 potential for Seattle on this map, but OpTic lately, I mean, almost completely mistake-free in S&D, and they find the next pick as well, and Mack, all of a sudden, he is surrounded in a 1 versus 4. Even still, no overchows. Everyone is cornered up perfectly. The trades are in, and OpTic with the instant bounce-back round.
No sweat. They were aggressive off the rip. Shotzzy managing to almost take out the sniper of Sib. They play the life advantage fantastically. They take the round. Not a whole lot of space to work with from anyone there on Surge.
And also, again, nice for iLLeY to be that guy that strikes with the first blood, just to get that bounce-back game in. So, nice little 1-0 lead, but where Tuscan was very close to 50-50 before the patch came through, now it is certainly a little bit more defensive-sided. So, OpTic just winning the ones that are a little bit easier. And on offense over towards A, they're playing a little bit aggressive. Mack doesn't get caught, but he is tagged up, and I hear the nades ringing out. None of them connect.
Oh,
this is a delicate angle.
This is very interesting. Who's going to shoot first? Whose red dot's going to appear? Will it be Dashy? Will it be Pred? He's mantled up, and you could smell him. He's so close. Incredibly tight angle to work with, and Pred's waiting for it. There is a line of players right across Tuscan now. They've got no idea how close they are to one another.
I mean, that is an absurd level of map control. 3 players stacked up, pushed towards the middle of the map, but the first pick comes through. Shotzzy's able to find one, but it's not like the map is actually open. Still 2 players for Seattle have A on lock and Accuracy. It depends on the timing, but he will be watching this cross. And all 3 players stacked up. Accuracy spots all of them, doesn't even shoot, feed that to his teammate. The intel game, Seattle firmly in control.
Great composure. Here comes Shotzzy again. And Accuracy can be teased only so many times before he tries to take it. Nice bank there off the top of the stairwell. Here goes Pred, though. Ruthless aggression as Pred nearly finds another now. The trades, will they be on point now in the 2v2? Accuracy and Mack, Dashy, Shotzzy. Bomb with a quick plant now. As oh boy, the defuse is slowly but surely coming through. Dashy now has eyes on. He's got no idea it's happening. And there's the nade. And Accuracy once again.
Very, very sneaky. Do we not watch game film? Did we not pay attention to the Thieves series? If you plant the bomb in that spot, accuracy has no fear. He will hop it. He already knows everyone crossed towards the back spawns. That is an easy play call for him to make. Iceman there to deliver. And I suppose right now we are just 2 for 2 with defensive rounds, but again, we talked about that clutch potential, man. That is a funny way for that synergy to happen for Seattle's previous match.
We've seen it so many times, and woo! Starting things off with a bang. Simp, nice shot on iLLeY there. First blood. A quick one indeed.
And already that pick just going to be able to mix things up. Scump now the lone defender over towards B, and clearly that is where the pressure is going to be coming from. If Scump can pick up 2, that would be massive.
Oh my God, here comes Seattle Surge. 1 by 1 they go. Scump, how many can you bring down before it gets ugly? 2 of them! Unbelievable, staying alive! He's still running! He's done the damage and he's gone and dipped. That is unbelievable. Sensational stuff now. Accuracy's going to try to get involved as well. It's Simp with the pistol. And now the pressure, though, is Dashy. Dashy makes it now a 1v1. Shotzzy versus Accuracy.
And Accuracy does have that bomb. Someone on their team and Spectator saw each other. He gets the call out from his teammate and guns him. Shotzzy gets taken down, probably had the MP40 in hand. And that is another Accuracy icy clutch. Scump did his job. He picked up the 2 he needed. Dashy not ready for the second gunfight. And Accuracy with that technical 1v2, admittedly off the trades. We talked about how close we thought this game was going to be at the top, and well, right now in this Tuscan, Seattle once again delivering.
That is, that's what you want to see as a COD fan. Next round's up. Mack, the hero of the Bocage hardpoint for Seattle Surge. Dashy's going to be the opening there. Nice shots on the Pred, stuns are all through. Shotzzy trying to find that advantage while he still can. It is an absolute fiesta here on Tuscan. Nades across the map, ringing out. Soon those pockets will be empty. We'll have nothing else to throw at each other except for bad vibes and maybe shade.
And again, best 3v4 clutch team in the game on this map is Seattle. An opportunity to deliver once again. That first blood, Pred's an important one to fall, and Simp didn't hit the shot, either one. Dashy dancing with death, but he is still alive.
Yeah, it's bad manners to double dip. Simp went for it there. Oh, he definitely saw the heels of Shotzzy. He saw him, but he has no idea that he scuttled away. Will he make the read here? Shotzzy, eyes are up. Mid-map, though, the battle raging. Scump's going to find it now. Simp in the 1v3 situation. Shotzzy, patience pays off. OpTic back in this.
And I believe that is the rule, right? If you kill Accuracy, you have no fear for the clutches, because he is 2 for 2 back-to-back, but no 3v4s there. OpTic take care of business, and right now, Shotzzy 5-1. He is one of the best overall KDs on this map. He has 33% of his team kills on this map, and one of the highest kills per round. Shotzzy runs the show on Tuscan, and right now, just continuing his reign of terror on this map. And honestly, Pred not far behind ordinarily in the stats, but 1 and 4, that is the difference maker.
We'll see it again, all tied up here, 2-2. A sweet corner to find himself in right now is Shotzzy. No one really going to bite for too long. We will see. Heavier stack towards A right now for Seattle Surge. As OpTic have found themselves in the spots they want to be in. Oh, Scump. Oh, he's getting ambitious. Finds that first blood.
Does the smart thing, gets the kill, backs out, and maybe play off the timing. Seattle very stagnant. Need to wait for a pick to come their way, but that Scump getting pressured, but he just gets sent in to get the kill. That is 4 in a row for the King.
He's trying to make it 5. Big shots out of Accuracy, reads the play, but the teamwork is there, and that's what got Scump those kills to begin with. Eyes from top church, giving him clearance to run across map. You've got the coverage there from Dashy. If anyone's there to give him any trouble, he's got the coverage. Brilliant stuff out of OpTic.
And hey, maybe Scump doesn't end up getting those streaks, but that's because he knows he needs the challenge. Shotzzy coming in. You make sure you time out those pushes correctly. So perfect setup right there from OpTic Texas. They're able to deliver when they get that first blood. I would say overall, if it wasn't for the clutches, OpTic would have this game firmly in their hands, but Seattle has been reliant on them in the past, and that's the reason this game is close. The challenge quick to outer Pred on the heady, able to get that first blood on board.
iLLeY's narrowly missing the shot, trying to get away with his life, trying to recover the bomb, and now we go back at it. 3v4, numbers in favor of Seattle Surge. Sib was tagged up now. Rejuvenated, renewed, looking to find any more here. Dashy once again with the mid-map coverage and the bomb teetering towards B side of the map now. This could get ugly. Mack's got to go big. Here comes the fight.
They baited him out, and they get the kill. Shotzzy's normally the player that plays towards P5, but Scump and iLLeY deliver. And look what they're doing. They even those odds at 3-3. They waste no time. They are getting that bomb out for Seattle. right now, in the midst of getting bamboozled, finally they react, and well, they do have church control. Still a delicate round.
Scump checking every corner. Simp, big win against Dashy.
Oh, that's it.
Pred gets it as well. Surely that is it now. iLLeY in the 1v3. And here he goes. Trying to make a match of it. No, he gets taken care of. Decisive round out of Seattle.
And that is a massive kill. If Dashy wins that one-on-one, well, OpTic would still be in the fight, but Simp takes him down, and he takes 2 to the grave. Big round for Seattle to get back in the mix. Difference between being tied up at 3-3, being down 4-2 is a massive one. Surge, you can see that look in their eye, cold-blooded and focused.
As calm washes across the Mystic Lake Hotel Casino, we go to another round, 3-3. Shotzzy still sitting at 6-2, 6-5 out of Scump. The teamwork has been on point. Pred though, nice opening blood. Scump having a little bit of difficulty with this door. Maybe trying to make some noise, try to bait some play here, but at this point in time, ooh, he's starting to get himself into enemy territory, hungry for another kill.
I'm telling you though, that's that battle, man. Pred and Shotzzy run this map for their collective teams, and you shut down Shotzzy straight away, you're feeling great. You're looking for a pick over towards Addle, but Seattle, they have the extra man on the flank. Pred still delivering, able to take 2 already in this round. He's on a 4 spree, opening things up, and he's cleared out this B site. Now the rest of Seattle just needs to come hang out with them or gun them down one by one. iLLeY in a 1 versus 4.
He's gambling on the push towards A, but Seattle have said, nay, they're going towards B. This is going to be big. iLLeY can, honestly, he can do this. 1v4. This is some magical stuff right now. Starts with 1. Sib's up next. That's the second. 1v2.
I mean, if you're just going to hand it to him, he'll take it, sure, but still less than 30 seconds on the clock. This is incredibly difficult to pull off, especially if 2 players just posted out. You try to walk through plat, you get gunned. iLLeY, he basically needs to gun 2 back-to-back.
He's going to try it. Here comes the next. Checking every possible avenue. Got to get it done. Here comes the slide forward. No! Pred ends the dream. iLLeY making Seattle Surge sweat.
And Seattle, 2 biggest wins they have on this map. Both went to round 11. Right now, that 4-3 edge, a couple clutches in the back pocket. And I think right there in that past round, I think for the past 2, Shotzzy ends up falling for the first blood. And that has been OpTic's go, man. He is the guy that makes plays. Seattle doing a wonderful job of neutralizing that threat. But we go again.
5 spree for Pred. The Thunder from Down Under has been raging on Tuscan so far. Looking to find one more. Look how aggressive he's playing. iLLeY with Reed though on that close angle. Here he goes. Pred, a little too hot right now. First streak over to Mack. Finds 1. Trying to do his best impersonation of Scump, but no. They managed to punch on through. OpTic find an opening. 2v3.
And what are you doing in 2v3? You can't really plant the bomb. You're going to get swarmed. You have to pray that a pick comes your way. But right now, Seattle pretty much giving them nothing. Maybe a couple lanes are open. Shotzzy making moves.
Trying to make the move indeed. Dashy helps him out. Shotzzy slides right into the fight. Now it's a 2v1. Simp left all alone. Bomb down at A. He's going to make this read real fast. Dashy's going to be able to back up Shotzzy in a moment now, but if Simp reads this right, otherwise Shotzzy, he's your man on Tuscan. There goes the defuse. No one there to grab it. Shotzzy. That kill on top church, man, that was something.
Just the instant 2v3, like you couldn't write it down any better. Perfectly timed. Dashy with the gunny and Shotzzy. I mean, that slide on point. Little bit of luck, little bit of skill, but you will take it, and I'm telling you, this is the battle on the map. Pred versus Shotzzy. And even despite Pred getting that first blood, that's a 2v4 clutch for OpTic. Talked about how good Seattle was in the clutch. OpTic bounced back.
Oh, man, we're going toe-to-toe here on Tuscan. Stern, calm focus across
already
the
accuracy with the
Wait a
blood.
minute, he's already got 1? Well, we'll take it. I was the player over towards the A bomb site there for OpTic on defense. Dashy's got none left in the tank. He's out. Pred's got himself another one. The spree may be done. Now the bomb planted to B very quickly indeed. Shotzzy, what can you do here in this situation? Drone going once again up against Pred. This time has his number. This is from that point, and that is that. Accuracy with the first, accuracy with the last.
You're getting picked apart so fast, we barely have time to watch it. I mean, we're 3 seconds into the round, and accuracy is picking up bloods. And Seattle right now, 1 round away from going up 2-0 against OpTic Texas. They had that experience. They come into the Kickoff Classic, look fantastic, struggle in stage 1. OpTic bullied them at the first major. But an opportunity to make amends. Feeling themselves right now. looking for that next round, and it's only a defense. They got to clutch up.
Gotta go big. Here we go. Opening salvo of fire comes through from accuracy. No kills this time. Pred back on his perch. Oh, gets Dashy.
Again.
First blood. However, the rest of OpTic have made their way in towards B. They've got themselves a lot of clearance to work with here. Accuracy spots at least one, maybe two sets of shadows. Shots are in, no kill though. Shotzzy once again finding it. It is a 3v3. Here we go.
And they're trying to be, ooh, I was going to say quick on the wrap, maybe not. They're waiting for someone on Seattle to make a wrap around and potentially make a mistake. So OpTic are spread out for a bit, but so is Seattle. And there's the pick. iLLeY able to find it. 2 versus 3 now for Seattle.
Scump still has bomb. We're waiting for anything to happen right now. And again, Mack, his little gun barrel poked up there. Shots, he saw it. That plays up. Here comes Pred, though. The champion for his team. What a shot from Mack. Stays alive. 1v1. Now it's on to iLLeY. Recovers the bomb. 35 seconds on the clock to play with. And oh, my word. Did Mack spot him? I'm not sure if that happened, but here we go. This is to force the round 11 for OpTic Texas. This is for the map for Surge.
You can clutch for your team or it can all fall apart. iLLeY actually doesn't plant the bomb, but he should be able to get it down soon. He will get it down for free. And right now, Mack, far enough away that he will have almost no information on how he needs to play this. Mack, see if he can read this book going against a clutch king in Search and Destroy.
Mack with the automaton. iLLeY with an MP40. At this range, it's not favorable for iLLeY! Instant! Absolutely rips him. That bomb defuse is coming through, no questions asked. 30 on the clock. Ladies and gentlemen, Seattle Surge go up 2-0.
Bro, and think about the turnaround that Pred just had. 1-5 is how he started that game. He finished with double digits in almost every first blood you could possibly ask him to get. Seattle, they were 1-6 in map count against OpTic Texas. They already have 2 in this series. They got the clutches when you needed them to start out the game. You got Mack with the one-on-one towards the end. And right now, they just look good. But that was that battle. Shotzzy versus Pred. Pred kicks it up into the end and just takes over. Seattle right now, they are looking clean.
It was the first bloods out of Pred. What a display. What a performance from Seattle Surge. A brand new look, man. They've been looking fine online. It's been good here or there, but against the top caliber teams, that's where the questions really are. And hey, man, if you're up 2-0 versus OpTic so far, and these score lines, they're no fluke, mate. This is unreal.
And keep in mind, if we're thinking long-term, that Tuscan control, this is the first time that these guys have played it where it's actually the ticks that decide that round 5 defense. And it's gone to round 5 both times they've played. OpTic have gotten deep, both of them, because of the kills, not the ticks. So it could be closely contested. Seattle obviously could win it. You go to the Tuscan hard point. Seattle are getting outslayed and only losing by 10 points. And then Desert Siege, well, that has not been a favorite one for OpTic to play. Obviously, they picked it. They are confident to get there, but even if we're thinking about Desert Siege, we got a long way to go. And that is a very quick 1v1 clutch that Mack is able to deliver. Seattle, they have to be feeling themselves right now.
Have to be feeling fantastic after what has been a very, very painful string of events for that Seattle Surge roster. Now, all of a sudden, things are looking up. What, we just hit the rewind button by just a couple of months, but that feels like years here on Vanguard, friends. It really does.
Can you imagine, by the way, like they beat Atlanta FaZe in stage 2, but they had 3 losses to some of like the mid-tier teams, so it's not like Seattle were looking particularly dominant. To come into this tournament, have a win already or a couple over Atlanta FaZe, and I mean, they're looking primed up for a 3-0 over OpTic. That would be a wild turn of events. I mean, even beyond crazy of like Florida beating London 3-0 earlier. So it has been an interesting day 1.
It's been a day of 3-0s. We'll find out though after this break if we are going to get another 3-0. I certainly hope not. We'll see you after this.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves at an interesting turning here in the series. Seattle Surge up 2-0 over our Major 1 champions, OpTic Texas. As a look across the highlights here, it's been one hell of a show so far, mate. But hey, anything can happen now. We go to control, Chance. And I gotta say, mate, it's been wonderful to be here in Minnesota. Crazy to be back. It's amazing. We've got a lot of friends in the crowd, friends all over the place, players. I'm bumping into people I haven't seen in a long time. And we got Sean J in the front row, our ambassador here for the CDL. It's wonderful watching Sean J play a lot of Warzone. We go back. We've done the World Series of Warzone shows together. It's been nothing but good times, good vibes across the board. But now, good times, good vibes are exactly what OpTic Texas need.
They might even need more than that, right? I mean, this is your favorite team coming into the tournament, the guys that I think most people would pick to win, and down 2-0, staring down the barrel of a hot 3-0, and we are going into a Tuscan control where these teams have played it twice. OpTic have beaten them both times. Both of them go to a round 5, though, and that's when it's been based on kills. When it actually comes to ticks, Seattle has been a little bit better. I mean, the round win is on point. The KD's not bad, but the ticks is where I'm staring at. 3rd on Tuscan. OpTic are 8th on the ticks. Admittedly, in the head-to-head matchup, OpTic actually edged them out on both offense and defense. So make no mistakes, you still expect OpTic to win this one, but by God, is it close. And especially when you're looking at, they had the option to play Gavutu. And I mean, keep in mind, all of these statistics are based on when, you know, it was a little bit more TDM than control, but I don't know, man. That is a spicy graphic to look at. We'll see if OpTic can clutch up, though, on this map. Tuscan control once again.
Well, they're made of tough stuff. This is the second part of our trilogy here on Tuscan. We're going to be playing control now, and this is for the 3-0, friends. I mean, OpTic have got to dig deep. They've got to go big, and here we go. Off to the races already, and at Seattle Surge, finding multiple kills. Accuracy and Mack first to light up the scoreboard. Desperately trying to find ourselves back onto that point. As OpTic, they're on offense first, looking to get the capture done.
It should be a perfect flank, though. Shotzzy has a free kill in front of him, and should be able to get at least one player stacked up on A, so standard round so far. We're gonna see how many kills you can get, but Shotzzy just going to fall. A couple trades come through. This is a ton of pressure coming through Church, and admittedly accuracy able to find the kills, so Seattle might be pinning their bases a little bit. Funnily enough, OpTic, they're just trying to push the pace. They're not even leaving a player on A. They want this like field control so badly, and they just can't get it.
Well, there we go. Finally, the kills come through. I was getting a bit nervous there. We need to see this segment captured. There it is. Bang. First bit of progress done at A. That's one tick on the board. One segment captured. Slowly but surely working the way through the second. Here comes a quick contest. Simp on that one. Dashy clearing out the top side of fire. Now you've got a bit of map pressure to work with, though. Once again, accuracy. A player who Dashy had his way with in Texas. Here in Minnesota, bit of a colder start.
And funnily enough, for this map, there's a few key things to look at. Obviously, Dashy, when he is on point, he absolutely takes over. But again, that is mostly in the kills column when you need the objective, though. We'll see what OpTic can do. They able to secure this A point. They are good to go, but obviously they got players to deal with. Pred, excuse me, loves his flanks. Gets taken care of. Shotzzy's there. OpTic starting to work on that opening.
Yeah, capturing that A point gives an additional minute now for OpTic to work with on the offense. Now over towards B, the last stand now for Seattle Surge. 19 lives apiece, a minute 35 on the clock. Plenty of time to get something done. Two-man stack now, either side. We're going to come through green side of the map. Going to come through P5. Here we go.
And these are moments, by the way, where Mack is always clutch, but maybe he doesn't need to be because everyone on Seattle provide. Chop them down one by one, and that is one push that gets absolutely nowhere for OpTic. Got to spawn up and do it once again, but Mack is a key player to look at, by the way. Dashy, #1 overall KD. Mack right behind him, #2. He has only gone negative on this map a single time, and that time was to OpTic. So if he can keep his gun hot, that is what Seattle needs.
What an unbelievable transformation so far for Seattle Surge. Scump slowly but surely about to run into accuracy, and Mack, here comes the nades. Great leap out of Scump, clears the whole room. Now pressure, an opening to make their way forward. Accuracy has to make the tactical retreat, but it's Pred on the flank. Fred, if you will.
Always, man. That's what he loves to do. When Pred flanks, well, that is going to be his new nickname, I suppose. And, well, Dashy trying to open things up. OpTic able to get Shotzzy behind enemy lines. And, I mean, that might be good for a freebie, but so far on defense, Mostly because of Pred. Seattle has been too clean, and keep in mind, it is not just the ticks we're thinking about. Down on lives is OpTic, only 7 left.
Whoa, son, slow down, Pred. You get a speeding ticket moving like that. 20 seconds left on the clock. 7 lives left now for OpTic, speeding forward. Pred has not stopped moving, man. He's in gear 6 and he's flying. On to the point we go for a brief moment. Simp with the cleanup kills. Oh, that's it. The round is done. Seattle Surge. What an opening moment this has been for them on control.
And not a single tick on B. Seattle on point on defense. We have an opportunity for Seattle now. Again, they have been slightly better. 3rd in the game on this map when it comes to ticks. Again, though, that number has dropped when they've played against OpTic. Now OpTic need to go big. I think iLLeY, another slow start. We saw the same thing in the hard point where we went 18 and 30 on Bocage. Not the strongest of openers, admittedly, just an offensive round. Still looking for that turnaround.
Whew. I mean, look, that turnaround better get here soon because we're running out of rounds right now for OpTic Texas. Wonderful open there from Seattle Surge. And yeah, that's a good point, friends. This is a 14-game win streak on control for OpTic Texas. They're going to keep that record alive.
And it is standard for teams to be able to capture A. If you can get a tick on B early and then capture A after the fact, well, that is pretty much the name of the game for Seattle. But while that flank isn't coming through, well, Pred does get chopped down. Mack now completely by himself, and OpTic have basically firm control of the entire map, but they never figured out where Mack was. He's up top, 2 players fall, and all that map control might fade away as there is a massive opening over towards B.
They got 1 player on B now. There we go, subs it at 1 minute. Shotzzy, if he takes care of Sib, this will be safe. And take care of him, he does. Nice work. Stuns out, expecting a second player to make their way forward, but there's actually no one here, so B is going to be all safe for the time being. Nades up for Shotzzy. Map control still very much sitting in hands of the members of OpTic. They've got those kills. And iLLeY, nice force spree for him right now. Starting to get things going.
And he's the guy that needed to turn around. He came into this round starting 1 and 7, but he opens this one up on a force spree. Hey, you can just win the tick game if you shut him down on defense. There has been no progress made at all. And Seattle down 6 lives, make it 7. They take care of the flank, but they literally have 0 map pressure.
Nice flanks once again. Scump doing what he can. Now through the front he goes, gets himself a second kill, 30 seconds on the clock. Now into the red we go. Here comes the pressure coming out of Seattle. Mack and Pred desperately finding out their spawn. Dashy's on the flank this time though. Into the jaws of Big Bruce you go. Eats them alive. Ooh, 22 seconds on the clock. They got to B.
And they did get to B, and they're winning a couple of those gunfights. But look at Simp. He's got 2 players flying at him. You have gunfights in the middle of the map, and Dashy trying to stay alive, but Seattle were still on the point. Finally, they get taken care of, and Mack maybe that last-ditch effort for that pressure. At least he's stopping the clock as his teammates are trying to go to A.
They're trying to go to A, but they can't get through Shotzzy. A difficult enough kill at the worst of times, and in we go, baby, running the show. Clean up B, clock still goes. Final 10 seconds now to work with, and here we have it. One final charge onto the B point. It's still a force spree right now for Dashy. Takes the head off Pred. He's on a 5. Anyone left to get this last second contest? The answer is no.
That may very well be the most important round of this entire series unless it goes to a game 5 and then it'd be the final one. That is a dominant round on defense. OpTic had basically a standard offensive round. They capture A, no progress over towards B, but now they have a massive tick advantage. I mean, it is a round like that that can nearly guarantee you a defense for round 5 should we get there, and they're getting spicy off the rip.
We like to call that big tick energy, but it hasn't quite taken on yet. A 5 spree for Dashy, 4 for iLLeY. Oh, baby, we're starting to get things going. 5 aside right now. Sib somehow, through the stuns, flies on through. Gets himself an iLLeY. 1 minute 16 now on the clock as we've stopped it for a brief moment. OpTic now doing what they can to try to capture that B zone. Let's go for a quick listen in with OpTic Texas.
Last guy. They're gonna try to break. Secure it. Yo. Can you get back? You.
I'm top fire quick. I'm top fire right now, guys. I'm middle.
I've got HyDra right now.
I don't know, do you now?
Top church, one guy's middle. Top church in middle.
I already said you can jump it out. Yeah, they can jump it out. I just get this one, we're good.
Hey, take back that. One more top church. Well, absolutely right now. Pushing out. There's Sandra to the bottom church. Back. Where's that? Yeah, I'm rapping right now. To be main. Yeah, he went top church, I think.
Yeah, top church, go ahead, top church. He's down now.
Are you? I'm gonna do B main control.
Alright, you win.
There's your guys.
I'm pretty sure B main.
Are you? I'm working B main. I got set B main. I set B main. Yo, some more B main on me.
I'm
control.
Come here. I need there's set B main.
Nothing top green.
Clear out low.
I'll put you top church.
Great comms, as good as you can get, and Dashy even given those directions. They just had that nice and clean setup, everybody on the same page, and now they're in another situation. It is the same thing, all four grouped up, trying to make the break towards B.
Here we go, stacking up, flying on through. We got the first player up. Accuracy now, he and Mack trying to take care of the defenders. Here we go, stuns are come through. Sneaky accuracy, no chance though, as Shotzzy brings him down. Pred finds himself two before being brought down, and trades after trades after trades. iLLeY will not win those battles. OpTic get flushed off the point, and they don't get the segment on B.
And that is another situation where we've seen it time and time again for Surge, where Mack clutches up on the defensive end, and now you spread the map. It is just back to that reset. Shotzzy even gets found out on the flank. Pred there for the reads, and OpTic with no map control for the moment. It looks like they're trying to gear up, maybe try to deal with some mid-map pressure, try to deal with P5, but everywhere they go, they are getting cut down along the way.
Here we go, Pred from the bottom side of P5. Nade stuns through, you name it, he's in trouble now. Here comes the second hit. But slowly but surely, we're working our way in towards B. Over to the point we go. Bit of a scattered defense right now for Seattle Surge. We'll see how they respond. Mack, Pred find their respective kills. The backside of the spawn cleaned out. Shotzzy now working in tandem with his teammates on the inside of the alley. Simp wins a big one. Accuracy gets his as well. One by one, OpTic fall.
And another one of those moments where if Shotzzy wins that gunfight on Mack, well, things get mixy, but Mack delivers time and time again. Still though, P5 is open. You look up players from Seattle that are over towards Surge. iLLeY trying to make the gunfight win or leave it for his teammate, and Scump is there to deliver. Plenty of players pass. Shotzzy, he made it through, now finds the kill. This might be the opening.
Shotzzy's still alive in the back of their spawn. That's not your spawn anymore, it's his. He's gonna claim that one. Zone control now, 45 seconds, stopped on the clock. Shotzzy still out and about, running at large. Here comes Simp. Oh no! He gets brought down! OpTic stack up, two players now, still trying to stay alive, but no, Pred finds a two-piece. The second segment of B, all taken care of.
And 8v7 as well. You have 40 seconds left. This might just come down towards live, so you gotta make sure you play your life to a T. And look who's got the angle, accuracy there to get that extra bump. 2 life advantage. But maybe for OpTic, instead of the kills, they want that objective. 1 tick, you get a couple players on it. That will go very, very quick.
20 seconds. OpTic have got a little bit of ground to cover before they can really get to the point. Dashy may be that tip of the spear. Here comes the hit through church side. The shots are ringing. The gunfire is in the air. Onto the point we go. Slip slide. Accuracy with 2. Simp, Pred get involved as well. OpTic, no good this time round. That surely is it.
I mean, at the same time, keep in mind for OpTic, yes, they do not win this round, but they have, what, an 8-tick advantage right now. So as long as they clutch up, win this next round, they will be nice and secure for the defense for the final round. That has been their strength, and certainly in a good spot once again. And a nice little try as well, but again, Surge, very, very clutch. As spicy as that got towards B, when they need the gunfight wins, they get them.
They really do. Every time. Those 1v1 wins, like in every situation, Surge just don't let anything get through. Pred with the 2-piece as well. He continues to be this sort of Tuscan tyrant, absolutely locking things down. And here we go. Match point, Seattle Surge. All they need to do is capture both of those zones or eliminate OpTic Texas 30 times. Let's see what happens first.
And no need to get fancy, right? You already know you're down too much on ticks. You just need to try to get this round win by any means necessary, and a couple kills go their way, and they got the pressure towards A. Pred playing for kills. He's getting hype, and he is on a 5. If he can get a glide bomb, that could be the difference maker in this game.
Well, here we go. Who's that on the flank? It's Mack. He's in the spawn of OpTic Texas now, looking for one more kill. Perfect timing on the attack, though. Shotzzy will take care of Mack. Can't take care of the rest of them, though. You've now got some space to work with. Simp is on a run. A couple of kills go his way. Here comes number 6 for Pred. Massive wins again. More players sliding into the action. It's Scump now leading the charge. 7 for Mack now. He's number 7, rather, as he flies in. Can't get iLLeY as well, and back and forth we go. In the meantime, no chance. A's gone.
In a slight mishap, by the way, for Seattle. Scump found, by the skin of his teeth, that opening to shut down Pred. So massive 2-piece that the King was able to collect. But now, right now, for OpTic, you are down by 7 lives. You still need to make sure you're on point, because admittedly, you might be good for defense for the next round, but you do have to get there.
Here comes the glide. Simp calling it in. You can see he's doing this one-handed as well, making sure his teammates know exactly what's up, cleans out the stairwell. Now, OpTic having to reinforce that point. 4-man push now, slowly but surely making their way forward. Scump finds 2 out of it. Here comes Simp, trying to keep the play alive. 3 now in a row for him. 16 lives for OpTic Texas, remaining 22 on the offense for Seattle Surge.
Maybe just waiting for a couple kills to come their way, and Mack earning him. Dashy, though, the rock up top is there to deliver, but he does get traded. A little bit of pressure on OpTic for the moment. Maybe have to deal with the flank as Pred's making moves.
Yeah, here he goes. He's managed to slip on through. Can't get any more kills out of it. Shotzzy should have that top church control. Timing could be sweet here. Catches Mack from behind. There's another player to deal with. It's Simp. He's going to keep the pressure now for Surge at that forward position as long as he can. Allow the reinforcements to move on in. Scump now trying to put himself in a difficult position, become that trapdoor spider ready to pounce. We'll see.
And for OpTic, Operation do not get 4-man wipe. The pick goes through, but iLLeY will spawn up. And actually, depending on where he spawns, might be the intel. He spawns up over towards the pillars. 2 players nearby, but now he's getting spawn killed. Seattle have back control.
They get 1 player close enough to the point to stop the clock. There we go, 58. Stop dead track. You've got 2 players in the back line. The plat control towards OpTic right now. They're going to keep themselves in this power position as soon as they push. And that's it from Scump. iLLeY trying to get involved as well. Trades down from Dashy. Pred gets linked to the party. Doesn't finish the kill. Gets going. Whoa, can he get the second? Dive, Pred. Fly forward, gets 1 more. He's got heartbeat right now, slaying his way through to the point, but the kills come through. 7 lives left for OpTic.
OpTic have to pump the brakes. They got to slow this pace down because 42 seconds left is plenty of time for Seattle to get 7 kills. There is the next one, 6 more to go. Seattle can win this in 2 different ways.
We have to find the time now for Seattle. You have to push them out, but that's going to be another set of kills. A team kill for Mack might help OpTic out for the time being, but 5 lives left now for OpTic Texas. They have just been drowned simply out. Over towards the point we now go. iLLeY trying to find something. Less than 30 on the clock. Nice work out of Dashy and Shotzzy. They stay alive for now. Accuracy on the point though. iLLeY can't find it. Shotzzy once again with the trades. 4 lives now remaining. Simp fighting for his absolute life upstairs as the remaining 3 players now of OpTic, iLLeY, Shotzzy, and Scump battle for a chance to stay alive in this series. And who is it? It's Mack trying to deal the damage now. Chance dancing around Churchside. Bloody shot his teammate. iLLeY drops as well as Mack, anything in his way, seemingly destroyed. Shotzzy, the last player left alive. What can he do?
8 seconds on the clock, but he's got to kill them all, and they're going to spot him up. Gone to bed, and Seattle get the 3-0. Welcome to your Major 2, Seattle. How do you do?
It's been a very, very cold start for OpTic Texas, but Seattle Surge, what's cooler than being cool?
Ice cold.
Damn, man, they came to play today. A swift and deft 3-0. I'm not going to lie, that Tusky control was hotter than I thought it was going to be, but wow. What an unbelievable show from Seattle Surge.
And the only thing colder than ice cold is accuracy in those moments. I'm having flashbacks to the Cold War season. We're thinking OpTic's on a high, and accuracy shuts them down. And not just him, keep in mind, Simp played out of his mind that entire game. We're so focused on the fact that Pred's getting near a glide bomb, didn't even realize that Simp is right there with them. I mean, phenomenal game from start to finish. 3-1 victory on the Tuscan that, again, we were looking at the stats. It seems spicy, and well, Seattle, I mean, take him down on Bocage, dominant fashion. Get the clutches in the S&D when they need them, beat him 6-4, and I mean, hey, a 3-1 there to end a 14-win streak. Surge making this tournament oh so interesting.
Mack with the final plays, man. He had one hell of a series. The last 25 seconds as, oh my word. It was a tight defense from OpTic for the time being, but Surge, man, the special something. Pred has found himself on Tuscan once again. One of the most exciting players to watch for the longest of time on this map. He's got that renewed confidence. Simp shooting like he used to, Mack the playmaker, and accuracy being the captain for the team. Seattle Surge, baby, welcome back. We've missed you.
I mean, again, a wild game. Their stage 2 run, I mean, the way this is looking might be one of the more absurd things we have seen in Call of Duty. There was no air of dominance from this squad. They were losing the teams towards the middle of the pack. Randomly, they beat Atlanta FaZe, and now they come out in 3-0 OpTic. If you ever want to predict a match for this team, good luck, have fun. It is not easy, but for these players, the mentality that they have, you go in a kickoff classic looking like you're towards the tippy top, you go in a Major 1, bomb out and get top 12. There's a lot of teams where it's looking chalk. We've heard Pred in the interviews. We already know how accuracy is just his entire life. They bounce back, have the strong mentality, and now, I mean, they're looking to gut him. They got Atlanta FaZe next. They've beaten them more times. They have a winning record against that team. Seattle, they might have a miracle run at their disposal. Admittedly, though, it's only day 1.
It's only day 1, but day 1 was 3-0, followed by 3-0, followed by 3-0. Desk, we thought this was nuts. What did you think?
I mean, it was expected from one of us on the table right here, but hey, from now on, call them the Kingslayers. Atlanta FaZe, OpTic Texas, it doesn't even matter. And going negative in just about every other game type except Search and Destroy, and going against a team that is the best in control. Seattle Surge did it, and aLLeY. You predicted this one. We were preaching it this morning and last night, and they made it happen.
I don't know what it has been about Seattle Surge. I said it from the beginning of the year that the composition of this team was built to be FaZe killers.
Yes.
It was built to match up against teams like OpTic and FaZe, and they're now proving it later on in the series. They struggled a little bit in the middle pack, and now here they are ready to fry. 3-0 fashion, I will say, I was not expecting, but I wouldn't have taken it any other way.
Yeah, I was in the back room like, hey, yo, 10, you see this, right? You see this? But, yo, Jeremy, this is it, man. OpTic Texas, one major one in dominant fashion, and now they're on the loser side of the bracket.
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable because when you think about this team, the dominance they were able to put throughout stage 2, they go 5-0, which is flawless. But then they come here and they just start off slow, man. They go up against a team like Seattle, especially to start off the series on the Bocage. That's usually a map that they have a lot of confidence on. But especially like when you're going up against Civ and Pred, those guys were taking over the game, man.
I gotta say, the biggest difference is how Mack is playing.
100%.
Last time they matched up, they had extremely close maps. He dropped a .79 in the series. He had immense clutch plays in this series. I mean, the round that he peeled Shotzzy off the back tank, the nade, and then the challenge, that was almost an impossible clutch, and he gets that win. Like, this guy in Mack, he is so influential on this team, and then also Pred. You saw the stat. In maps, when he goes negative, they are 1-9 in hardpoint. What does he do? 62 engagements, 32 and 30, and that hardpoint, he was lighting it up. They seem so comfortable.
And I think my favorite thing about this, especially in the hardpoint, is it kind of felt like Pred and Mack had switched roles a little bit. It felt like Pred was kind of let loose, like, go do whatever you want. You don't need to be the entry anymore. Go be a route man, and that's what he did, where Mack instead became the high slayer. He dropped 30 kills on Bocage while everybody else on his team was even across the board, which, again, we thought Mack was the route man SMG for this squad, but they kind of made a little bit of a switch in this series, and it ended in their favor.
Talk about a switch. They came up with adjustments just to beat OpTic Texas, and my man Sam Phoenix actually randomly DM'd me the other day, 3 days ago, saying OpTic is losing 3-0 or 3-1. Save this DM. This is a man on a purpose. This is a man on a mission, and he made it come true. You know what? We actually have a game full post-victory spotlight with the Seattle Surge. Let's go ahead and give him a listen.
Thank you so much, Vel. Yes, I am joined by the Iceman himself. Minnesota, make some noise for accuracy. Take a bow, sir. Take a bow. No. Man, what a series. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of hype coming into this match. I know for the OpTic side, right, we're talking about the control streak. We're talking about the overall series streak. You guys come through and not just win, but you win in a 3-0 fashion. I was actually back behind the stage. Coach Sam Phoenix came to me, and he literally did this. He went, it's over. What was the game plan coming into this match versus OpTic?
The game plan was, like, as we played through Stage 2 qualifiers, we were outslaying people but losing, so we really need to just focus up on our fundamentals and make sure that those kills were being useful and playing the game in a more strategic manner. So that's really what we hammered down, and we knew once we fixed that, like, the gun skill's always there for us.
Yeah, that is one thing that we always talk about, right? When it comes down to this Seattle team is we know the Slayers that you guys have, right? We saw it on display without question throughout this series. Obviously yourself, you had those Iceman-like moments in the S&Ds. We saw Civ, Pred, Mack, the entire roster really go off in this game. What's it like, right, to be the veteran on this team, to be able to guide these guys through matches of this caliber?
It feels amazing. You know, I'm blessed to have them on my team. They're showing you guys every day, every time they step on the stage, how talented they are. So I'm just very proud of them, and I'm very glad to be on a team with them.
Without question, my friend. Now, there is going to be a fun series lined up. It is a little bit of a classic one for those in the CDL that know. Atlanta FaZe versus Seattle Surge. Talk to me. Any words coming into that match versus a team that you know quite well?
It's just going to be a good match. You know, we've played them a few times, so it's always a fun matchup versus them, and I'm looking forward to it.
Without question, my friend. Any final words, right, for the fans, for the lovely people in Minnesota rooting you guys on?
Just wanted to say thank you to the fans here. You guys are showing mad love, and I appreciate y'all.
Without question, accuracy, GG's, partner. Great, great work. Desk, over to you guys.
2 upsets in a crazy day already, and this is just day 1 of the Minnesota Røkkr Major 2. Nameless. I mean, what more is there to say about the day?
I mean, it's just been insane. Like, the bracket is going to be wild. I can't wait to show you guys how things are shaping up. Like, you can never predict what's going to happen in a Call of Duty tournament. Stats and stuff like that. Like, series, that makes you throw those out of the window.
Yes.
So it's interesting going forward. But, man, these players are talented, and they're putting on here Major 2.
Speaking about being talented, we actually have a Scump play of the game, and it was accuracy, and his Ninja Diffuse.
Somebody's got to stop him, right? Somebody has to stop Accuracy, the Iceman himself. He does not do any better than when he's in 1v something situations, and then Ninja Diffuse is just a cherry on top. I mean, watch VOD, people. He does this time and time again. You can see the pressure from OpTic. They make the cross. Lamar gets the information. He knows that they're there. You can see the rotation coming out of the rest of Seattle Surge. Tries to get a couple ticks in, but it's a little bit of a stalemate right now. But we all know how it ends. As soon as they get the kill on this bomb, you can see Lamar move towards the bomb site. The player does get shut down, though. It is now a 2v2 situation, 37 seconds on the clock. Lamar's like, I'm just gonna grab it. Like, you know what, Mack, just look over to me. I'm gonna hop on this Diffuse, and nobody from OpTic is nearby to stop this.
And this is the second time that we've seen this as well, coming in from Accuracy. For all the other teams that he's playing against, if you're playing in the bomb on the backside, someone has to be sitting in towards top ready, or at least playing plat. You cannot take control of this spawn because you can't see bomb. Accuracy said, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. He gets it done twice, man.
You can't sleep on the ice, man.
It's insane.
Hey, shout out to Lamar, aka Accuracy. But you know what? That was one of the craziest series that we've had all year long. But that wasn't the first upset that we had today, because at the beginning of the day, let's go ahead and run some recaps. We had the London Royal Ravens that faced off against the Florida Mutineers, Nameless. On the paper, this was supposed to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, London Royal Ravens were looking red hot coming into this event. They're coming off of a huge win versus the Boston Breach, and their hardpoint was looking stronger than ever. But going into this series, they played a Florida Mutineers team that was winless on Gavutu hardpoint. Well, what happened on this Gavutu hardpoint? P3 was absolute dominance on the side of Florida Mutineers, gave them a huge edge, and they end up winning this series in 3-0 fashion. Everybody stepped it up, and Dave Patty, for me, especially in the control, was going crazy. Like, not just slaying, he was pushed up in power positions. He was pushed up green, picking up big kills to make it easier to control mid-map and ship. He was pushed up towards me, past the tank, in the spawn, slaying out. That is exactly what you want to see if you're a Florida Mutineers fan, because that was the issue with this team, was people felt like they had too many AR players. At times, they were in the wrong positions. Well, in this series, they weren't, and they beat a really strong Royal Ravens squad, so I'm excited to see how they come into tomorrow.
And this isn't about the London Royal Ravens playing bad. This is about Florida really picking up that pace and actually grabbing a win that they so well deserve. But the second game of the day, we had the Boston Breach facing off against the Los Angeles Guerrillas. And Jeremy, I was expecting something kind of lopsided with Spark filling in, but Spark played his ass off.
Oh yeah, he pulled off the bulk. Like, if you're a Spark, you got to run that the entire rest of the weekend as far as you can get. But Boston Breach, they just came out here and they handled business. Obviously, LAG, they have a fill-in. They do not have their full roster. Boston just needed to get the job done. They go out there in that first map. They do a great performance there. Then Search and Destroy, this is where it really started to turn for me, because I'm pretty sure they were down a couple rounds, and then they started bringing it back. Like, Boston, they're so good when they get towards the later half of this series. They get that momentum off the hard point. You saw Methodz huge play, picking up all 3 kills towards the back of this warehouse to basically put them at game point. And at that point, ever since this update for Boston, I feel like they've just been improving in control. We've seen it on Gavutu. Today we got the chance to see it on Tusky.
Yes, and then the third game of the day. I was wondering if this was going to be an upset as well, but Simp would not let it go. Nameless, New York Subliners facing off against Atlanta FaZe, and it was a little close for comfort.
Yeah, it was very close. I mean, that map 1 was dominant. On that second rotation, FaZe were just lights out. P1, P2, P3, P4. They had spawns all 4 times, and we're just going off. But, you know, maps 2 and maps 3, especially in that Search and Destroy, New York really had the edge. I really liked the mid-map presence that we saw out of Neptune. He was pushing up, being a nuisance, getting the first blood. But FaZe and the clutches in particular is a Simp. I mean, that 1v3 with the nade, Neptune didn't have Fortify, he gets him with the nade, goes around right side, picks up a kill, wraps back, gets the third. It was just beautiful. And then the 2v1 right here, he finds a nice timing and gets in between. Amazing plays out of Simp. And then also going into the control, this was a tough map as well. They lose that first round, and New York was on offense, so it looked like it was going to be a bit scary for FaZe throughout the rest. In the very end, though, they're able to clutch up. And one thing that was positive takeaway from FaZe there was their B play. When they did get pushed all the way up, they had one player go to spawn, which was Cellium. They slayed them out, spawn trapped them, and executed well, which is the best we've seen them at B on Gavutu since the beginning.
And that was the best I've seen from Simp almost all year long. The man just wasn't trying to lose at all, especially in that Search and Destroy. When it comes to the game field tactical play, Simp's 1v3 won the day. aLLeY, he took matters into his own hands.
I mean, it has to be. He took matters into his hands the entire series, and this was just one of the times. I mean, that money nade, we've seen what Atlanta FaZe has been able to do with some of these angles, and we've learned a lot from them when it comes to these frags. So he gets that opening kill, finds the kill in the backfield, and then just wraps through Church and catches a player hitting a route. And you can see in the confidence of the team overall that that's what they needed to push themselves to the rest of the series.
The man is so tiny, is so dangerous. dangerous. He terrifies me, man. Let's take a look at the bracket to see what has unfolded today. Everyone's pick'ems are cooked right now. Surge are playing against the Atlanta FaZe, Mutineers versus Boston Breach, but Nameless, the bottom side of the bracket is crazy.
Like, no matter what, we're going to have a team in the top 3 that nobody expected. It's going to be insane. And then looking at that match for Røkkr, we are at the Røkkr Major 2 tournament. They got to play the defending champs.
All right.
That's tough.
And when it comes to the schedule, we're going to kick things off. It's going to be a little European team battle. London versus Paris. After that, we're going to see LA versus Toronto. But then the Minnesota Røkkr will finally take the main stage at their own major against OpTic Texas. That one is going to be insane. The crowd better be on their side.
And you know what? Tomorrow's going to be an absolute grueler of a day. I'm telling you right now, everybody, just strap in, have your water ready, and Challengers also starts tomorrow, so make sure you're staying on Twitter and keeping updated with that as well.
And also, have your phone ready right now. I know a lot of y'all might have Androids. I feel bad for you, but go ahead and scan this QR code, because if you enter for a chance to win, you can get your favorite team's pack. If you want to be updated with everything and anything that has to do with the CDL, might as well go ahead and get it, because I have a saying, if it's for free, it's for me.
Facts.
But ultimately, wow, this is crazy. Thursday, full day, 2 crazy upsets. We have 3 more days, aLLeY. I mean, what do you have to say?
I hope that the matches last a little bit longer. I know not everybody here is going to agree with me on that, but
we had 3-0s all day.
We had some upsets, but they were all 3-0s and upsets. So hopefully we get a little bit of some closer matches tomorrow.
Right, Nameless, any last thoughts before we close down the desk?
Man, I'm expecting OpTic Texas to bounce back. We got to see that FaZe OpTic match at some point.
Yes. Jeremy, great casting today, man. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, that is it for day 1 of the Minnesota Røkkr Major 2. Crazy upsets, crazy results, and we're just getting started. Tomorrow, we're going to see teams go home, and it's going to be incredible. Røkkr, you guys have been phenomenal for holding this event so far, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen by the time Sunday comes. For all of you beautiful people, I want to thank you for tuning in so far, and we'll catch you for day 2 of the Major, and you all have a good night, all right? We love you, take care, and take it easy.